Hello.
Hello. You said it before I had to. Lonely Skull, dude, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. I hope you're all good, guys. Thank you for coming in. Sorry I'm a bit late. It's every day these days. I'm a busy man. What can I say? Too busy procrastinating on Twitter. I've got some good shit done today, though. I've been busy. I'm going to have a go at Chernarus today. I kind of want to do Sakal. Because I really enjoyed it yesterday, but I want to try and do the Chernarus quest, or at least have a crack at it. And I need to do that now. I can't leave it. TRMZ, are you my dad? No. No. Nearly said something disgusting then. I nearly did something. Said I nearly did a disgusting your mum joke then, dude. But it's too early, and I daren't. It's far too early.
Good morning,
hello,
Zed.
Andrew.
I'm thankful for it, TheRunningManZ. Happy Thanksgiving all. TRMZ love.
Bruticus and Lonely Skull, thank you very much for the resubs. Coming in. What's my favourite biscuit? Chocolate digestive, but I don't eat them because of the gluten, but chocolate digestive. Right, I'm just waiting for the server to pop in. It's just got the red bar at the bottom. Oh, there we go. I think it's going in now, actually. Oh, fuck off, car. That's such an annoying bug. Now I just have to... Oh! Okay, oh no. Log out and try again. Let's log out. Jambon, yeah, thank you. It did take a while to write. I probably shouldn't have wasted my time, but I don't think he'll reply. You know, I've tried... To be honest, I nearly just replied to Marek. He's on Twitter quite a lot. He's quite passionate on there. I maybe have replied to him once or twice ever. He's never replied back, so I thought, fuck it, I'll just retweet it this time. Come on. It's taking so long to not let me in. I'm like on the red bar. I don't think it's going to let me in. Hi Fohead, how you doing? Hi Daniel. Feyenoord fans were chanting a Honey Slot's name. Holy shit.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, and there we have it once more. I've just got to log, keep trying until it lets me in the server. I don't think there's anything else I can do, so I'll keep doing that. Dragon, I think you're in the wrong stream and the wrong century, dude, to be honest. Good morning, Smoked Wood. Thank you very much for coming in. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Cheers for the super chat. That's very, very kind. Thank you. Like, well, that's usually the case now. I get more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch, which maybe isn't a surprise. I've got more followers on YouTube than I have on Twitch. I don't know the exact amounts. I'm more like, I'm over 540,000 subs on YouTube and 300 and something thousand on Twitch. So in theory, my YouTube channel's 40% bigger, you know, something like that in terms of subs versus follows. That kind of makes sense, I guess. It's not always does it translate though. I'm just glad it does, you know. Smoked Wood, thank you for the super chat. Very much. Bruticus, Lonely Skull, thanks again. Feeling good. I had a great omelette today. I didn't have any breakfast. I skipped breakfast. I've done my monthly banking, which was dull as shit. I wrote a War and Peace tweet. I've been out for a walk that was about an hour and a half, and then I've come back, had a shower, made my omelette, and then started here. I had courgette or zucchini, depending on where you live. Like just cooked in a little bit of butter, and then mushrooms on top, so they all kind of started flavouring each other, and then cherry tomatoes, and then just the egg and some chives, and it was fucking glorious. It was really good. That was my favourite one so far. Zucchinis or courgette, as we'd call them in the UK, I have a weird thing. They don't taste that great, but if you cook them with something else, they take on the flavour of that thing really well and almost add to it. So if you cook zucchinis with mushrooms, they taste great. But if you cook them on their own, I don't know. I'd rather scratch my forehead till it leaves scars. Fucking hell, I don't know what's going on with Pep. Holy shit. That's another topic. But anyway, great omelette. It was really good. I'm not sure, Slatey. I really hope so. Guys, I'm still waiting to get in the server. It's just on a red bar, not letting me in at the moment. Donald, I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. Wherever you're happy watching, I'm very happy. Thank you.
Hello.
I turned into Gordon bloody what's his face. I can cook an omelette, yeah. I can cook an omelette. That's true. I'm not very good. I'm good at cooking in pans. I've never cooked a roast in my life, but I can do like a single pan, like stir fries and stuff like that. I'm good at that stuff. If I have to use more than 2 pans, I'm done. TRMZ discovered vegetables. Siloside, I've probably not been eating enough for the last while, but I did discover them a little bit before that. Thomas, you think it's going to be 3-1 and a Watkins brace, do you? Blimey. He might need a leg brace, you never know. Let's hope not. I don't want him to get injured. What a weird thing yesterday with the... for those that don't know, Manchester City were 3-0 up fairly early in the game against Feyenoord, who are a good team but not on Manchester City's level in the Champions League. They were 3-0 up and then Feyenoord scored late goals and managed to draw 3-3, which on its own is crazy. Manchester City have lost 4 games on the bounce. Is it 4 or is it 5? I can't even remember, but they're having their worst run under their current manager, Pep Guardiola. And their team's just gone from 3-0 up to 3-3 in the Champions League, which is a horrendous result. And afterwards, Pep Guardiola gave this kind of insane interview. He's got blood, a little tiny speck of blood on like a vertical scratch on his nose. And he's got scratches on his forehead. He doesn't have any hair. And he's got scratches from his nails on his forehead, like maybe 20 or 30 like scrawps, pink lines on his forehead where like someone's been scratching, you know, like. And so the reporter asked about it, and he kind of said something around self-harm and how he'd done it to himself, which is a very serious topic, but he legitimately looked stressed as fuck. And it looks like they've gone from 3-0 up to 3-3, and he's been like clawing at his own head, which is absolutely insane. Like that, like I'm not taking any joy in any of that, by the way. It's a really serious thing, but like he's literally so stressed, and his team have done that, and then he's like scratching his own head to the point where it must hurt, you know, and then going in front of a live audience or a reporter to give an interview.
Good morning from Kentucky.
It's crazy, crazy. I genuinely hope he's all right. I saw earlier he's apologised today because he was worried that he might be diminishing self-harm. I don't think he was making any jokes. I think he had self-harmed, you know. It's not. He's apologising for diminishing it, but he'd done it, you know? Like, it's really fucking serious. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I think he needs a fucking holiday, to be honest. Jesus Christ. I can see, like, we've all been really stressed. We've all had really hard things. I can see why you might just put your head in your hands and just go, oh my God, and then do it. I can understand how it happened, but nonetheless, it's not great. Please let me in the server. Oh, I think it's letting me in this time. A dope trailer. That's such a very... it's only a game. Why you have to be mad? That quote is, yeah, maybe apt. Admire not, Zero, Cool, Hodgie, Mr. Epidural, thank you very much as well. Andrew, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Bruiser and Bash Brain, thank you as well. That's Brian. I think I do that a lot, don't I? But Bash Brian. It's a good can of food. It's a good can of that food there. Good can of food there. I should charge you for that can. Let's just put it there in case I get another spawn. Right, I've got to respawn to be Burnside, right? It just goes to show, though, right? I mean, there's a lot of pressure in sport. There's no denying that. I think maybe the pressure's more now than what it used to be, right? But Pep Guardiola is, without doubt, the best manager of his generation, you know? Like, and I say that as a massive Jurgen Klopp fan, and I want Jurgen Klopp to be better. I I think he's had harder jobs, but nonetheless, I think his record speaks for itself. In his generation, he's the best. And yet he's still like that stressed after a couple of bad results, you know. I think it just goes to show that everyone feels it the same. And he is a very intense person, isn't he? You know, like he'll be taking it very personally, but I think it's the players that need to take it personally. They may have some injuries, but I didn't exactly memorise the team, but they had a very, very good team out yesterday. You know, they had the best striker in the world, like their third choice left-sided midfielder in Jack Grealish, who cost more than £100 million. You know, or maybe he's not third choice, but you get the point. You know, they had many good players on display, and they didn't do it. You know, I don't know. They need to sort it out, but maybe not at the weekend. Ominous, dude. That's horrendous. I hope everything works out for the best, dude. I haven't seen the game yesterday. I haven't seen it. I was streaming when it was on. But what a crazy result. Quite pleased with this spawn. Just to change subject a little bit, back to DayZ. This spawn's good. It's nice to be either most north or most south. I quite like that. Empty server like that clown on Twitter accused. It's interesting that, Matt, isn't it? He never replied, did he? He never replied. I did reply to him, but when I joined that server, it was Monday. It was Livonia. It was 31 players when I joined it, and when I died, it was 51. And in between, it had been full. It had got a bit lower when it got night time, but it was the most full server. I actually talked about it in today's tweet. It was the most full official Livonia server on the planet. You know, there wasn't a more full one. That was the only one I could join that had players in it. That's it. So, but yeah, I don't know. That dude, I had a brief look through his Twitter history. I think he's got bigger problems than DayZ, if I'm honest. Like, I love people like that, though. They'll just, like, state fraud playing on empty servers with absolutely no proof, you know. Like, that's just what people are like, you know. Like, a 10-second post on Twitter can brighten up their own day. Even if it is just a load of old bullshit. It's not just because Rodri's out, Martin. I think they maybe have a few other injuries, don't they? But it's not just that. Like, De Bruyne is nowhere near as big of an influence he once was. He's getting older. You know, they've lost some players. Maybe you could argue that even though Haaland is an absolutely insane player, probably the best striker on the planet, he's not really in line with how Pep normally plays. And so maybe they're like, with the people missing and with the player up front they've got, they're not playing in the way Man City would normally play. I don't know, but they were still 3-0 up yesterday, weren't they? That's they scored enough goals. But yeah, it's yeah, I wonder that as well, Yakety. Like, do you actually believe what you're saying, or are you just trying to get a raise, or like that? I find that interesting to think about too. Well, this just put empty milk back in the fridge for the third time this week. Can I throw him away? No, you can't. But start putting unclean clothes back in his drawers until he promises not to do it. Do that. Excalibur, thank you very much for the bits. Dreadlord, thank you very much for the resub. Admire Not, thank you as well. Dreadlord was a new sub, sorry, thank you. Thanks very much for the support, guys. Very, very kind. And Rodri is the best at his position in the world, I'd say, right now, isn't he? As that sort of player, he's the best at it. He was in the Spain team that just won the Euros, and he was really, really important to that Spain team. Even though they've got really exciting players like Yamal and whatnot, he was the linchpin, I think, you know. He was the experienced player. But yeah, like one player, a team like City with all of the squad of stars that they've got, they should still be able to cope. I stay hazy. I don't know who you mean there, dude, but if you want to elaborate, I'm all ears. I do something similar. My teenager doesn't like to clean up his dishes and he leaves them in the sink. So rather than put them in the dishwasher for him, I take them upstairs to his room and I put them on his desk and chair so that he has to move them back downstairs. I think that's right as well. Only a few times before they'll be like, right, I'll just do it right. I think that's probably a good way to go. Arlen said that stay humble. Did he? Oh, I see. In reference to what? The fact that they're not having a good run. I understand. Yeah, I missed the Haaland. Well, I completely missed all of it because I was streaming. But yeah, that makes sense then. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It'll soon change for City. I just hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't for at least one more game, you know. Stay humble, yeah. That's when somebody like Haaland says "stay humble" to another manager, it's like the opposite of humility, really, isn't it? You know, like he seems like a nice guy, actually. To be fair, you know, he seems like a nice guy, and he's a hell of a footballer. But nonetheless, it's not. It's a bit of a stupid thing to say. Yeah, I got myself a little bit hooked in the end on that post from Eric. We talked yesterday quite a lot about the cost of Sakal and like the future of DayZ and Armour 4 and whatnot. So I thought, fuck it, I'm going to reply today. Fuck it, I'm going to write it out. So I did. It's on Twitter. I don't know if it really covers. It covers too much probably, but nonetheless, it's. I don't think Marek's tweet was particularly great. It was a little bit like, "Be grateful, you plebs. You only paid $30 for the game on average, which means we only made 10 cents per hour you played it on average. So be grateful, you plebs." You know, it read a little bit like that. I don't think that's the best message for the owner of a company to be given. It was a little bit Thierry Stern, if you ask me. A little bit like taking your customers for granted. Because there's a lot more goes on in the community of DayZ than just buying the game and playing it, you know. Just like look at all the money being spent hosting servers, you know. I don't entirely agree, Matt G. It's not Haaland's place to be policing other people's behaviour. I don't think Arteta, every time I've seen him interviewed and whatnot, I don't think he's getting above his station. He seems a pretty humble guy. He doesn't talk themselves up like they've won a load of trophies. He seems to be aware of where Arsenal are at and what they're doing, and that they didn't quite make it both times the last 2 seasons. I don't think he's like over-egging Arsenal and saying like they're world beaters or anything.
Man United better Kappa LUL.
Well, it's funny, Matt G, but Klopp used to be the biggest crybaby in the league until he left, according to most, but people have stake in the game, right? I feel like I'm not really bothered whether it's Arsenal or City, whoever, you know. Like, I know I'm a Liverpool fan, but I don't hate Pep Guardiola or Arteta in any way. Hello. I've got a cock. It's big.
That's a pretty big cock.
Yeah.
Get a knife to skin that?
Yeah, I got a knife to skin that, yeah.
Gotcha.
I like your gloves.
Yeah, they're pretty in pink.
They are
Purple.
pretty. Yeah, they're great. Just be
Turquoise.
careful though. If you get knocked unconscious, somebody might think you're wearing a pink armband and shoot you.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Yeah, it would, yeah. Just be careful, it could happen. If you play with a friend, they might think you're not their friend, because that looks a bit like an armband. By the way, that hat and whatever that's called, ensemble, the thing around your face, that looks really good. They match.
It does.
Like even like they're ribbed
See
for
the
her
spark
pleasure.
plug
They're
anywhere?
ribbed the same, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
That's good.
Feels pretty good.
It does look
Keeps me
good.
warm.
Yeah. Anyway, gotta go. I'm freezing my nadgers off. I've got to go and relight my fire.
10-2.
Love you, boy. What's in his hand? A GPS. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck off. Hey, Digimap, you're right, dude. Oh, crispy. I like me some crisps.
Hey dude, with all the new intensive games coming out, is it even worth getting a 4K monitor for 4090? How big is the difference between 1440 and 4K?
The difference is pretty big between 1440 and 4K. I'm not going to do it personally right now. I don't think I should. Even though I have a 4090. If I was just playing DayZ, I think I would. So, if DayZ was my hobby on a Friday night and I was playing it for fun, I would play in 4K probably. I'd probably get the monitor, assuming I had the money to do so. But because I'm doing quite a lot of work streaming it, I don't think it's such a good idea. Like, the 4090 isn't just playing DayZ, it's also streaming to YouTube, it's streaming to Twitch, it's recording to Shadowplay, as well as playing DayZ, and I don't think it's going to do that so well. Dead. I need more headroom to do it. I can't just I can't just switch to 4K and expect it to do all of that as well. I feel like that might be the 5090's job if and when it comes out, you know. DZSA launcher is legit. Some people feel differently about it. I don't know. I've used it a lot. I've never had any issues. Some people that know more about PCs than I have suggested that if you're using the third-party launcher, there may be a way to see what servers you're on, or sort of like find out some info about you and whatnot. But most people use the DZSA launcher. I use it. Matt, I don't want to go for a second PC. There's so much of... Unless you've done a dual stream rig and you've done it for an extended period, it's really hard to explain just how much of a ball ache a dual stream rig is. It's an absolute fucking ball ache. Every time there's anything changes ever, it's pain and suffering. A dual stream rig is a nightmare, and it's mainly around audio and how it constantly resets, and you seem to be fixing it every day. It's just not... I don't want to go dual stream rig unless I absolutely have to. But I'm not having any issues right now. I'm happy enough playing at 1440. I'm getting good performance. The game looks great. The game runs great. The streams are looking good. I'd really love to be able to increase the quality on Twitch, but that's coming soon. Like, Happy Bombs is in the trial right now. Hopefully the trial goes well, and then we'll see it on all streams like mine very, very soon. You know, that would be great. Beyond that, I'm not really... I'm kind of happy enough. Dual PC setups for anyone under 38. Well, I had one, Alf. I had one. Some might say I was over 38 at that time, but it's not just me that finds them a ball ache. Every streamer ever that has had a dual stream rig has had... It's a ball ache. Even if they are young and not so dumb and full of PC knowledge. I have to go and wash my hands. I can't eat that. What's the temperature over there? It feels really cold, but it's not that bad. I feel like it was about 8 when I was out on the walk. I don't know exactly. Celsius, that is, not Fahrenheit. Yeah, it does feel pretty cold today. I think it's partly the wind. It's fairly windy. So it's 6 right now. What is it? 3:30 in the afternoon. So it's 6 Celsius at the moment, which is cool enough, I guess. And it's probably not anything different than you'd expect in November. Maybe it's even a degree or two warmer, but in the wind it feels cold enough. Don't need to wash my hands to drink the can of drink, Tom. Which is why I drunked it. Oh good, slugs, my favourite. Oh shit. I was always going to get a fucking twat in there, wasn't I? What's the overall plan? Are you building a base? And the answer to that question, dude, is always going to be no when I'm streaming. I just got ads. Boo! Duffster, I don't know. Redline put in a ticket on the server, but I don't know if he ever heard back. Player just the other side of the PD. Oh, for fuck's sake. The zombies are too many. Fucking hell, he's quick. I would like to have a drink, but I don't want to drink too much. I need to be able to eat this first. Yeah, I didn't say that, Ghost. I was waiting. Don't worry, I didn't reply. I saw you say you had ads. I don't build bases on stream, dude. I can't. Like, building a base on stream is just like base suicide because I'm streaming to all the viewers where I'm building the base. You know, it's just not going to work. So I don't do it. So there's never a plan to build a base because I'm always streaming what I'm doing. So yeah, that's about the size of it, dude. I don't build bases. Je ne unable to en plan pas. It's about the size of it. No bases for me. Sorry, that was fluent French if you didn't understand what I said. Can't even say it in English. Fluent French. Double bagging it. Look, they've both got bags. I'm still full. I can't do that. I can take them back though. Thank God for the alerts. I almost missed a TRMZ stream. Don't forget, guys, if you're watching and you regularly watch, you can hit the bell notification on YouTube to be notified. Likewise, you can turn your notifications on Twitch. You could do that if you wanted to, or don't. I don't really care, but I'd be grateful, but I don't really care, because I don't really know what happens. But anyway, do it or don't. Gambit, dude, thank you very much for the support. Fan PSX, Mad Stalker, thank you for the gifted membership. Sorry it took me a while to get there, dude. Thank you very much for the support. That's very, very kind. Jamie, thank you as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably talking about that tweet again, right? But the more I think about it, the more that kind of not irks me, but I find it interesting. So Marek, the owner of DayZ, broke down. There was over 8 million of the people that have bought DayZ. On average, they played DayZ 180 hours each. And then on average, they paid $30 for the game. So that meant that Bohemia had made 10 cents per hour of play, right? Well, how many of those 8 million bought Livonia? You know, that changes that ratio. How many of those 8 million ever hosted a server and paid for it? And surely, if you're buying a server from Fragnet, they are giving DayZ money, right? If you're renting a server from Fragnet or Nitrado, they must be paying DayZ or Bohemia for that, right? There's more to it than that, you know? It's not as simple as that. How many people invested time beyond playing the game back into DayZ? Moderating a community server or, I don't know, whatever they may have done. Making a mod that could take... How many thousands of hours did Diral take to make, as an example, just to pin something on John McClane, you know? Like, how much investment into DayZ has John McClane put in, you know? Beyond he bought DayZ, you know? Like, there's a lot more to it than that, you know? I just think it was a little bit like... It's a little bit like the owner of Bohemia saying, I see all of our customers as cattle that buy the game, and that's all I see them as. I don't see all the other things they do. I just see that they make me 10 cents per hour. Now, that's not what he meant. He was just breaking down... He was breaking down the cost of the game versus the value of playing the game. But there's a lot more value added by the community of DayZ fans and DayZ players. There's more added to Bohemia by the community of DayZ beyond the money they paid to buy the game in the first place. And maybe he could think about that when he tweaks a touch as well, perhaps. Would be cool. Because I think... I've not even looked at this apparent review bombing of Sakal on Steam. I've not looked. And if it's like legitimately dodgy and it's just people review bombing it unnecessarily, that's not right. But if it's legitimate opinions that Sakal is too expensive, then saying we only made 10 cents per hour, you plebs, is not the best message to give to people that are telling you that they're not happy with the price of your product. I don't think. You know. I won't get beef with devs, Funky. I won't. I don't agree, because if you read what I said, I actually support the devs. I rightly or wrongly, I feel the DayZ devs have done an amazing job with one hand tied behind their back because of Bohemia. That's what I think. I think the DayZ devs are great people that have done a great job, but at times they've not had enough people, and the person that makes the decision on how many people they get is Bohemia, right? But anyway, I'm not really angry about it or anything. I just found it really interesting, hence I replied today. You know? I think there's just so much more going on, you know. Right, I'm going to have... Oh, fuck, that changed quick, didn't it? I'm going to have another little drink here, then I'm going to try and find a fire to cook the chicken on. And then we're going to get out of Svetlo, I think. Not sure where I'm going to go yet. I might not go straight along the coast. I might go up towards Baziki and just have a look out for boats. Hi Mario, hope you're good. It's defo getting review bombed mixed in with legit criticism. See, I don't even know what review bombed means, you know, I'm not saying that's wrong, but in order to leave a review on Steam, don't you have to own the product, right? So how do you review bomb something unless you've legitimately bought it? Like, that's the bit I don't... Like, can you leave a Steam review on a product if you haven't got the product? Pixification, I don't want to change your mind, dude. If you think Arma 2 mod was better, then you're entitled to your view. I don't really... Buy, then refund. Buy, review, then refund before 2 hours playtime. That's a very laborious process, isn't it? You feel like my mic is turned down a touch? It might be because I'm not talking directly into it. I don't think it is turned down, dude. When I talk to the chat, you can actually hear the difference. So, as I'm sitting at the well, I'm not looking into my screen and talking to the mic. I'm turning to the right and I'm away, and even that little bit can make a difference. That's the way I'm set up. I set up very closely mic'd, so my mic is almost touching my lips when I stream. So when I look to the right, to my second monitor, my mouth is not touching, or near enough touching the microphone anymore, it's just off.
Creeping closer to the 3 years. I know I don't T-pop on as often as I once did, but it's still a pleasure to watch, and I do enjoy your YT vids too.
Well, yeah, it does, Samuel. It does have a little bit of an air of that about
Love
it, you know.
Bye.
Now, if it's illegitimate reviews from people that are buying and refunding the game to try and make it look bad, to try and destroy the chances of Sakal selling, then that's wrong, isn't it? You know, absolutely. You know, but mixed in there is going to be people with legit opinions that are legit opinions, aren't they? You know. Something that's true, and it's definitely true of me. I've never left a Steam review of anything ever. But what is very true is that if people are really unhappy, they'll leave a scathing review. If people got what they paid for, they'll play what they paid for and not give two shits about leaving a positive review. You know, it's much more unlikely. It's much harder to be leaving positive reviews because people only ever tend to speak up when there's something to moan about. You know, I guess me included, but I don't leave negative reviews. I don't leave any reviews. But that's kind of the British way. Not happy with the service in the restaurant, pay the full price, but never go again. You know, don't send the food back. Just pay and never return. You know, I think that's kind of the way. Just seen a clip of you teaching someone about pink gloves. I don't know, Joeita. I don't know. They are dangerous. Even the most elite level of players apparently can be thrown off by pink gloves from time to time. I don't understand refunding Sakal. Just the tip. Well, the only thing I can think is that people are buying it to leave a review and then refunding it, you know. But irrespective, there's going to be a few people that refund something, but I don't think there's crazy amounts of refunds going on. I don't know. Yeah, that's right, Shortly. I can't stand DayZ. I can't stand it. It's fucking awful. / my favourite game of all time ever.
Don't mess with people who serve your food.
I tend to agree with that, West Ham. Oh, I can let it go, Joe. I can't help seeing a pair seeing a pair of pink armbands / gloves. It's just worth pointing out to people. You know, that guy might not be aware that they're actually dangerous. You know, like when you put those on, if you'd have had more awareness about you maybe wouldn't have worn them on the basis that somebody might confuse them for pink armbands. You know, like I'm just here to help lesser DayZers understand.
Keep up the good work,
you know?
TRMZ love.
That's what can I say, you know? That was a joke before anyone thinks I mean that. I don't know if that's the case or not, Zazu. I don't know, but it's getting a lot of reviews right now. I like Sakal. I really enjoyed it yesterday. It's not perfect though. The devs have already done a little update on it, which has improved it some. Hopefully there's more to come, you know, but I think Sakal, compared to Livonia when it dropped, Sakal is more fun. I think it's better. I think it's more transformative. I think it's more transformative for the game than Livonia was. But that doesn't mean it's not open to some criticism. It's far from perfect. So I did see a player run past and the zombie run after them, but I can't leave until my chicken's cooked. Ideally, I'd like 2+ symbols as well. Oh, and that definitely happens, Super Ketchup. But the conversation of value, right? Like, just using Marek's numbers. Sorry, Marek. He doesn't even know who I am, I'm sure, but nonetheless. Like, the numbers were, it's $30. Most people, more than 8 million people, 8.5 million people have bought DayZ and have paid an average of $30 to play it for 180 hours each on average, right? Given those numbers, $30 to buy the game, 180 hours to play it, how is it easy to justify $27 for a map for that game when most people bought the game for $30 and that included the whole game? And now it includes 2 maps as well. Like, it's hard to stand there and say $27 for Sakal is completely fair. Oh, by the way, you paid $30 for the game itself. You know, of course, there's inflation involved. That's very true. But DayZ's also a 10-year-old game, more than a 10-year-old game, 10.5-year-old game. And I don't think it's all inflation. You know, like I think it's a lot to do with keeping the lights on, keeping the servers running, whatever else it might be. But also future investment in Behemoth. You know? I don't think, like, if it were inflation, I bet most of the time DayZ is bought, it's bought when it's 40% off. So what's the average cost even now? Like, DayZ hasn't inflated, you know, like, it has since it was early access alpha, you know, it was like £20 or something when it came out in 2013, but nonetheless, it's not just inflation. There's more, like, there's more tacked onto Sakal than inflation, whatever it may be. You've got to bear in mind that the amount of work that went on to make DayZ was substantially more than the amount of work to make Sakal, right? DayZ's had to have so much more work go into it. It's had to, from December 2013, well, before then, from let's say mid 2013 until around 2018, there was 60 or 70 developers working on DayZ. That's 5 years worth of a big team working on DayZ. How many people have worked on Sakal? A handful? 10? You know, like, and it's not had 10 years worth of development, it's had 1 year. It's not a comparable thing to just put it down to inflation, you know, it's not the same. Like, it's been worked on by a small number of devs who are very talented and are working crazily hard, and I really like Sakal, but that doesn't compare to the full price of the game, which has had a decade's worth of development from a much bigger team, way more things put into it across the whole game and not just the map. Actually didn't want to come this way. I was going to go the other way, but now I've gone this way. Oh, dude, you bought DayZ by selling a skin in a game. That skin's now worth $600. Oh, dear. Why are we talking about NFL when they're... Sorry, why are we talking about DayZ when there are NFL games happening in 5 days? No, I don't disagree, but comparing the value of things against comparable things is the way to get against, you know, like comparing the cost of Sakal against the cost of DayZ, comparing the cost of Sakal against the cost of Arma Reforger when it released, and so on, you know, like that, they're legitimate things to do, despite the fact that I agree with you, you know, like I said yesterday, like that video game for the Mega Drive in 1991 was £40. And we're complaining about games that cost £40 or £50 now, 30 years later. You know, like, they haven't increased in value in the same way as other things, but you can still compare, like, the cost of a DLC from one company to another and what's in the DLC and compare it to the cost of the game. That's still valid. There are a lot more costs with a PC game than just buying the game, obviously, you know, that. The cost of the equipment that you play it on, the cost of your subscription to the internet to play it, the cost of your electricity, the cost of wherever you're living that your PC goes in. It's not as simple as that, obviously, you know, it's like there's more goes in, but nonetheless, I kind of agree with what you're saying, but it's a bit more complex. That's really good. If we're going to do the quest that I was hoping to do, we need a radio. And we need a spark plug. I don't know why I took that, but I did. I'm going to go back to the coast. I'm going to look around the industrial area of Svetlo a little bit, but I actually want to go along the sea towards Berezino, just in case I find a boat that has a spark plug in it. I could get really lucky, couldn't I, and find a boat with a spark plug. If that were the case, all I would need is I've got the radio. I just need a battery for the radio, you know. So maybe we could look for that. Price of Sakal is nothing compared to the microtransactions the other games rake in each day. That's very true. Gaming has changed a lot. That's true. But that doesn't mean you can't compare the price of Sakal to the price of Livonia, or the price of both to the price of the game, or to the price of Armour DLC and what's included in the Armour DLC for the money you get, or what's included in other games DLC. You can still make like-for-like comparisons, can't you? And there's no right or wrong. But the value of something is very much a personal thing. One person's, it's only $26.99 and I'll get more than 100 hours out of it, that's great. It's another person's, holy fuck, that's a lot for me, I can't buy it for 6 months, you know, that's just the way it is, isn't it? I'm just looking for a battery at the moment. FYI, I think there's a battery in the head torch. You're probably right, actually. Yeah, you are. That's good, isn't it? So we've got the battery. Well done. You're on the ball there. We've got the battery. So if we could get ourselves a spark plug here, we could be well on the way to having a boat. Having a boat and getting the keycard when I don't have a gun seems a bit of a weird scenario, but nonetheless. Does Keycard only appear on modded servers? Yes, this is it's a modded adventure we're trying to do. This is a modded thing. It's not in the regular game. Trying to press and hold R to reload. Oh, I didn't pick the bullets up. That's why it's not reloading. The thing with games that have got microtransactions and whatnot is that they're more like gambling. You know, like it's not. Like comparing how much somebody might spend on Raid Shadow Legends or whatever it's called. It's an absolute horseshit system there. It's an absolute crazy, like mobile phone games where they hook you and then you have to pay to really carry on playing, or pay to progress, or pay to play, really, you know. They're really annoying and people get hooked on them, but that's more like a gambling mentality, you know. It's not entirely a fair comparison compared to like regular gaming, which is has much more scruples and is much more of a reputable thing, I think. It's just a tricky thing. I don't know. I think sometimes people high up in companies, and streamers and YouTubers and anyone else can all do this. Maybe I do too, I'm sure. But if you're high up, you can lose your finger on the pulse for what your actual customers think, and only believe what you think. And maybe that's right. Often the customer is not always right. Customers can be wrong. But if a large amount of your customers feel that your product is a little bit too highly priced, it's not always the best answer to say, you never had it so good. We only made 10 cents per hour or something, you know. That's not quite what you meant, obviously. I know, but you get what I mean, right? There are sometimes better ways to sort of say what you mean. especially since there may be other revenue streams not included in that. I don't think it's as simple as that, personally. I think there was no sales for Livonia included in that for a start. You know, like Livonia sold, it must have sold more than 1 million copies. There was how many hours played on Livonia? They were all paid for at additional cost. You know, it's a little bit more complex than that, isn't it? You know, and that's the most simple example. You know? Did you hear a bunch of gear will not spawn in Livonia anymore? Yeah, well, they're trying to make it so that some things only spawn on certain maps. So, for example, I think the AS Val doesn't spawn on Chernarus. You can only get it on Livonia. And the VSS, I think, is Chernarus, but not on Livonia, I think. And there are other examples as well. So, they're trying to make each map have its own flavour, its own feel. I don't really mind that, you know, like, I think that's kind of an okay thing. One of the recent ones, Tom, or not? Was it one of the early ones? There may have been a spark plug in one of the train cars. The one on its own. What, that one? Did they go there? These zombies are a sucker for the straight ride, yeah. I don't think I went to this one, did I? So there must be another one on its own, I don't know. Oh, I'm not running all the way back there. Pulled her on the TV. Is it on Amazon, Cal? On Amazon, this stream might be ending early. Cheers, Garrett, dude. Hope you're good. Yeah, I'm alright. It's on TNT, is it? Yeah, it's not on the TV for me then. That sucks. Bison and the AK-74 will not be on Livonia. Yeah, I don't think that matters too much. I think that's kind of cool. Like, there's so many guns in DayZ. I'm not too bothered if. I think it's like a good mission. Like, if you want an AK-74, you have to go on Chernarus to find it, or if you want the gun that's only on Livonia, you have to go on Livonia to find it. I think that's kind of cool, really, myself. Holy shit, I'm honest. Fuck me. That's crazy. A crazy situation to be in. No comments about the updates to the base game that came along as a result of Sakal, winter boats, foxes. They're all very good things, JB Rocket. I think they're all very good things. I think if you're talking about the tweet I wrote earlier, then that would be included in the fact that I really believe the devs are doing a very, very good job, right? Like, I tried to balance what I wrote on Twitter about them doing a really good job whilst being a bit cuckolded by the fact that they don't really have the people enough to do the job, if that makes sense. You know, like when the game launched, when the game was in early alpha and whatnot, there was 80 people working on it, and it's felt like there's been less than 10 for a long time. It might be more now though, but what they've done with Sakal with a limited amount of people is really good. I really like Sakal, and I like a lot of the features that have come from it. But if they had a bit more investment into the team, they could do more, couldn't they? Sakal could have launched, and they could have not just done Sakal to a higher level, but they could have made some changes to Chernarus, for example, to make the boats, like the boats on Livonia are kind of pointless. The boats on Chernarus are pretty good, but they could be so much better, you know, like they could put out a little island and make the gas zone boat that's at Riffy on some craggy rocks out to the island that you need a boat to get to. They could add in another island past. They could add Oots in, for example. They could do, those sort of things could have been done if they had a little bit more investment. That's not to say that it's the devs' fault, but also we don't see the commercial side of it. We don't know how much things are made, but they're not happy about the reviews, obviously, of Sakal. But it was a very one-sided point of view from Marek, so I just tried to offer a little bit more, you know. I do really like the features that have come with 1.26, but we get updates on DayZ, right? If we didn't have Sakal and we didn't have to buy it, we would have had a 1.26 update, right? It might not have had boats in it, and it might not have had the cool features in it, but we would have had an update, you know. Like, what my point is that when Armour Reforger came out, it came with a, oh, by the way, here's the roadmap to Armour 4. Here's the future. Here's what's coming down the line. Isn't this great? You know, just recently they announced the release year for Armour 4. There's a future, right? Whereas with DayZ, we're being asked to pay $27 for a DLC map. And that money's either, where does that go? You know, like, that's great. I want to support the DayZ devs making DayZ. But is it going to? Or is it going to help support Armour 4 making Armour 4? I don't know. You know, like, where's our roadmap? Where's our future? You know, like, I don't think that's unreasonable. It might be that the people that aren't so happy about paying the money for Sakal might see more value in it if we had the same roadmap that the Armour players have. You know, why don't we have that? Armour came out 3 months before DayZ. It came out in September 2013. DayZ came out in December 2013. Why is their new game coming out in 2027? We're buying a DLC that might be supporting the development of that game for all we know. Where's our future, you know? That doesn't seem an unreasonable point to make, you know? Like, I think that's fair enough. In the last 10 years, DayZ has sold more than Armour. So why is it always the second-class citizen for Bohemia? I agree with that though, Recycle, so I've been saying that forever. We're likely to see DayZ 2 as an offshoot of the spine of Armour 4, you know. Bohemia are, and again, so I'm playing devil's advocate some in what I've just said, that Bohemia are going to, and I said the same yesterday, they're going to make the chassis for DayZ in Armour 4, and then hopefully we'll get DayZ after. And if you're owning Bohemia, you're not really going to want to say, oh yeah, we've got Armour 4 coming 2027. Don't worry, DayZ fans, we're already working on DayZ 2. It's coming in 28 or 29. It might hurt the sale. Oh, why am I on DRL? That don't make sense. Okay, yo. Okay, yo. So I joined Dear Isle in my excitement rather than joining Livonia. He wanted me to kill him. Right, let me join the right one. But yeah, I still understand, like, the likelihood is that if there is another DayZ, we probably need to see Armour 4 first. But that doesn't change the fact that there's a whole swathe of Bohemia's gaming community in the dark about what happens, being asked to spend £27 on a DLC for a game they might just decide to drop next year, you know, like, we don't know. Like, I know Talus, who works at DayZ, has said that they're thinking about DayZ for the next 10 years, but a lot of the times in the last 5 years with DayZ, it's felt like one bad year or something doesn't sell like it does, and that's it, you know, like, it's not felt as rock solid of a future as Armour has, you know. When do you think you will give up YouTube and streaming? Honestly, goes to the living. I think probably after I've finished moaning like this and everyone's bored of listening to it. No, I don't think most streamers know the answer to that question. Much like anybody else that's in... I don't want to make this sound really big and clever, but if you're in the entertainment industry in some way, whether you're a comedian selling tickets to shows or whether you're a douchebag streamer... like streaming on Twitch or YouTube. Like, I'm not trying to make myself sound as big or as clever as a comedian or something, but you don't get to decide when you don't do it anymore. Your audience does, you know. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully a while yet. I ain't seeing no... I think that might be it. Still useful, actually, but I think that might be the spark plug. That was the solo one. That's the solo one. Do you celebrate Thanksgiving? No, there's no Thanksgiving in the UK. We don't have like an ability to thank the patriots and the founders and the people that gave them food when they arrived and whatnot, because mostly we were already here being invaded for about 1,000 years. We'd have to have a like I don't know how many Independence Day the UK would have to have, like from the Normans and the Romans and the Saxons and the Vikings and the fuck knows who else, you know, like there'd be quite a lot of Independence Days, you know. But wasn't it in the English invading the USA? I think there's a difference between invading and founding, isn't there? Like, I don't think that quite equates, does it? Like, it wasn't like there was a load of US citizens living in America before the Brits got there. That's not how it works, is it? You know, like, when we were invaded by the Romans, there was people here already. It wasn't the Romans and then we kicked some of the Romans back to Italy. That's a different thing, isn't it? You know, like, very different. By the way, we're very glad. Thank you, Italy. We know we've got good roads and plumbing. Thanks to you. I understand there was Native Americans, but that's not the same thing, is it, Dan? Right? Like the war wasn't between Native Americans and Britain, was it? That's obfuscating the facts, isn't it? That's not what the actual Independence Day was celebrating, was it? It wasn't the Native Americans versus England, was it? That's not a very fair point, is it? It's something that obviously is an incredibly big deal to America. Obviously it is. And Independence Day and the time, and it's a huge thing in your history, and obviously it should be. But it's not something in the UK we ever think about. And not just because like you would perceive us as losing or something. It's like nobody thinks about it because we've lost so many wars and won so many wars over the history of time. Like nobody gives it a second thought, you know. Nobody cares here. What? What do you want? What do you want? See that? Yeah, get it. Toss that salad. Get it. Get it. You're not getting it. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you can have a nice surprise now. There you go. There's a piece of chicken breast for you. Do you have a microphone? Oh, you bastard. Look, just stand there and let me, yeah, there comes a zombie, look, get it. Will you just die? My chicken's gonna be ruined now, fuck's sake. I didn't want to kill him until I just killed him. Uh-oh. Sounds good when it's indoors, doesn't it? Like, let's hope my chick... He might have spawned with some food as well. I'm firing for food. That's what I'm doing. Ah. He's got food and it's not ruined. And I got more bandages. I'd already wasted some, you know. Sometimes the power of KOS compels you. I could smell loot in his inventrix, and that loot was mine. There you go, look, some people will say there's people shouldn't KOS, it's terrible. Ah, and what I say, well, I know I've got an extra bandage and more food. Alright, I maybe fired a few... Oh, fuck off. Maybe fired a few rounds for this pistola. Yeah, no Mike, no life. Hicks made me do it. That could... Oh my god, there's someone going to it. Fuck. That's the thing there that spawns the keycard. That's the thing that spawns the keycard out there, look. Where the boat's going. That sucks. Don't try to justify your murder. I think there's every reason to justify your murder. Have you ever heard of manslaughter? It's not premeditated if you only come up with the reason on the spot. Of course there's a reason. Mild Bart, thank you very much for the 4 months. Well, Viren, thank you for the Prime. Zupa, thank you. McVader, TFL Logan, Comanche, West Ham, thank you all of you guys. And I've been saving up. Mr. Wert or Mr. Vert, 1978, dude, that is incredibly kind. Thank you for the massive 50 gifted memberings on YouTube. Holy shit, dude! Thank you very, very, very much. That's incredibly kind, Mr. Vert. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Right, how do I shoot this guy? Maybe I could pistol his boat from a distance. Oh man, that sucks. That's the one that we need. If I had a gun with a scope, right, I could shoot that. As it is, I can't even see it. Close. Let's follow. Where's he going to go? He's going towards the end of the map. We can catch him. Come on. It's not like I've only got slugs to shoot at him with, is it? Oh, fuck. He's going the other way. Fucking bastard. We're pretty close. Fuck, oh well, I give up. Some of them were pretty close. Looks like he's getting closer. What is he doing? Oh, bugger. Oh well, we're going to go to Baziki anyway. Do you need full NBC? Lysin, you need to get... There's no NBC that spawns on this map, right? So you have to complete the... You have to do all the treasure card... The Keycard treasure quest. You have to complete the whole thing, and in the very last container, after you've used the last keycard, you get a good gun, and you also get a full NBC suit to survive on that. The fucker's stopped. Back on the boat. Oh, you never know. Wouldn't it be funny if he'd run out of fuel? No, he hasn't run out of fuel. Yeah, probably bandaging from where I peppered him with the gun, right? Maybe some of the water splashed up from one of the shots that landed within about 30 metres of his boat. Yeah, if he went in the gas, he probably had to bandage. That probably is why he might need to bandage. But anyway, let's go. Levi, thank you for the follow. Mr. Vert, thank you again, dude. That's really kind. It's really weird running along the coast from here. Really strange, because like the first thing you see is that. Fuck, there's a dude with a boat! Oh, we need to shotgun him. He looks like a new spawn, so he's probably just gone there to see if it had a... see if it had a spark plug. Where did he go? I think the fucker might have seen me. Where did he go then? Maybe he was going to log out. I'm going to shoot his boat. Somebody was definitely on that boat and then they came our way. They're probably logging out in the trees, aren't they? Hello? Are you logging out in the trees? Are you logging out in the trees, are you? Where are you logging out in the trees? I think he's logging out in the trees. Very nice, lords. Where do I shoot it to ruin it? I can't use the boat to chase the other guy. For the simple, I actually shouldn't shoot it. I won't do, because if I find a spark plug, we can use it. But no, I can't use the boat because I don't have a spark plug. I wouldn't like that if someone did that to you. I wouldn't know if I'd logged out King Quick. If I logged out there, say I left my boat there and I took the spark plug with me and I logged out here for the day. And then I come back tomorrow and the boat's gone. Then I'm not going to know what happened, am I? I'm just going to know the boat's gone. Someone stole it, someone ruined it. I don't know, but it's gone. That's the way I look at it. Fuck him. Fuck him. You're not guaranteed nothing. If you log out, if you leave your boat, tough shit. But not much I can do. Unless we got really lucky. Imagine if we find a spark plug here. Just imagine what dreams may come. I feel like the boating guy looted all of this, because usually you get cans of drink and stuff like soda around these boats, and there ain't no soda. There ain't no zombies either. Yeah, he might have been going up towards the summer camp. He might have been. That's the case, we'll catch the fucker up soon, and I've got one shot left. It only takes one shot to get myself killed in DayZ. Apparently, based on last week when we were playing on Chernarus and I used the slugs in the shotgun, it only takes one shot, and then another one shot, and then another one shot, and then another one shot to kill a guy with slugs. Boats are generally regarded as female. Well, there is that, like, there she blows. I think they're normally given female names, aren't they? Like Daphne's Rising or something. I don't know. I tried to think of a boat name. That's the best I could come up with. They are quite often. I don't know. Maybe that's because the chauvinist man what owns it named it after his missus or his daughter or something. I don't know. I've never really come close to owning a boat in my life, except for like a little dinghy on the Clacton seafront. Single-handedly, eh, Ghost? Yeah, you're right. You're right. No. I've driven one on the Norfolk Broads, blimey. I'd quite like to do that. That'd be fun. I'm very hungry today. I'm enjoying eating healthy stuff at the moment, but I'm very hungry. I liked it better when I was on holiday and I was having like 3 massive meals a day. Ron, yeah, I do. I do watch Wristwatch Revival sometimes, yeah. I come from 4 cows in Rust. What's the point of this game? Build a base. No, that's Rust. And I don't mean that sarcastically. If you want it to be like Rust, you're going to be disappointed. DayZ's much more about the story and survival of what happens looking for gear while you find other players. You can build... On modded servers, there is a much more Rust-like experience available on heavily modded servers. But the base game is more about survival and story and what happens on your life. And you can bury stashes, you can build rudimentary settlements, like rudimentary bases even. Or you can like brick over like fence over a building or something like that. But you don't have to do base building. I haven't done base building to its fullest ever. DayZ's are much more about the survival and the story and a lot less about anything else. So you don't just start with a rock and start twatting things and then gradually grow it and build it and so on. You know, you have to go and travel and loot towns and villages and learn the map and explore and go and find your stuff. You can't craft your own bullets or whatever, you know. Spud Hunter, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Timinator, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, dude. Of course, in a DayZ stream, you're going to see a lot of people being sarcastic about Rust. Likewise, in a Rust stream, you'll see lots of people being sarcastic about DayZ, I'm sure, you know, but they both have their place. They're both good games, but for different reasons. Rust is not my game. So if that guy came here, you'd expect to see dead Zeds. Every time I come in now, I feel like I'm about to start a Battle Royale mode. And DayZ's a more slow-paced game, and there's nothing wrong with Rust, but for me personally, the whole like Rust's core gameplay is more around a group of friends playing together, and like every server's likely to have that one like crew that has more numbers and more players than everybody else, and they're the king shits of that server, and then you have to like play all the time, and someone's checking to see if you're being raided. And DayZ's not like that. You can just play with the loot on your back and chase chickens all day. Badly. It's much... with DayZ, you're not bound to one server. You're not bound to your base that you need to protect. You can have an explore and play around and really enjoy one map one day. You can team up with a mate the next. You can play on another map the next. It's more about the story that you're on and the adventure that you have, and the people that you meet and what they do to you and what you do to them, and a lot less about defending your base against people raiding yours while you're offline, or you raiding them while they're offline, or if you're really lucky doing it all while you're online, you know? Drop zone. I think it will be interesting. True Colours. You won't be able to carry quite so many spare guns for your teammates, but I don't think it will make a huge difference, to be honest, because in an event like True Colours, most of the people in it are relatively experienced, right? So even if you are carrying spare guns and stuff, it's often very common that most of the spare guns aren't needed when you meet up, you know. Usually everybody's got decent gear, and if they haven't, they only need a small amount. Maybe they need a mag, or they need a few bullets or whatever, you know. Like, when you meet up, most people have got good shit, and you make their good shit marginally better, or they make yours marginally better, but I think it will still be very similar. Crickles, thank you very much for the 4 months. Tomty, I've not asked about Lights Out. If there was going to be a Lights Out in December, I think I'd know by now, though, so I don't think there is going to be one. Muller was saying that Serpy had said to him that there might be one early next year. The zombie game. I wanted to kill the hunting zombies because they often have hunting gear on them, so I thought it was worth it. Turns out I was wrong. Excalvador, I get questions like that all the time. I don't mind. Like when you said relationships with other streamers, I wondered exactly what you meant. I thought the TwitchCon orgies were a secret. I didn't understand at first, but I'm not very good at arranging. I've never been to TwitchCon either. I've missed out on all the orgies, apparently. The only team up I've got booked right now is with Jinxie on Monday next week, but I've not been great at arranging collabs lately. So Jinxie's going to be a fun one. The last time we played together was fun. So I had Dems on Monday last week. I've got Jinxie on Monday this week. But on the whole, I tend to play with another streamer once a week. So once I've got that streamer for next week sorted, I'm not really too worried thereafter. Linux, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Crickles, thank you again. And Spud Hunter, once again. Hope you had a good one. You alright, Harry, dude? Good evening. Holy shit. I know I'm starting late these days, but I didn't think it was that late. Oh, are you fucking for real? The zombie game? Let's not do that. It's dark outside. Yeah, it is dark. It gets dark so quick, doesn't it? There's so many Zeds around here. I don't think that fucker came this way. I'm going to have to start punching him to save my knife. Drop zone. I've just got a lot on at the moment. I'm a little bit late. I've got lots and lots of stuff going on IRL the last... well, most of the year, but it's been very busy IRL. Today I had to do my monthly banking. I had to try and fit in a walk. I'm trying to be healthy. It just takes, like, if I'm going to be healthy by going out on a walk and I want to do enough steps, it's going to take the best part of an hour and a half. I got up about 8 AM this morning. I was fairly busy, and I did procrastinate a little bit with those long Twitter posts, I suppose, but nonetheless, I've done some positive shit this morning. All being well, I'll be back to starting at 2. I'm still doing... not Monday. I missed out on a few hours on Monday, but I started yesterday a bit late. I still did 7 and a bit hours. I started a bit late today. I'll still do 7 and a bit hours. You know, it's not going to change the length of the stream. I'll just go till 10 instead of 9, or half 10 instead of half 9, or whatever, you know. 20k steps today. Well, I'm nowhere near that. I'm about 10 and a half, I think. But that's pretty good. Sabbath, I'm sure we'll get one of them going again real soon. I'd be surprised if we don't. Muller and Sauer, that is. Sauer and Muller. I don't really know why I shut that door. Thanks. Is it Suller or Mauer? Oh. I've done 0 steps today, blimey. Not even been for a shit. I'm on like 35 steps, twice to the bathroom. He's done 2 shits. Oh, blimey. Some people are having nice chill out days, aren't they? Leggy, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I'd... there's an element of me that thinks I shouldn't do shit like that because, like, what's the point? But I felt like a worthwhile thing to try and say. I don't know. It's not really a big deal. A lot of people might read that crap on Twitter and think that I'm, like, anti-DayZ or whatever, but I'm very, very eager to very much be for the DayZ devs. But I do feel, maybe it's unfair, but I do feel the DayZ devs have been a little bit let down by Bohemia over the years. They've been underfunded and left on their own and forced to release things early, and I think even Sakala's come out a little early, you know. There was an update within... how long was it till before there was already an update, you know? Like, everything's always released a little bit earlier than it should be, and that's like all games, really, but I don't know. Like, DayZ Standalone released with 3 guns and an absolute mess, whereas Arma 4 is getting years and years and years of paid development with like everyone happy to wait. I guess they did sell Arma Reforger, but nonetheless, I do feel like, as I put in that thing on Twitter, I feel like DayZ feels a little bit like the less than, like, younger brother to Arma. It gets treated less well, or it feels like it does if you like DayZ. Feels like they don't get the same kind of level of respect as the Arma guys do, you know? Nathan, that sucks, dude. Oh, well, that was good, wasn't it? And that might not be true, but that's the way it looks, you know? Like, it's the way it looks. I think, nonetheless, I think DayZ is a massive success story, but there's a hell of a lot that goes into that, you know, like, there's a hell of a lot that goes into that. Like, it's not just the DayZ devs made the game, we bought it, the end, you know. There's an awful lot that's gone into making DayZ what it is today, and not all of it came from Bohemia as well, you know. There's a lot that goes in. I'm not saying I put anything in, by the way. I probably take from Bohemia. I take from DayZ. I'm not trying to say that but what I mean is that an awful lot of the success in the last 4 or 5 years is down to the modding, and it's down to the modded maps and people like John McClane and all the other guys. There's loads of them. You all know who they are. But that's an awful lot of the success of DayZ. Now, the reality is that modding is a huge part of Bohemia's mantra, so they can claim a lot of success with that too, you know. They allow modding on their games, and it's by design to try and encourage things to be made that improves the game for all of us. So they're responsible for that too, but I don't know, maybe the way that was worded or the way it was constructed kind of forgot a little bit about the efforts made by people that didn't get 10p per hour. Like John McClane doesn't get 10 cents per hour for Dear Isle, does he, you know? You seem to be on my Twitch front page today. Tripper, that's cool. I'm going on the Twitch front page proper in December when I do the charity stream. So the last 8 hours, I think till midnight in the UK, the 8 hours on the run up to that, I'll be on the Twitch front page proper. Which should increase the viewership a little bit. So not just on the carousel. I think I should be the front page streamer, which is very cool. I used to be on the backfill for Twitch front page America, but they do it very differently now. So I still am effectively on the backfill for the carousel, but they have so many more people lined up for it now because of the way they do front page. They just let anyone apply, and I think that's much better. So I don't go on it so much. I played Dear Isle on Tuesday, Ying. Yeah, I had a bit of a bad run on it, but I will be doing more of Dear Isle for sure. Jopenberg, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Thank you. Right, I think we ought to make a fire in a sec. I don't really want to be running around blue forever. It's going to cost me too much on the energy. So if we just make a fire. Make a fire, cook the chickens, get 2+ symbols. It'll help me out some, I think. That's cool. Yeah, I think there are still streamers that are effectively backfill for the front page, and I do occasionally go on it. But if you're on the carousel, not many people actually go on it, you know. So what happens if you? I think. Like, just for example, like Sal was on the front page the other day, and he was doing great. He was getting crazy views, and fair play to him as well. He's doing great, and that's great, right? But if you're actually the front of the front page, then some of your viewers are just people that are on Twitch TV, and your stream's playing, and that's going to add to your viewership, if that makes sense, you know? Whereas if you're just, say, third on the carousel, you only get another viewer if someone flicks to you on the carousel, you know, which is much less than someone that's just on the website doing whatever they're doing. I don't think many people really use the carousel. It's still a cool thing though. I'm very grateful to be there, you know, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't make quite the same difference, you know. I was just on this map, an Aussie girl shot me. If you meet her, don't trust her. Oh dear. Don't trust any Aussie girls, eh? That doesn't... I don't know. That's today's proverb, is it? Well, I guess modding couldn't really happen for standalone when it first launched, though, could it, Nonoff? You know, like, when standalone first launched, it wasn't in a condition to have mods. And I would imagine that from Bohemia's perspective, all of their focus went on to making the game DayZ standalone, right? So I'm not saying you're not right, but I know I was only new to the game back then. But from a company perspective, if you've got a modded version of Arma 2, but you're going to make a standalone game, the company's going to put all the focus into the standalone game, surely. Oh yeah, I've got matches. I knew that. I was just testing. Well done. You passed just the tip. You've made it through to the next round. Does TRMZ use VSync in NVIDIA settings? No, VSync is not very smart. I use G-Sync, Blue Waffle, G-Sync. I do limit my frames to 120, but that's not VSync or anything. So my maximum frames in the game is 120. There's no reason to do that aside from the fact that there are a few reasons actually, but if you limit the frames, it can give you more stability. So if you limit them at something that works for you, like if you leave it so it can max out, it can cause a bit more stuttering. Like you might be getting 190 frames, but it might feel like less. So if you limit it at whatever your monitor refresh rate is going to be, say your monitor refresh rate is, I don't know, 165, you could limit it to 165, or if it's 144, you could limit it to that. You know, like. But if you limit it so it has a cap, it seems to increase stability. But I limit it to 120 because my second monitor is only 60 Hz and the preview window of OBS is on the second monitor. And if I don't set those at 120, so my main monitor is 120, my second monitor is 60, and OBS seems to like that. If I don't do that, OBS seems to really cause some trouble. Yeah, but from their perspective, I don't blame them for that, though, right? They, like, obviously, the modding of DayZ on Arma 2 is a huge part of DayZ's history. But if you're a company looking to make money, it makes sense that you focus all of your efforts on the thing you're going to sell, and not the thing that's free that people have already got. Right? I'm not saying you're not necessarily wrong in what you, but from Bohemia's perspective, of course they're going to put all their focus into that, you know. But they do sell DayZ now, but it feels like a lot of their focus goes in other areas and not to DayZ. You know? I've drunk my tea. I really want another one. I might nip downstairs and make another tea in a minute. Right, we've got more cooked Chikiyoto. That's good. I never get much loot here, but I was kind of hoping we might get a lucky sparkler. Sparkler. Kind of crazy with the popularity of DayZ that they didn't treat it like the golden child. I don't know. It's if you just think about DayZ over the years, or not DayZ, but Arma. If you think about the opportunities, Arma is a game. Bohemia is a company that make Arma, and they make other things as well as Arma. You know, I think that's fair. They used to make Mil Sims, that part of BI Sim that was based on Arma as well. They sold that part of the company, but Bohemia came from Operation Flashpoint, and then the Arma games that followed and whatnot. You know. So I guess that's kind of the OG for the company. But just in the last 10 years, you know, like, well, since Dean Hall did Arma 2 DayZ mod, you know, they had the DayZ mod for Arma 2. They went with it and ran with it as a full game. But in the last 10 years, just think of the other things, right? That GPS is actually something I need. I should take it. Like, when they had Arma 2 and then Arma 3, they had Battle Royales for those games. And they had Player Unknown making the Battle Royales. So the first Battle Royale they ever had was Arma 2 and then Arma 3. They had a modder working on Arma games who would go on to make a game infinitely more popular, PUBG, and also H1Z1, H1Z1 Battle Royale, but he would go on to make PUBG, which would... And PUBG in terms of sales and size and popularity dwarfs anything that Bohemia's ever done. And yet, Player Unknown was initially a modder of Arma games. You know, like Arma 2 Battle Royale was inspired by the DayZ Survivor games, and made on Arma 2. You know, like, imagine if they'd captured him to make the first Battle Royale. Like, it could have been that the first popular Battle Royale could have been a Bohemia title. You know, like, there's a lot of opportunities that have come along the way, and I guess the company stays true to its core values, which is armour, military simulators, and then whatever comes from it. You know, I guess that's just what they do. You know. Why is Armour the golden child when 10k people are playing it and DayZ has 40k right now? I think that's a very fair point. One thing to bear in mind is that DayZ is probably more updatable, or has been updated more than Armour 3 has lately, I think. I don't know. But I think that's a very fair point. That's exactly what we're talking about. Why is it? But I think the main reason from Bohemia's perspective would be that they can make Armour 4 and that can be the spine of DayZ. So they can then make another DayZ after. It's much harder, you would think, to make DayZ and then make Armour 4, because DayZ doesn't need as many military weapons, it doesn't need as many military stances, it doesn't need as many vehicles, it doesn't need tanks, it doesn't need necessarily as many flying vehicles. Armour 4 is a much more complex game for them to make. So if they make Armour 4, it's much easier to then make a survival version of Armour 4 and call it DayZ 2. Whereas if they make DayZ, it's much more complex to then make Armour 4. That would make sense, I think, wouldn't it? Like their bread and butter sales may come from DayZ 2 if there ever is one, but it's easier for them as a company to make Armour 4 and then DayZ. Kane, thank you very much for the 48 months. Willem, thank you very much for the membership. That's really kind. Thank you very much. Here's both of you guys. But that's not that's the point, is that a lot of the DayZ player base, the players, probably feel that way. You know, like they see updates about Armour 4 and it being confirmed as a release date. They see that Armour Reforger has got newer tech. Armour Reforger is effectively a buyable demo of Armour 4, right? Armour Reforger's got newer tech and better stuff in it than DayZ has in many ways. Armour 4's got a release date. Yet on DayZ we're buying DLC for a game that came out in December 2013, and we have no future at the moment, you know, beyond being told that there are plans, you know. That is the whole point of what I put on Twitter, exactly, you know, like maybe people buying Armour Reforger bought it and thought, well, this is a bit of a hot mess, but they were patient enough because they understood it was a work in progress leading towards Armour 4. They knew Armour 4 was coming. Whereas maybe the perception of value in Sakal is not so high, because it's cost more than Armour Reforger did. It's only a map, and I don't mean only, because I really like the map, but maybe the perception of value is not there for Sakal, because they're not buying into, well, this is also going to help fund DayZ 2, or getting the new engine on DayZ, or progressing the game that I love in other ways. There is none of that. It just feels like we're buying a DLC for a game that came out in 2013, you know, like, that's... There's a lower perception of value, given there's no guarantee of future content on DayZ that there is in other places, you know. I think that's completely fair. And I think it's not wrong to point that out to people. I think that's fine. Ooh, we have a gun. We don't have a scope, but we have a gun. I do have some bullets for that as well, don't I? Lovely jubbly. I used to hate people that said lovely jubbly. Not hate. Hate is the wrong word. But if someone said lovely jubbly, I used to cringe like fuck. But now it's so long ago since Only Fools and Horses that somehow I kind of it makes me smile inside. Mr. Wirt, holy shit, dude. You are going ham. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, you crazy, crazy mofo. Makes me laugh how many people type exclamation map. I think there's a small number of very dedicated Twitch viewers that like to troll the mods and I with exclamation map command. I think it must be the case. Because people type exclamation map every day, and every day the title of the stream has the map in it. Yet people type it every day. So it must be a troll. It must be. Obviously I knew that was coming. Mr. Wirt, thank you very much. Do you know what, Mr. Wirt? You were so unlucky. If you'd been born 1 year earlier, you would have been born in the finest year ever to exist. Even though I'm only 38 and was clearly born in 1984, I think. Nonetheless, I still think 1977 was the best year. You were so close. People come into Twitch streams and ask what game the streamer is playing. It probably isn't a troll. I think 1 or 2 times it is, but it probably isn't a troll for the most part. I just never really know. But I really try, you know, it's in the title every day. Oldenboon. Oh, dude, GG. Hope all goes well with that, man. $38 would be 86. Oh, fuck. No, it wouldn't. That's not true. Like, yeah, 1984 would be 40, wouldn't it? It would be 40. I don't know why I said 1984, you know. Do you know what? It's a song. I was just a bit thrown by the song. Yeah, of course it's 86. I knew that. Yeah. Yeah, there's a song called 1984 written by that guy with a guitar. And sometimes I default to that. His name's Blunty McBluntface. This is a dynamic train. Unfortunately, it's a civilian dynamic train, so it's probably not going to have very much. But it could have a spark plug, couldn't it? It could have a spark plug. I feel like a spark plug is definitely in our horizons, potentially. We could find one. Bloody McBluntface. I'd have thought that'd be Snoop Dogg, or would it be Willie Nelson? I don't know.
Resubscribing.
3 dogs, dude. Thank you for the resubscribing. Very, very kind. Thank you. Kay Mosney, thank you for the support as well. And Mr. Word, thank you very much, dude. That chicken is making me hungry too, yeah. No spark plug. Some of the boat seems to be missing. Spark plug? Bullets though. Got bullets. I need another tea. I'm going to go and make another tea. When I went out for a walk and it was really cold and I was not wearing the appropriate attire. I was wearing a long sleeve shirt and then a North Face rain kind of jacket, but it's not really got any lining, so it's not really suitable for this time of year. I had gloves on and a hat on, but nonetheless, I was fucking frozen. And I keep doing it every day at the moment. I'm going out with the same coat because it's on the peg by the door. And it's easier than finding the coat that I should be wearing this time of year. And I keep doing it. And then I freeze my nuts off for the whole time I'm walking when I could have just gone upstairs and got a different coat. Slash, it's probably not even... That's not true. It's probably just like at the back of the hooks and I don't look for it. I'm going to wear my winter coat tomorrow. That's it. No good. .5 degrees in Cheltenham snowed the other day. Well, it's meant to, according to my phone, it was 6 degrees here, but it felt really cold out on the walk. The wind just makes it feel colder. Now, I know there'll be people watching. There always is. If I say it's hot in the UK, someone in Arizona goes, hot, hot, you don't know the meaning of the word. It's 120 here. Ah! And then if I say it's cold, some fucker in Alaska's going, cold, cold, you don't know the meaning of the word. It's minus fucking 50 here. Ah! Like, you can never be cold or hot in the UK. It's never... Anyway, the temperature based on where you're at makes you feel warm or cold based on where you're at. Anyway, right now I feel fucking cold. I still feel cold. I've been streaming for like nearly 2 hours, and I've got the door closed, the window closed, the aircon's not on, there's no air running, and I still feel cold. There's no such thing as bad weather, just inappropriate clothing. I bet you've arrested some people for inappropriate clothing in your time, haven't you? Down the park, maybe. My mediocre weather is more mediocre than yours. Yeah, it is. We could always put the AC on heat, but I could actually, couldn't I? Do you know what would happen then, though? In about 3 minutes, I'll be going, it's too hot, so fucking hot. Like, that's what would happen. If it's too hot, just get naked. Yeah, I could do. I've not seeked out a new show to watch this week. I've been watching Chernobyl, the 5-part series, and I've just watched the episode where the miners like get completely down to their nothings because it's hot, and then so the miners are completely naked. They've got a hat on and they've got boots on, but they were all cock and bollocked out. Other than that, and then the captain miner comes over with his cock and balls, or should I say his balls and cock. It's just funny. It just someone's just said in the chat, if you're a bit hot, strip down, and I just immediately thought of Chernobyl. He is cool. I've seen him in 1 or 2 other things. The miners captain. He's quite good actually. He plays henchman that you don't know of, number 6 in a few things. I think he's kind of good. Right, guys, I'm gonna go make a tea. What are your thoughts on smallest patches once a month? Some of the patches we have are relatively small, but they take a lot of work because of the amount of bug fixing and the amount of effort that goes in to sort those out. If I'm honest, as far as DayZ development goes, I just hope it carries on. Prescribing what you'd like to see every month or how often you'd like to see things, I just hope it carries on. I hope that the map creators for now are focusing on improving Sakal because there's more work that can be done, I think. But after that, I hope they spend some time on Livonia, the map itself, and also spend some time on the ocean of Chernarus to try and improve that for boats, you know. But how often they do patches and what they're able to do, I don't think is much for us to... I just hope they carry on doing it, you know. Electioneer, thank you very much for the super chat. Right, won't be long, guys. Take me a couple of minutes for the cut. I'm back. Alright, let me just get in the server.
Last month you did not thank me for subscribing. In demand to thank you. I mean hello?
Zetlon, thank you for the 52 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I demand 2 thank yous. There you go. You've had 2 now. Thank you very much. James Daisy, cheers for the raid. Electioneer, thank you for the super chat, dude. Thank you very much. Hi, Fretless. You're right, dude. Making himself early grey. No early grey for me, thank you. Mrs. quite likes Earl Grey. You know what, right? The missus has just called me a salad dodger. Because after 2 weeks of me trying to eat healthily, she's sick of me getting all like eager about it and how I'm feeling and stuff. So now I've had 2 weeks of eating a few vegetables. She's finally plucked up the courage to say she's pretty much just said to me downstairs, right? Can you tell the stream to not start talking about any more health kicks? Because I'm sick of it. Because at your heart, you're basically a salad dodger. So she's not happy that she's having to cook things different than pita breads, and blames people in the chat entirely. The fact that I've just gone downstairs, she's sitting doing whatever she's doing in the front room, and I've gone downstairs and made both of us a cup of tea when I'm the one up here working. Speaks volumes, I'd say, for the for the way things are. Shakademus, thank you for the 31 months. Zetlon, thank you. I think Sacriel just shouts and then he gets brought a cup of tea, doesn't he? Whereas I have to go downstairs and make the missus one while I'm live, you know? That doesn't seem right, does it?
Ready in
Shakademus,
1
cheers for the
month,
support. Dude.
then you can hardly afford tea.
Null, dude, thank you for the 8 months. Thanks for the support, dude. Right, it's going to take me a minute to get in because I'm getting that login bug again. Login timed out state. Fuck me dead. Oh, she can hear that. I know she can. I know she's listening. She can hear what I'm saying. Just that text that you may have heard was her. Sorry guys, I'm still trying to get into the server. This bug is annoying. It's happening again. It sucks. But she just sent me a message saying she's got exposure from walking the dog and no one is allowed to say glycemic index. That's what sparked this conversation. We had one Sharon fruit left, which is a persimmon, is what we normally call it. But anyway, I bought 3 from Sainsbury's yesterday, and she really likes them, but she tends to eat them before I get a look in. So I said to her yesterday, I want at least one of these. We both had one yesterday. They come in packs of 3. She was just taking it just now, and I am fucking starving. So I was like, can we have half and half of that? And she wasn't very happy about that. And then she gave me half. And then I proceeded to say, did you know that this is only like a medium glycemic index? And then she was like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I was reading last night when I was bored on the toilet about glycemic index of fruit. Buy 2 packs. I bought 2 packs at the weekend, Garrett, and they all went. You know, these things get eaten, you know. Lucky she didn't throw half back at you. Well, if it weren't for me walking to the shop yesterday, we'd have had no persimmons. I really like them. They're great. But yeah, actually, this is a really dull subject, but I was surprised. Like, some fruit that tastes incredibly sweet is lower than other fruit that you wouldn't expect. You know, like, I don't know. I found it surprising in terms of how much sugar there are in them. Very dull subject, but there we go. Am I going to watch Liverpool tonight? Vilpom, I'll probably be streaming, dude. I don't think I'll stop. I started slightly late, so if I stop in time to watch the football, I'm only going to stream for 5 hours, which isn't long enough. Neltal, thank you very much for the support, dude. Fruit talk is better than watch talk any day. I disagree. I just ate a whole box of Ferrero Rochers. Hey Google, what's the glycemic index of a whole box of Ferrero Rocher? Google will come back, well, monsieur, you've ruined the ambassador's reception, you greedy fuck. No more texting, okay? If you want to come and host the stream, I'll go downstairs and watch telly and sort out CDs. It's fine. You come up here and do this, I'll go and do that. My Google, which you just triggered, said she didn't understand. Stupid fuck. I hope she does as well. She can't do worse than me. She won't be talking about the glycemic index of shit. She'd be boring you about plastic use. About single-use plastics. She'd be boring you about shit like that, she won't. She'd be explaining why rinsing the milk out... Why rinsing the plastic milk carton out 4 times isn't enough and it has to be rinsed out a 5th. Right, I've got to stop now before I really get in trouble. Ferrero Rochers are good. I like them, pears. Sorry, I really like that kind of Nutella-y sort of flavour. You know, that kind of thing. I like it a lot. They're not very good for me on account of the fact that they have the gluten in. What's the story behind Burnside? It's not really a big deal. The character model looks a lot like a TV character. Oh, it's still outside. So there used to be a show on the UK called The Bill. And there was a character who was a detective inspector, D.I. Burnside, Frank Burnside. He took no prisoners. If this lady here was about to get nicked, he would go, "You're nicked, you slag." that's what he would have done, right? But anyway, so he was a character from a TV show, and he looked a lot like this dude. He looks a lot like this dude, so that's why I call him Burnside. But this dude does have a name. The name of this character is Quinn, I think. Quinn or Quint. But he looks like Frank Burnside. feel a bit tall. Wish I was a little bit shorter. Right, I'm going to loot around here a bit thoroughly, like, because I'm after a sparkler. And I feel like a sparkler could just be anywhere, you know? We don't necessarily need to go into the map for one, we just need to look around the map. Piers Morgan was the pigeon lady from Home Alone. Piers Morgan. that was that lady from Casualty. I can't remember. I want to say she was called Duffy, but she wasn't. Duffy was the other one. She was a character in Irish lady. She was in Home Alone and Casualty. She was. Why does this map look like Sakal? Because it's Chernarus that's got the textures on the ground mapped like Sakal to make it look like it's colder. So it's Chernarus but Sakalified. Brenda Fricker, yeah, she's the one. Brenda Fricker. Never would have remembered her name in a million years. Hi Goss, how you doing? That barrel might have loot in it. I don't think that barrel can have loot in it, can it? I thought it was just a water barrel. I don't know. Doesn't matter though. It won't have loot in it. It's where it spawned. She's 79 now. I guess, like, and if you think about it, she looked like she was probably about 40 or so when Kevin McAllister was still a kid who was home. It wouldn't have been a surprise if Kevin McAllister had romped around New York, staying in a hotel and foiling bandits if he was actually 30, would it? You know, so given that like McCulkin now is like a middle-aged man, she can't not be older, can she? she has to be older. It doesn't make sense. Like, imagine if they'd made that film and it'd actually been 30, you know. They could make that now with a millennial, couldn't they? Home Alone and they're actually 25 and they're not happy. They've got the wrong type of socks. Sorry, millennials. Their socks aren't well above ankle height and they're expecting to wear shorts that day. Excalibur, dude, thank you for the prime. Cheers for coming in. Andrew Paul, I think, is the actor. That was his name, was it? Andrew Paul. 2 first names. Oh, God. Oh, that's disappointing. The first cup of tea I made tasted absolutely amazing, and it was really good. This second cup tastes wrong. It tastes like something's wrong, like I made it incompetently, basically. It doesn't taste the same. It's not as good. It is what it is. There's no such thing as bad tea. Like,
Steve.
a cup of tea is a lot like sex with Mr. TRMZ, you know. There's no such thing as a good cup of tea when it comes to me, but even bad is better than none, probably. But I've rushed it, haven't I? I've rushed it. I think it was the bit where I was being called a salad dodger that put me off, you know. I was so absolutely aghast because I ate some cherry tomatoes this morning. I'm like, what the fuck, you know? I've eaten salad at least 3 times this year. I always rush sex, mean tea. Yeah, and I don't mean to rush, but sometimes it just gets done a bit quicker than I intended, you know. Valhalla, you agreed that Gladiator 2 is not good. I didn't see the first message. Somebody earlier in the week was saying that they really enjoyed Gladiator 2. I kind of want to see it, but I think the cast looks good. It's one of those films that I'm probably not going to see at the cinema. But when it comes out, I'll be kind of excited to just watch it, I suppose, when it's out on stream. What is the deal with some films just never coming out on streaming services? Like Wonka, right? Wonka hasn't come out anywhere yet, and it was out before Christmas last year. Why is that not out yet? I don't know. They just edge people. I'm that bothered. I saw it at the cinema, but why do some films take so long to release and other films come out in like 3 months? Wonka is on Max. I don't even know what Max is. Max must be HBO Max, I suppose. We don't have that. So maybe it's on Now TV, which is our like Sky TV equivalent, but I didn't think it was. I still want you to buy it. So in the UK, we can't stream that unless you buy it. Like, you can't just... Like, even on the paid-for movie service. I bet it'll come out around Christmas. It'll probably come out on... It'll be like a premiere on Sky, like on Christmas Eve or something, you know. Shukal, found your vids on YouTube. Help me cope with some stress, my stress. Just want to say thanks and keep up the great work, dude. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Hope all gets a little bit less stressful. Pissed and broke. Yeah, I agree. It's the way of things, you know. Like streaming when it first came out meant that you could get everything instead of going to Blockbuster. But now it's a bit like if you wanted to hire a film. Like years upon years ago, if you wanted to hire a film, you went to Blockbuster, and like in the UK, you maybe paid £2 or £2, £3 maybe, whatever, to hire your film, whether it was movie, whether it was on. In the olden days, VHS or even Betamax, and in the newer days, DVD and then Blu-ray, right? But nonetheless, you paid your money and you got it. But that was replaced by Netflix, and it was just Netflix, and that was an amazing service, right? Blockbuster's not needed. Now we've got Netflix. Yay! But it's a little bit now, how fragmented it is like if you went to Blockbuster and you got to rent 20 minutes of the film, and then you went to the local movie store to rent another 20 minutes, and then you had to go somewhere else to rent another 20 minutes, you know. Like, you can't watch everything unless you subscribe to about 8 different fucking streaming services. And it's only getting worse. So it's not really progress anymore, is it? It's backwards. Wonka is on Sky Cinema. What, for free, Scooter, or do you have to pay for it? Love Film was before Netflix, yeah, but Love Film was Netflix, Lucas. Love Film turned into Netflix, didn't it? They were the same company. I like how one person says, lol, no, and then everyone else says, yep. It's progress for the streaming platforms, yeah. It's progress for money making, capitalism. Capitalism gone mad, it is. Does PC Specialist ship to the USA? They do not, Devon. Europe only at the moment. Europe's quite a big place, but honestly, going transatlantic with something like a PC would not be wise, I don't think. Like if you had a problem, you'd have to pay to ship it back across, and there's import duties and stuff. It would not be very feasible, dude. So I wouldn't recommend doing that with any company. That's why they don't. They'd have to have a base in America, which they don't at the moment. I wish they did, though. That would be cool. I recommend PC Specialist, Keelan, mainly because they're my sponsor, but also because I've used them as well. So, and obviously I'm very much a fan of them, but I am sponsored by them, so it's have a look if you want to have a look. The Scan, the company you mentioned, I have bought a few things from them in the past, like a monitor and whatnot. They sell a lot more individual parts, and they are a good company. Obviously, PC Specialist are specifically a PC builder, so You're not going to go there to buy a monitor. You're going to go there to buy a PC or a laptop, like built to order. That's their MO. Do you know your record for viewers on a stream? I'm curious, seeing as how you have 300, not even 2K in here at the moment. I like the way you phrased that, Treshmouth. Only 2K. My views on Twitch have gone down a little bit since I started streaming on YouTube. Bear that in mind, right? Obviously, I don't know how many people are on YouTube, but there's more people watching on YouTube than there are on Twitch right now. That much is for sure. My highest ever was about 17,000, but that was across both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. It's a complicated thing, but I've been streaming 9 years, so somebody that followed me 9 years ago might not even have they might not have logged into Twitch for 8 years, you know, like the follow count you have, the longer you've been a streamer, doesn't necessarily equate to your views necessarily. That what really matters is your long-term viewers that are amazing, they're like your backbone, but a lot of your new viewers coming from today or last month, aren't they? You know, like there'll be people that watched me 6 years ago that aren't watching Twitch anymore, you know. But only 2K is a strange way to put it. It's an innocent comment, Trashmouth, you know. And I know you've just said as much as well. I'm not taking any malice in it, but the follow count doesn't necessarily equate to your view count. It never does, you know. What matters really. Same with YouTube. You see channels with 1 million plus subscribers, but when they release a video, 3,000 people watch it, you know, like, oh, I'm doing that. What matters is how many people are watching more so than follow count. People get obsessed with follow count when they're starting out and whatnot, but I don't know what my follow count is on Twitch. I'm very grateful for the people that are here, but it's the people that watch that matter, not the people that follow and don't watch. But yeah, in the last Lights Out, I think collectively it was something like 17,000, but way more. I think it was about 9,000 plus, maybe more on YouTube, and then 7-ish on Twitch from memory. I forget, but it was crazily a lot. I think for Twitch only views, it was the Lights Out before that. There was 11,000 people watching at one point just on Twitch. Which is insanely high, you know. That's crazy numbers for me, but it was during an event, you know. It was a one-off. It wasn't me. It was the event that was generating that. I think I need that. I don't think we need the chicken feathers either.
Hey Paul, hey chat. Just returned from a holiday in Dublin. Next holiday will be the UK. Where should I go? I want to drive the countryside and see a big city.
Oh, fuck me. Rain City, thank you very much. Devon, thank you. Paul Pat, cheers as well. Will Reed. Just returned from holiday in Dublin. Next holiday will be the UK. Where should I go? I want to drive to the countryside. The countryside for the UK, probably you'd look at maybe the Lake District or maybe the Cotswolds. I personally really like North Wales. North Wales is lovely. So that would be around Snowdonia, which is like a national park and mountains and kind of cool scenery. Anglesey Island. I really like there, but I've never been to the Lake District. I've never been to the Cotswolds. As far as what city to visit, you're going to see history in most, but obviously London has got a lot of tourist attractions. You know, you're going to see a lot of history in London that's quite famous, like Tower Bridge and the Tower of London, Buckingham Palace and St Paul's Cathedral and many others. So the city of London has got a bit of history, but there are really cool cities to visit beyond that. Somewhere like York is an amazing place to go. Very, very historic. Lots to do. It's a smaller city. You can walk around it more easily. And it's a very cool city to visit. And it's got like a wall all the way around it, like an old fort wall that you can walk around as well. It's kind of... York is a very beautiful city to go to, but a lot of the centre of York is shops, obviously, you know. Or you could try Jaywick. You could try Jaywick. Cambridge is quite nice. I personally don't really like Cambridge. But I have like a bias. I worked in an electrical retailer in Cambridge, and I absolutely hated it. So I don't like going to Cambridge. I like the people that came into that store. They were from Cambridge, and they were all fuckers. Now, maybe that was just the timing and the store I was in, but nonetheless, it gave me a negative opinion of Cambridge. It is a nice city, though. Personally, Cambridge has got the kind of punts. It's got the universities. It's got a lot of history. The centre looks nice, but as a place to visit, I was more impressed by York myself. That was a good shot. Holy shit. That wasn't on there. It is. I don't have enough bullets for this. Shit, I nearly ran into there. I don't feel ready for this in the slightest, and I keep holding the wrong button to hold breath again. I hope that hit. I don't think it did, but I think I'm dead. I'm really rusty in PvP this week. I really am. A lot of time looting to do nothing there. My last shot got him.
Don't die.
Oh my god. Red flashing. Do with a heat pack. So I'm not even going to go and loot the guy. I can't believe I managed to do that in the end. That's so fucking cool. There's very little chance they can get a spawn back and get back in time for now. I should have enough time to make a fire here. But I'm going to have to because I'm in real trouble temperature-wise. So I just need to get this done. Green coat was fun while it lasted for like 12 seconds. I think it might not be ruined. It's not.
Hello, Paul.
It's okay.
What do you think draws in people to the stream? Is it gameplay? Is it your personality? Me personally, I LKE the accent and of course your sarcasm. TRMZ G heart TRMZ cool.
Big Mike, I don't know. I don't think it's the gameplay. I don't know. I guess there is an element of I'm not like an absolute robot like Shroud, who would be amazing at any game. So there's maybe a little bit more of a like joy when somebody like me wins compared with Shroud, who always wins or nearly always wins. Maybe, but honestly, if I knew exactly why people tuned in, I'd be making loads of money selling a how to be popular on Twitch book, or you know what I mean. But nonetheless, I'm really grateful to do what I do, and I don't know exactly. Some of what you said maybe, but if I said, and if I really thought about it and I came up with an answer, I think I'd sound really big-headed, you know. I feel glad to do what I do. I try to be myself mostly. See how it goes. Cheers for the support, dude. Mr. Towley, thank you very much as well. Jimbo, thank you. Cheers for the support too. I think I have a lot of experience in DayZ, and that helps, you know. Playing a game like DayZ, you need to know about it, I think. I'm not necessarily the best PvPer, but in terms of map knowledge and understanding of the game, I'm probably as much as most anybody else, you know, except Wobo, maybe. Oh, I'm a little rusty at PvP, proceeds to hit crazy shot. I'm glad I did, holy fuck. I did think, it's one of those things, it's a funny thing with the game, but when you miss a shot, it's a bit like goal fists and stuff, I suppose. When you take a shot and you hit it, you know. And I really thought I'd hit that shot, but one of the reasons why I thought I'd hit it is because I took just slightly longer to make sure I hit it, rather than taking an on-the-snap one. So I risked me getting hit to try and make sure I hit them, you know. And
thank you for
I thought I'd made it,
fun.
but nonetheless, you never know until you're up. Thankfully I did. I don't want the slugs. The slugs are dog shit. So a yellow temperature. I just need to wait until I've got 2 pluses, because I can't really leave here without, because of how injured I am. That's really cool though. It's so good to come out the other side there. I'm going to get rid of that. I think they had the same gun as me. I could be wrong, but I think they did. Still not got the second plus symbol completely, which sucks. I don't want it. I'll just burn it. We are really injured though. I must have been close to death. It's a good job I didn't wake up like that and it was Sakal or something, because I would have been completely fucked. Oh, we're warm enough to get 3 pluses. That is good. It might be a BK-18. The sounds. He was reloading, so he probably was a BK-18. But my recognition of what gun is what, I'm terrible at. I'm no good anymore. Years ago, as I played the game and new guns were added, I could recognise the sound of nearly every gun. But in the modern game, they all sound the fucking same. But I think he was reloading after every round, so he may well have had a BK. He might have been chambering after every round, I guess, but I don't think so. It's a repeater. A PU scope on him, that's good. He did have a vest, but I ruined it. Let's not leave that there, just in case he comes back. Can't wear that face cover, Josh Bird. It's not a face cover. That thing that he's wearing, I forget the name of it, but If you put that on, it goes on your head, and then you can't wear anything on your face. Weird. I could vault over that from the other side, but from this side, I'm too injured to vault over it. Ozark mask. Ozark. Blimey. That's a good show, isn't it? What's the condition of this? I have got a number of bullets for that. Damaged. What else can go in there? They can go. FRFC, yeah? Go there. I actually, we talked about it right at the start of the stream, but the stuff with Pep Guardiola seems very, very strange. Like, he looks really, really, really stressed beyond words, doesn't he? Like dangerously stressed in some ways, I'd say.
When's the next event with Sauer and Muller?
No, I did. Well, the event that we do together is the True Colours event. No, nobody knows when the next one of those is yet. No way to know for sure. I did get sick yesterday. Maybe keeping meds would be wise. Right, let's mooch away. I need to go and find myself a new vest. I'm really pleased that we survived that in the end. That could have gone really, really badly wrong, couldn't it? Yeah, like I know he meant lights out, just the tip, but I think I kind of answered that with it. You know, like. Did he have any loot? He had a few things. We got a few things from him, like the Scorpion with the suppressor isn't too bad. The guy did have another mag. Maybe I should go and get that, but I don't think we're going to keep the Scorpion long. We got a few things from them, but not much, really, I'd say. Hi, Dems. You're right, dude. John, thank you for the 4 months. Craig, thank you for the 24. Take the codeine. That's not actually a bad shout, and that's kind of what codeine is for. I just dropped it on the floor, didn't I? Too late now. But yeah, I don't ever really utilise codeine like I should. It would allow me to move right now as if I was yellow health, which would be a benefit. However, I'm going to be yellow health very soon, I think.
Good stream as always.
Yeah, it's all good. We can live with it. Supreme, thank you. Actually, just to come back to the tea analogy, I would say this cup of tea is a lot like having sexy time with me. You know, initially it was disappointing. It was not what I was expecting. But now as it's progressing, I've kind of gotten used to it and I'm feeling like it's okay. It's quite a big cup of tea, which is not similar. But what will be similar afterwards is that once I've finished, I'll ultimately be left feeling a little bit disappointed and kind of shameful that I went through with it. I would imagine, anyway. For those that don't know, I just made myself a cup of tea a while ago and it tastes a little bit not great. Do I not like streaming with a cam? I've never streamed with a cam, Hef, so I don't really know. I just didn't feel I needed one, you know. I normally have a Saki reply, but the honest answer is when I started streaming, like I was on YouTube, I was making YouTube videos and that they don't require a camera, right? So I didn't have a webcam. I was making YouTube videos and I didn't feel I needed one for my streams, so I didn't have one. I've never had one. It's something that some people think all streamers have, but there's loads of streamers that don't have a camera. Or have a camera but don't really use it. You know, it's not that uncommon. And on DayZ, there's Smoke, there's me, there's Sour Sweet, there's Taupe. There's so many others as well. Happy Bombs has a camera but hardly uses it. Same with Armish said. You know, there's many that do and there's many that don't. You know. How does someone mess up tea? Isn't it just hot water in the bag? Do you not make tea very often? Even if you make 2 cups of tea the exactly the same way, sometimes they don't taste the same.
Cheers.
Lyric is a great DayZ streamer that is huge. Who ironically grew initially on DayZ. He is a DayZ streamer. Obviously he's not a DayZ only streamer, but he does play DayZ from time to time, and he did start on DayZ when he was streaming initially, as far as I remember. But he is very much a well-known streamer that doesn't use a cam, for sure. So no hot tub stream. Maybe one day. I've said before, and I'll say it again, I'm still working on my nipple tassel routine. I can make them both spin clockwise, but I'm trying to make one spin clockwise and one spin anti-clockwise at the same time, and until I get that down cold, I'm not prepared to start doing the hot tub streams. Runs on Scotch. Dude, thank you very much for the support. It's Supreme, thank you as well. So I'm looking around here, I'm looking for a spark plug, right? So that's why, otherwise there's no point looting here, really. Bum bum bum! And there goes another streamer loot section of the chat. Do you know that I just made has made my throat go funny. Like my voice has kind of like gone in on itself. A little bit my cock does when it's very, very cold, but slightly different. There we go, we're back to normal. Right, let's go. Let's go back. Let's go back to go forward. I've not got very good gear, really, but we need to go this way. Paul's really horny today. I don't think I am. I just think that as you get older, you get less and less interested in actually doing the thing, and more likely to devolve your humour into that thing, because that's about as much energy as you've got for it. I was always surprised about that. One of my first jobs, I worked in a garden centre, and some of the people that worked there were like literally all they had was double entendre and smut. And I used to think it was a little bit sad in a way, and then I became an older person and realised that it just is that there's only a few types of humour, really. There's basically sarcasm, there's double entendre and smut, and then what else is there, you know? Everything else is just about scatology, I'd say. You know, there's not much. Or maybe if you're a comedian, you can go and say, oh God, I'll get cancelled if I say this, you'll never guess, right? Just imagine if I said this and then they say the thing. Breaks immersion for me. I'm glad we don't see your face. It would give too much away. Well, I imagine it would. Sorry, it would, yeah. I agree. It would break immersion because, like, you know that bit in Star Wars where they blow up the planet, right? Like, the Emperor goes, "You may fire when ready," and then they blow up the planet, and then Obi-Wan says, as if millions of voices all were silenced in the beat of a minute, or whatever he says. I can't remember the exact line, but you know, like, he says that line. It was as if a million voices all got snuffed out in but a second, or something like that. He says, right? If I had a webcam, it would be like thousands of people spontaneously orgasmed all at exactly the same time. And so I'm just a bit worried about the gushing. You know, I'm a bit worried about that. Tarkin says you may fire when ready, yeah. And then Obi-Wan says something along the lines of, like, it's as if the millions of voices were all snuffed out, or whatever he says, right? Like, we don't want any tsunamis, do we? Why is that always forget about the canteen in your belt slot? We're not going to fall for no banana in the tailpipe. I just, why do I always forget? Because I play DayZ on autopilot, that's why, dude. I pick up a canteen, I put it in my bag. 10 seconds later, I don't even know I've got a canteen. Because I'm talking about Obi-Wan and me causing spontaneous orgasms.
Really been struggling
I'm
with
not
my
really
mental
playing
health
DayZ,
recently.
I'm playing talking
You're the only
nonsense.
entertainment that takes my mind away, if only for a bit. Keep being you.
Stormtrooper, dude, I can relate a little bit, believe it or not, but hopefully things get better for you, dude. Hopefully there's better days ahead. Thanks for coming in. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. It was as if millions of voices cried out and were suddenly silenced. That's it, yeah. I don't write Space Wars. I didn't know the line exactly, but you knew what I meant, Forrest. Spontaneous combustion or spontaneous orgasm, you know. But which one is better? There's only one way to decide. My pants are... yeah, they're hidden like that. I've hidden my pants, you know. It's just as well. I had more things there. I've saved space. Thank you, Arctic Fox, as well. Stormtrooper, thanks a lot, dude. I talk about Space Wars and Stormtrooper appears. You know, who would have thought it? I'm playing on modded Rainbow. Like, this is Chernarus, but there's snow. You know, this is definitely modded. Every server I play on pretty much is lightly modded in as far as it's... if I'm playing on something that's modded, it's still pretty much as hard as vanilla in terms of getting loot, surviving, and so on. You know, like, I don't play on really heavily modded servers with infinite stamina and trader bases and loot everywhere. You know, nothing wrong with those servers if you like them, but it's still a survival server. It's just not official. You know. Yeah, Lottie doesn't have a cam. Yeah, there's others as well. There's Joito doesn't have a cam. There's nothing wrong with having a cam. Some people use it really well, you know, like... there's a lot of drama around this particular streamer, and so... well, that's just the way there is, but... Dr. Disrespect, love him or not, let's not bother carrying on that conversation as to whether you do or not. It's just dull, so let's not shit on Dr. Disrespect or whatever. But he used the camera. He uses the camera incredibly well, right? There's no denying that. The way he uses the camera and the way he'll have a different angle and he'll be sitting in a car or he'll be playing PUBG and he'll get on a bike and then he'll have a camera where he's sitting on a bike himself and stuff. It's very creative and it adds to the stream, right? There's no denying that. This is harder than normal Chernarus, Richard. Yeah, it is. It is harder. It's colder. It's harder to survive. You need to make fires. It's a bit like Sakal Light, but on Chernarus. Rogue One, the best Star Wars, even better than the original 3. Josh, I might agree with you. I think I'd have a hard time choosing between Rogue One and Empire Strikes Back as my favourite. Certainly of anything that's been made since I was a grown-up, Rogue One is my favourite by miles. I really like it. Not seen it in a while, actually. I think I might try and watch it over Christmas. Rogue One is really good. They are offering contracts. Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, they're offering contracts to massive streamers, but most everybody else that goes to Rumble, and I'm not trying to start some kind of drama here, I'm not saying I'm pro or against, but most people that go to Rumble go there because they got demonetized on YouTube. That's why I'm sure it might grow and be a really big platform, and I actually think places like YouTube and Twitch need more competition, so that's not necessarily a bad thing, you know, but that's most people that go to Rumble go there because they got cancelled on YouTube. What's my prediction for tonight's game? 6-0. 6-0. Darwin Núñez double hat-trick. Pretty straightforward, you know, and he's absolutely amongst the goals. I don't know. Honestly, Dems, I'm struggling to not just look... This is so stupid, and I said it yesterday. I'm way more concerned about the game on Sunday than the game today. Like, the game against City seems huge at the moment, you know, they're losing all the time. If we can just make them lose one more game, oh my god. Yeah, the game today's at Anfield, the game next Sunday's at Anfield as well. So yeah, I don't know, it's a big game today, playing Real Madrid, you know, they've beaten Liverpool a number of times lately in the Champions League. It'd be nice to do one, get one back, but...
Taking a break from Thanksgiving prep, go TRMZ.
Thanksgiving prep, blimey. It's tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow I am doing a sort of split shift, by the way, guys. I'll probably start a little bit earlier, and I'll probably do something like... This is guesswork, so don't take this as gold. And if Whackgat is listening, you don't need to hold me to account, okay? No promises. But I reckon I'm going to do something like 11 till 2:30. Then I've got to take my mum to an eye test thing. And then I'll come back and do some more stream afterwards as long as I can. But tomorrow's stream's going to be split into two halves. It'll be a game of two halves, it will. Andor's really good Substatica. I enjoyed Andor a lot. It's a really strange thing. I remember saying this on the stream. When Andor was about to come out, I remember saying, who the hell wants to see a series about that particular character from Andor and their story arc? Because you know where they're going to end up. Doesn't seem to add anything to the Star Wars universe. I'd much rather see a spin-off of the two guys that were I'm one with the Force and the Force is with me, you know, like Ip Man. But with hindsight, Andor is the best TV series that there's been for Star Wars. You know, Andor's amazing. Hyperpro, yeah. You think he's losing 4 on purpose just so he can get one back against that? I don't think so. Yeah, Andor Season 2 is going to happen, yeah. It should be good. Ahsoka is your favourite, is it, Matt? I wasn't so keen.
I'm a United fan.
I've never seen...
Liverpool
I
win,
know
but
it's
if you beat
Ahsoka, by
City
the
at
way, don't
weekend,
tell
it will
me.
be very funny to see.
Ahsoka was okay, but I've never seen the animated stuff, which she's in a lot. I've not seen all of the animated stuff, which is maybe why I'm not as warm to the character. But as someone that doesn't know the entire Star Wars lore, but is a big fan of just the films, I've not read the books, I've not seen the animated stuff, but I like the films, right? I like some of the TV series. For me personally, Ahsoka was an opportunity missed because Jedi are boring. Jedi are really boring. Like, they have a set of rules that they have to follow. They're really dull. And the only reason that sometimes Star Wars is really good is because of the bad guys. Like Empire Strikes Back, you know? Like, the reason Rogue One is so good is because it's not following the Jedi around going, we've got a code, we must be do-gooders, we must do this. Let's sit and debate it all and then go to the Federation and we'll have a trade delegation. Fucking hell. The Jedi are dull as shit, right? So Ahsoka... She's like a neutral Jedi. She's not light and she's not dark. She's in the middle. And that means she could have been really interesting. And actually what she did was just frown and cross her arms for 6 episodes. It wasn't actually that interesting. She looked upset and annoyed at whatever. She was neutral by being annoyed at both sides, you know. It was kind of dull. It could have been so much more. Derhok, thank you very much for the 25 months. Right, so the reason we're running back this way, I haven't really talked about it, but once upon a time in a DayZ town far, far away, there was a boat, and I found the boat, and then I shot the boat, and then decided not to shoot the boat in case I found a spark plug. And then I found a spark plug. So now we're going to go back to the boat. I shot the boat. I shouldn't have shot the boat, baby. Shot the boat. I didn't shoot the boat over. So we're going to go and have a look. See if the boat's still there. I don't know if it will be. Yeah, I agree with that as well, Legate. The bad guys in it were quite good. It's a shame that Ray Stevenson passed on because his character looked kind of interesting, didn't it? And they might recast it, but he was very, very good. He was very good as Balin Skull. Him and his apprentice and names and stuff like that don't stand out to me, but they were interesting, and there was some chance for that to be good going forward.
Labrador donated $5. Hi Paul and chat, do you know why blind people never go skydiving? Because the dog is afraid of heights.
Well, fair enough. A dog's afraid of heights. My dog's not afraid of heights. He regularly stands on the edge of the wall without any understanding that if he falls he'll break a leg. He just doesn't care. I think he thinks he's a mountain goat. Labrador, thank you very much for the tip. Good insight. Is it recommended to sprint everywhere or jog? Lolo, it really... If you've got plenty of food, you can sprint everywhere. If you're not very much food, you need to be a bit... If you know the map, you can still sprint everywhere, but you need to be a little bit careful about sprinting everywhere if you don't know where you're going so well, because you're burning energy much more quickly, you're burning hydration more quickly, and if you can't find food in the well easily, it could come back and bite you on the ass, Soka. Dogs skydive often, though. Dismissed. Well, that's the kind of discussion I thought we'd have today when I started the stream. Dogs. Do they like skydiving? Discuss. You know, I wasn't sure if it would come up, but I got it written down on my notes. I thought it might. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I've seen a Labrador with, like, goggles on, jumping out. Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. Cheers for the support. Black Butter. Thank you for the follow on the YouTubes. I like the new Dune films. I saw someone say I was waiting for the good bits of Dune and then it ended. Not everyone's going to like anything anyway. Some people think The Shawshank Redemption is terrible, you know, or like whatever. But I really liked both Dune films. I thought the first one could have been a bit more evil, but I really liked both. I really want to watch the second one. I've seen it, but it's now available to watch on Now TV. And my missus has not seen it, so I'm kind of eager to watch it, but I have to stream to you fuckers, right? So by the time I finish the streams every day, she's too tired to watch a film that's 2 hours plus long. So if it weren't for you fuckers, I could... I don't mean that, obviously, but yeah, I need to try and get myself to watch that with the missus at some point. She's not seen it.
Andorra Season 2 will start on the 25th of April 2025. Also keep up the great streams. Awesome. The Stone Age welcomes RunningManZ. I hope this £5 helps.
Stone Age, dude, thank you for the support. That's very, very kind. Cheers. The Stonehenge. Stone Age. The Stone Age. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I remember the Stone Age well. I preferred the Bronze Age myself. I liked the phalanx defense. But I liked Dune a lot. I thought it was really good. I'll quite happily watch Dune 2 again soon. What was that? One sec, guys. Did you watch any of the older Addams Family films? Well, I saw the films years ago. They were alright. They weren't. They were kind of cheesy, kind of films of their time, but they were okay. What did I think of the show? I saw Wednesday. I quite liked it. It was okay. I don't know where I'd rank it amongst all the shows out now. It wasn't Slow Horses. It wasn't The Penguin or anything, but it was alright. It was kind of. It made me smile. It was kind of okay. I quite liked the way it was done. The girl that plays the lead role and the girl that plays the best mate are both good in it. Native, well, thank you. Cheers for coming in, dude. Appreciate it. Right, we need to get Zed. I need to make a fire before we get on this boat, if the boat is even there. The boat might not be there, but we shall see. If you could meet anyone in history, who would it be? I'd like to meet me when I was younger and stop me from gambling. I don't know. Who would I meet in history? It's a really tough question, that. Like, I'm not very good with celebrities, like looking at, like, maybe somebody like Winston Churchill would be interesting. You know, Winston Churchill on a drinking evening, just so you could hear some of his withering put-downs. You know, like, I don't really know. Like, it's really hard, but Churchill might be an interesting one. That's exactly right, Kaya. If I didn't make those mistakes, I wouldn't be here now. That's true. There is only one right answer. Come on then, O10. I'm waiting to hear. Is it George Lucas? I'm waiting to hear what the one right answer is. God almighty, it's not like I'm streaming or anything. And phone won't stop going. Vincent van Gogh. Founder of the Volkswagen company, I mean. George Lucas before 2014? I don't know. I think George Lucas after about 1988 would be okay. Did you see some of the shit he did? Like, The Phantom Menace was not good, dude. That was in the 90s, you know? Like, meeting George Lucas straight after the first three and saying, don't bother, George, just leave it as it is. If you want to take that road, I'm actually glad that the prequels were made. I'm glad that the ones that are on Disney are on Disney, as much as I don't like some of it. Rogue One is the best thing that I've seen on Star Wars personally, and Andor is the best series by miles. You know, I'll happily pay the price of some mediocre stuff. What was the most recent one that was on there with the writing that was like not even done by AI? That was terrible. But nonetheless, I'll take it because there's been some good shit. Right, so my plan now is to make this fire, get the third plus symbol, get on the boat, pilot the boat, listen to the radio, find the Find the first key card using the GPS. I don't have a map, which is a shame, but we can use the GPS. Well, I think the car will end up free like Livonia did. Maybe one day, Codes, but not for a good while. Like, it's not that expensive. It's not cheap, don't get me wrong, but it's not that expensive. That, like, let's say they made it free in 5 years. What is it now? Like 20... In the UK, it's about £22.99. So, £4, just over £4 a year. I think you're going to get more value out of it than that, rather than waiting for it to be free in 5 years. You know, like, personally, anyway. But right, sorry, I'm back. Let's get this in the water. So somebody left this here. I think we saw the person that left it here. We either saw them or we saw someone trying to use it. I left a right floater the other day. It's all the eggs.
After careful thought, the answer to your so-called popularity is simple. The unending disgorging of tripe, dribble and claptrap, delivered with indifference, serves to show that even unexceptional mediocrity can work. It gives those of us trapped in the dullness of adequacy that we might...
I'm glad that cut off. I don't think I'm going to read the rest. I might just end it all. The dullness of mediocrity was that. Hang on. Let me start this, and then we'll have a read. That's not good news, is it? It's almost like someone shot the engine. It serves to show that even unexceptional mediocrity can work. It gives those of us trapped in the dullness of adequacy that we might succeed. It gives those of us trapped... You are a purveyor of hope. That'll do, Pip. That'll do. Fucking dead. Right, let me... I've got my pencil ready. Tyler, yeah, we talked about it, or I talked about it right at the start of the stream. It seems... Actually, honestly, it's a little bit concerning just how stressed Pep Guardiola seems to be, you know, like... I know managers get stressed, and I know he's a very serious man, but to be literally clawing at your own head and causing us... It's only a minor cut, but clearly he was so frustrated at going 3-0 up and then drawing 3-3 that he's literally scratching his own head with his hands, you know, like... It does imply a level of stress that's not what you'd normally expect to see, doesn't it? Like, honestly, I'm a Liverpool fan. I'm sure there'll be people out there laughing at it. But I think it's not a good thing, you know. I hope he's okay, you know. I know he's come out today and apologised because he was maybe making a joke about demeaning self-harm. But I don't think he was. I think he was really stressed. Just seeing him in the interview. He looks really stressed. He looks he looks like he's not 100% thinking straight. And he's a multi-millionaire doing a job that he loves, but also there's a lot of stress there. Clearly, it got to him yesterday. Well, he did apologise afterwards, but the reality is he did that to himself. It's like he's apologised today because he didn't want to make light of self-harm, but he wasn't making light of self-harm. He was clearly really disappointed and stressed, and he did it, you know, like, that's not good, is it? You know, the real problem here is not that. He clearly is very stressed, you know, that's a serious thing, you know, that's not good, is it? Right, there's another lighthouse out here somewhere. I need to go to the lighthouse that I can get to. And self-harm is a thing, but he wasn't making a joke out of it, was he? Like, he didn't scratch his face to go on to the camera and make a joke, did he, at all? That's the point. It's not good. Like, you wouldn't expect such a top-tier manager, stressed or otherwise, to do that. Did I get NBC already? I'm not going to this, dude. No, I'm nowhere near. I'm trying to find the first keycard. I'm actually relatively a new spawn. Yeah, self-harm isn't new. It may be more common, maybe, I don't know, but it certainly existed. I've known people that have hurt themselves and cut their arms and stuff 30, 40 years ago, you know, like, it's always been a serious thing, but I don't think he was doing anything to demean it. DayZ's 50% off until the 4th of December, is it? Wow, that's good. Right, where's the... I thought there was another lighthouse out here. Maybe the lighthouses move. Oh, it might have been near Berezino, actually. I think it probably was. So I actually shot the engine of this with a shotgun, one single shot, and that's why the engine's flashing. So if this gives up, it will be me that caused it. Arctic Fox, I am taking it seriously. Like, I don't believe Pep Guardiola was making light of it in any way. I think the reaction by the media to try and suggest he was belies the fact that he did self-harm straight after a football game. That's the thing. I am taking it seriously. I don't think the media is. They're trying to maybe make it out like he was taking the piss out of people. He wasn't, was he? I know how to do it, VKTR. I've done it before. I just couldn't remember where the first oil rig is, but I think it's kind of in line with Berezino, so we're nearly at it now. We'll probably get a load of frame drops in a second, and then we'll be there. It's on my right. No, that's a boat over there, dude. See, I just find it strange how people react to stuff now, but Pep Guardiola is a very, very rich and successful man. So, like, when I saw the interview and saw him say, I wanted to do it to myself, as in the scratches on his head and his nose, right? I instantly thought, fuck me, that's bad. I feel bad for him. I know he's just lost a football game and it's football and it's not that the end of the world, but, like, anybody that goes to work and has a bad day and then does that to their head, that's not a good thing. Just because he's a football manager, everyone thinks that he's taking the piss or he should be pilloried for making light of something, you know. Whereas if it was anybody else that was coming home from work, they'd be going, fucking hell, are you okay? You know, like, it's not right, you know. He clearly shouldn't, he's not wanting to do that, and he did. I've never seen that before. I've never seen anything like it, like in football, in terms of... I've seen managers have, like, tirades. I've seen managers clearly stressed. I've seen Kevin Keegan absolutely lose his marbles and love it if we beat them and all that. There's been so many things over the years. I've seen Eric Cantona go flying into the... kicking into a fan, right? That lots of things happens, but I have never seen a manager give an interview where he's scratched his own face at the whatever has caused that, you know. I'm a bit worried there's a boat there. There is a boat there. So somebody's looting that.
Are there DayZ events in style of Hunger Games, where the viewers could buy in-game gifts to their favorite players?
There aren't, Flinkman. It sounds interesting. I feel personally that buying in stuff would be a double-edged sword in some ways, but it would be cool if there was a DayZ Hunger Games type event with more survival as well as PvP and stuff. Exactly, Mongrel. I don't feel he should have been apologising today. I don't understand. I feel bad for him, despite the fact that he's rich and he's a manager of a club that Liverpool are competing against. It's only a game, right? It's not something that I want. I think I'd like to see anybody doing because they're having a bad day at work. It's not good, is it? Flinkman, thank you very much for the support, dude. Evil Monkey, thank you. Doomstickle, thank you for the raid. What I thought was a boat may not actually be a boat. That's definitely a boat, though. Maybe somebody logged out. Oh, how funny would it be if we just ruined that boat? Somebody could have logged out there with their boat. They could have done, right? They've logged out. And they're going to log back in on that later. I think the engine's ruined there, isn't it? I can't really tell, but this is fucking hilarious. Why not take it? I don't care. I just love the idea of somebody coming in and then it's ruined. It's just fucking hilarious. If I ruin it entirely, then it's going to disappear, isn't it? That's ruined the right floater. Fucking 6. That's so evil, but that's fucking hilarious. Now somebody logs in on that boat. Somebody logs in on that boat and they're just in the ocean and they'll die trying to swim back. That's so harsh. But if you're going to log out on a boat, tough fucking shit, you know. Play the game. Beautiful. I'd love to be here when they come back. They might be on there looting it, but I don't know why they'd leave the boat so far away. Let's be fair, we're doing a service there. We're doing a service because now that boat that nobody else could have is going to respawn on the coast. So what we need to do now is wait until we hear a message on my radio. That's what we're near this oil rig for. I could loot it. I've no idea what the loot spawn's like, but I feel like if I get out of this boat now, I'm destined to lose it. Based on what I just did to somebody else. Let's turn the radio on. So I just need to listen for a radio message, and in order to hear it, I need to be, God, if this sinks, within 200 meters of this here, so I can hear it from where I'm at. I just need to wait for the message. The transmission, I think, plays at all the oil rigs, doesn't it? Just the tip. It only plays once every 6 minutes, I think. I thought the message played at all of the these oil rigs. It's a modded server out. You don't need to be halfway up the ladder, DayZ. I've done it from here before. Maybe we could go and loot the oil rig, I guess, but... It doesn't play on all of them. JB has been at one oil rig for 2 hours and didn't get a message. So there's 4 oil rigs, one of them's down by the prison. Okay, I'm just going to carry on. So, what we're trying to do when listening to for the oil rig, we're trying to find the location of a life buoy, which is like a floating lifesaver for people. Like a little floating room. We actually saw that at the start of the stream. It was near Svetlo, but it moves a little bit like helicopter crash site. So, somewhere along the coast is the life buoy thing. So, while I'm by one of the oil rigs, a message will play giving you the location, the coordinates of where it is. If I can't find the coordinates from an oil rig, I can just drive the boat around until I see the buoy, and then I can go loot it. So we might find it another way.
Hope you've been well.
I probably should have stayed there a bit longer than I did, but I'm a little bit worried another boat would turn up. I'm not that geared. And if we just keep moving, the life buoy spawns fairly close to the coast. We started at Baziki, so I know I'm going to see the buoy anyway. I don't even need the coordinates. If I just keep about this far out from the coast and keep going around the edge, I'm going to see it at some point anyway. Beanspark, thank you. Eric, thank you very much as well. Darkness, thank you for the new sub. Is it oil that's blinking on the speedometer? No, that engine's flashing because the engine is damaged. because it was shot by a shotgun-toting twat. Isn't there good loot on the oil rig? I don't think it's amazing. I maybe could have looted it, but I'm not trying to loot oil rigs. I'm trying to get a key card. Oh. Loot is garbage on the rig. Oh, okay. Someone asked me a second ago to explain the symbols in the bottom right hand corner. So, starting from the very bottom right, the first one is health. It's the most common way that you die. If your health goes down to red and then it goes down below that to 0, you die. You lose health by being hit by zombies, hit by players, shot at, getting too cold, getting too hot, not having any food so you starve to death, not having any water so you dehydrate to death, but you normally die due to health loss more often than not. The next one is blood. You obviously lose blood every time you bleed. If you get cut by a zombie or a player or you slide down a ladder, you bleed. You can die to blood loss, but it's much rarer. It can happen, but it's rare. Usually it happens if you get shot by a geared dude and they don't kill you for whatever reason. Maybe they shoot you a couple of times with a shotgun and you wake up with 6 bleeds and you don't get them all bandaged before you die. Or maybe you've only got 1 bandage, it gets ruined, or you use it and you don't have another, and then you get hit by a zombie and you're bleeding out. Or it can happen, but very, very rarely. But blood directly affects health. So if your blood is high, when your health is low, it regens quicker. If your blood is low and your health is low, your health regens slower. You have to wait. As your blood gets higher, your health regen gets more as well. Next symbol is temperature. On colder maps, you need to manage that more, like Sakal. The plus symbols next to those imply that I've sat near a fire and given myself a heat buff, which will keep my temperature warm. So you sit by a fire, you warm up your core temperature, and then you don't need to sit by a fire for an extended period thereafter. Playing on Chernarus or Livonia, you don't need to worry too much. If it goes light blue, you're burning more energy and hydration. If it goes dark blue, you're dying. If it goes yellow, you're a bit hot, you're burning hydration. If it goes red, you're dying. The next one is apple. That's how much food you've got. The higher it up is, the better. You want full white if you can. And that's how much energy you have, so from eating food. Next one is hydration, the same thing but water, or cans of drink, or whatever. And the last one is just a wet symbol, which implies that my character's wet because it's snowing and I'm in a boat and there's water all around. That's it. Robert Shaw, thank you very much for the follow. We're going to need a bigger boat, dude. Austin, thank you very much for the support as well. Whacker, well, I appreciate that's what you think of me, but num. I've got, so yesterday I had a lamb steak. It came as a pack of 2. So today's the second one, and I've got Anya potatoes and cherry tomatoes. So today I'm actually having the same meal as yesterday, but it's still pretty good. Mainly it's pretty good because it's not got pita breads in it. I didn't forget about anything, Lemon. The guy in chat asked me to explain the symbols in the bottom right, so I explained the symbols in the bottom right. I'm not going to go through and try to report all the other options that could be there, like a broken leg or a damaged leg with 1 hash and 2 hash and 3 hash and all the others, germ symbol and whatever else. You know, there's others, right? Do I prefer lamb over beef? I like them both. Like, I have, usually, Monday to Thursday, I eat an evening meal while I'm streaming. So I tend to have something beef, like steak or something once. I probably have too much meat. I am, after all, a salad dodger. I just ate a cherry tomato. But I might have beef one of those 4 days. I might have chicken one of the 4 days. I might have lamb. You know, I've had lamb twice because it was a pack of 2. But yeah, I like beef. I like steak a lot. If I'm in a restaurant, I'll probably have that over lamb. But I don't really want to have steak every day. I'm not Jordan Peterson. Right. Still not seen the thing we're looking for. Not seen another oil rig yet either. I eat steak 90% of meals, and your name's Dogs. Do I pick the Thanksgiving football games? I should do, yeah. Redline is... I don't know if he's... like. Redline is not here. Redline is the mod that does the... football picks with me. I'm going to have to send him them on a message because... hope all is going well with it, but his missus is having a baby. Like, pretty much right now, as far as I know. So, hopefully all is well with that. You're trying to feed me the food my food eats. Paul Crampton, no worries, dude. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the super chat, dude. So we've not seen another oil rig. I'm guessing there's going to be an oil rig by Electro and an oil rig by Cherno and then an oil rig by... I know there's one by the Prison Island. Honestly, I thought we might have seen the... I thought we might have seen the boy by now anyway. The little summer camp there. Maybe we should just check that summer camp while we're here. I might go to the other summer camp on the island as well. It's not a bad place to stop off because I've got a CR527 but I don't have a scope. There's no oil rigs from Vanilla, no, Abo. If you could go on holiday any country in the world for a week, all expenses paid, what would it be? I'm gonna not choose like a week is quite short. Like if you're going, like say you were going to Australia from the UK, you'd spend 2 days flying and 2 days flying home. You know, like your week wouldn't go very far. But forgetting about the travel distance because that could be a factor in where you went, I think I'd probably choose Japan, and I try to see a couple of different cities, Tokyo and one of the other ones that are popular. I'd probably need to research it a bit before I picked where, but I'd probably pick Japan just because it's somewhere I'd never been. It looks so different to anywhere else I've ever been. I think I'd pick that. Like, someone's just said Florence. I absolutely love Italy. I've not been to Florence and I would really like to go. But I feel like I'm definitely going to go to Florence. I feel like I'm not so sure I'm going to go to Japan. It's one of my places I really want to visit though, so I would like to do it. I'd like... It just... Every time I see the actual city of Tokyo on the telly or on a holiday program or something, it's like looking into the future compared to where we live, you know? It looks so different. I'd like to go and experience it for a week. It'd be cool. It's like something from the future, but it's now. Oh, fuck me. I keep pressing the wrong button. I need to turn this off. I'm pressing and holding the button rather than tapping. Singapore's similar as well, yeah. And if I went to Tokyo as a paid holiday, I think I'd be inclined to try and tie it in with Singapore. So fly to Singapore, have two days or 3 days there, then fly to Tokyo and have a week there. You know, I'd like to do that. I think it would be an interesting thing to do. That map is quite nice of a find, to be honest. Yeah, you don't need very long in Singapore. It's a small place, but it looks like a cool place to visit. I'll just turn the radio off for now. Kyoto, yeah, Josh, honestly I couldn't remember the name of the city. I nearly said Kyoto because that's the one that I've seen a travel program talking about Tokyo, Kyoto and one other place, and Kyoto looked really good as well. Lake Garda in Italy is awesome. I've been to Lake Maggiore, spelt Maggiore, which is northern Italy. I've never been to Garda. Lake Maggiore is really lovely. Probably was Osaka, yeah. I think a lot of the holidays, if you do like a tour, like a holiday that's like 9 days, 10 days long, and they fly you out and take you to see a little bit of Japan, they normally do Osaka, Kyoto and Tokyo. That's normally what they do, I think. Oh shit. Managed to stick it in neutral somehow. I'm still trying to eat me dinner, so I'm kind of talking and reading and eating at the same time. I'm doing alright. So there is a modded summer camp on this island just up here. I think we're going to need to make another fire because I'm cold as fuck. And the summer camp could give me a scope. Very likely will give me a scope for the gun. This is so annoying. If you tap left trigger but you're looking at one of the other seats, it puts you in the seat. Do you not fancy any of the Nordic countries? I wouldn't mind going to like the fjords and like the Scandinavian fjords. I don't know enough about like the major cities of Norway and Sweden, for example. I don't know enough about those places to really have a real strong desire to go, like, or like Finland or like Helsinki and whatever, you know. Helsinki. I've never really had any enough, but obviously the fjords and the countryside looks amazing. But it wouldn't, like someone said, what's your number one? It wouldn't be my number one, you know. I think Tokyo really stands out for me because it just seems so different to anywhere else, you know. Like there aren't. It would be a unique place to visit, I think. There are a lot of places you go that are different but similar, which some people don't like to hear somehow. But if you're a Brit and you go to Australia or you go to New Zealand or you go to America, it's not culturally that far apart from where you came from. You know, similarities, differences, but you go somewhere like Tokyo, the difference is fucking huge. You're really going to see something different. You know? Even though Sweden or Norway or whatever, they speak different languages. They are very different. They're still European. They're still much more close. It's not such a big change. You're not going to see such a big difference in culture and cities and way of life. And I just think it'd be really interesting. There's other countries I could have picked there as well, that, like South Africa, for example, with regards to language and culture and whatnot. You know, like different but similar in some ways. Mace Man, yeah, it sounds cool. Wonder how many Japanese people dream about visiting Sussex. You see a lot of Japanese tourists in London and any tourist attraction. Like years and years ago, Japanese tourists were really common and you would always spot them because they had cameras. Like they were so much more switched on with cameras before cameras were in phones and stuff. They were like well on it, more so than we are, you know, even now, right? But there used to be loads of Japanese tourists. I'm sure there still are loads of Japanese tourists in London, and like even if you go to some like quaint, like in Suffolk, there's a tourist destination called Lavenham. I live in Suffolk. I've been to Lavenham a few times. I don't really understand entirely why it's a destination. You know, there's a nice hotel. There's a couple of nice pubs. There's a couple of antique shops. It doesn't really seem that much to me, but people love it because of the buildings. A lot of people love it because of Harry Potter. Apparently there's a building in Lavenham that was in Harry Potter, so people go because of that. But it's always been quite a popular destination, and when I went there as a kid, you'd see a lot of Japanese tourists there, and I used to be like, I don't understand. Why is anybody here? It's just some old shit place with a bendy house. I didn't really get it, but it's quite a nice place. It is a nice village, but it's just a little village. It's not really that. It's not like. It doesn't seem like a tourist destination. TW Quick and Takovich, thank you very much for the support. Quickly sending a text. I'm a beginner. I always struggle with food and water. Any advice? Kill zombies, check their contents, you'll get quite a lot of food. You know, make sure you kill the zombies. You'll get more food than you probably need. You could probably live on the zombie food that they drop if you need to. If you see a chicken, eat it up. You know, chicken is food. The bones can be used for hooks. You can use the gizzard, the stomach of. You can use the stomach of a human player to make rope. If you combine rope with a long stick and a hook, you've got food. You know, it's impossible to not get food as long as you're prepared. You know, as long as you've got a knife, you can make a fire. You can make a hook. You can make rope. You can make a fishing rod. You can catch fish. You can cook fish. You can eat them. Right? So, don't just rely on canned food. If you see a chicken, cook it and eat it. You know, like if you see a cow, kill it and carry the meat to the next town and cook it and eat it. You know, like take the opportunities when you get them.
Liverpool.
As far as hydration goes, like what I've just done, you know, like try and find a container, fill it up at the well, but be smart. When you get the container, drink it and then fill it up again so you've got more for later. You know, don't just fill up your container and then run along. Drink until your stomach's full when you see a well. And then maybe loot around a little bit and then drink again, you know, drink more than you need because it will last, you know. If you're only white with a gap and you leave the spawn town and you don't know the map very well, you maybe should have stayed. Like if you just wait until this stomach full symbol comes up, like run around and check another 10 houses, then go back to the well and drink again until your stomach full symbol comes up. It will allow you to travel further. Guessing you're ending the stream in an hour. I don't think I'm going to watch the football, Nathan. I don't have the relevant sports channel to watch Liverpool, so I'm not going to be watching Liverpool Madrid. I don't subscribe to TNT Sport. Can't watch it. I miss a lot of the football. I don't watch every game. I don't know how I'm going to do this yet, but I absolutely intend to watch the Man City, like Liverpool at home to Man City game on Sunday. I'm going to watch that by hook or by crook because I've got the channel that has that game. I can watch it on the telly. I don't really mind updates in the chat. I'm not going to be trying to save it. I don't want to link. I know there are ways to watch dodgy streams on your phone of any sporting event. I know they exist. I'm capable of finding them, but I don't want to watch a dodgy stream on my phone. I'd rather just stream and then get a fire stick. Nathan, there's something... Maybe I'm a bit of a do-gooder, but there's something about being a streamer and streaming on Twitch and YouTube and existing because of internet streaming that makes me feel that it's not appropriate to be like getting a fire stick and then telling everyone how I watched the football illegally whilst I'm streaming and hoping people don't use ad blockers or maybe sub to my stream so that I can make a living. It doesn't really seem like it goes hand in hand, you know, like it doesn't really feel like something I should do, you know. Panerai, dude, hope you're good. Panerai Bob, I hope you're good. I thought of your name when I was on holiday. They had a load of Panerais. I genuinely did as well. I was like, fucking hell, look at all those Panerais. And I immediately thought of your name, believe it or not. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for coming in. When I was on holiday in Gran Canaria. Casper, I understand your take, but they do spend an awful lot of money to get the rights. I don't know. The victim, no crime is victimless, but I guess if the victim is Sky, I genuinely see why you might feel less bothered about it. Of course, I understand that. I can't say I'm a big fan of Sky. I'm not a big fan of sports subscriptions in general, but Sky has always kind of irked me a little bit for different reasons, and like, but for many reasons, but. Nonetheless, I still don't think, like, talking about watching content illegally, I don't know, I'm not some do-gooder, but you get my point. It just feels a bit grey. I'd rather not. Tellus, thank you very much. Yeah, I hope Liverpool get the result. So I've stopped now. I don't know if I should really stop for longer because the thing we're looking for could move. But I'm just going to quickly loot these houses. I don't think I'm going to loot the whole island. I feel like maybe I'm making a mistake here, but you can find blazes on this island. Maybe I should just check. We might find some more bullets as well, but I'll just have a quick look. Not going to loot the whole island, it'll take too long, but we'll have a little look at these here. It's already been worth it because I did get a scope for the CR. No point having the hook. The jig is definitely better. I might have chucked them. I don't know why I'm carrying them still, really. Well, it's because I made myself sick by mistake yesterday. I guess I'm just playing it safe. I like the cut of your jig. The jig is up. Dear me, jig-related puns. I'm trying to get back to the future in order to find the keycard once more, but I'm a fear I might need 1.21 gigawatts. It was thin, okay? It was thin, but I tried, okay? That's the main thing. Favorite DayZ food item? Tackback? Maybe tackback. Maybe peaches. I don't know. Maybe. My favourite type of food is the food I stole from the fallen person that I just killed. There's nothing sweeter than eating someone else's food. Favourite Pokemon? I only know like Pikachu and Pidgeotto and Psyduck. I don't know many. I don't know many of the Pokemons. My favourite Pokemon is Ladosaurus. I know more My Little Ponies than I know Pokemon. There's Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle and Peachy Pie or something or other. I don't know. Right, so I've got a cleaning kit. I'm going to fix the CR even though I don't have a mag, because I can't carry 2 cleaning kits. Favourite Ninja Turtle? They're all basically the same, aren't they? Michelangelo. I used to like... He was the one that had the nunchucks, right? I used to think he was the best. I just thought the nunchucks was the coolest weapon. I can't remember which... He's the only... So he must be my favourite, because at the 4 Ninja Turtles, there was Michelangelo, Leonardo, Donatello, and Versace, right? And I can't remember what the other ones' weapons were and what colours went with what, but I know Michelangelo was orange and he had the nunchucks. And so that he must be my favourite, because he's the only one that I can definitely confirm the colour and weapon. I knew I got one wrong, guys. Don't worry. You don't need to tell. Donatello and Versace. Sometimes the streamer gets things wrong on purpose. Just sometimes. Most of the time I'm an incompetent fool, but sometimes I get it wrong on purpose. She-Mac! That's not right. And it's not the best colour, but it's not pink and white, is it? Low insulation, it's such a shame. It was such a needed thing. It was such a cool thing, but now it's so shit. This is fucking me off. I'm getting rid of that. I've had enough. I can't handle the gas stove anymore. What's my favourite breed of goat? Goaty McGoatface. I don't know what my favourite breed of goat is. I've been to Jimmy's farm and they had a lot of goats and some of them look cuter than others. What Power Ranger colours are there? There's green, red, yellow, pink, white, black. I think I'm done pretty well there. I think, haven't I? I don't know. There was a few. I think I looted this ass, did I? Ugh.
What's your favorite, least favorite thing?
Reading shit comments to shit Instagram reels. That's my favorite, least favorite thing. That. Dark Matter, thank you very much. Cadfree, thank you very much as well. C4D Fry, sorry, thank you very much for the support. Roper, thank you as well. So it's one of my favourite things that I'm also ashamed of, but I talked about it a bit. But I like to go and find an Instagram reel, and I don't go and find it. Sooner or later I get shared it. I find an Instagram reel, usually of a lady, who's like pulling faces to music and like doing like little eye twitches and doing like little nose twitches and like singing the song to this thing, but like doing like a face. Like basically Jim Carrey humour, but not 30 years ago. I like to find a video like that, and I'm kind of ambivalent about that video. I don't think they're pretty humorous. I don't think they're that funny. I'm not really bothered, but what it brings out, it seems to bring out the worst in a certain kind of person on Instagram, and they like to absolutely hate on that person and say all sorts of shit. And I don't understand why, so I quite like to read the comments on those videos.
In the radio slot bar.
It's like a little game. You can play a little game. You're like, how many times will I see somebody that's probably about 50 going, "Oh, you're really good looking," and how many times will I see somebody reply going, "She won't let you hit, bro." It's just like a fun little game to see how many you can see. Wobo said you can put the radio slot in the. Wobo said the GPS in the radio slot. Did Wobo say you could do it when the backpack is ruined? Did he, Abram? Did he? Did he say that? I don't think he did. I think you'll find he said you couldn't do it when it was ruined. Abram, thank you for the support, dude. You know about watches? Where do you think I can get a nice pocket watch? The 1800s. Honestly, I really like watches, but I'm afraid pocket watches have passed me by. I don't feel like I could wear one. So I don't have a clue about pocket watches. I respect them. You can see the movements and they look really cool. But I don't know a single thing about them. I understand, Casper, that you want it for different reasons. People collect things for all sorts, but like for me, like one of the reasons I really like watches is that I can use them. I'm really interested in them, but I can use them. I can't use a pocket watch, so I don't have the same interest. I'm just explaining why I don't really know much about them. Like I see pocket watches at antiques fairs and stuff, but they can be like really cheap, but they're normally broken or whatever, you know. I have no idea about them, you know. Just keep that in case I need to kill another one. So I said I wasn't going to loot the whole island, and when I realised that I probably was going to have to relight the fire again anyway, I thought I'd loot the whole island. Nah. You know what, slugs are so shit. I don't think I'm even going to bother. I might fix that scorpion. Isn't a wristwatch just as outdated as a pocket watch, technically? No. And in terms of how they work, yes, wristwatches are like kind of almost, well, quartz watches less so, but like mechanical watches are effectively obsolete technology in many ways, but they're not. You know, they're still being developed. There's still a lot of innovation in wristwatches, even though it's innovation in kind of obsolescence, which is in a way kind of cool, you know. But no, because if somebody comes down the pub wearing shorts and t-shirt and checks the time on their Casio, nobody bats an eyelid. But if somebody comes down the pub in their shorts and t-shirt and then pulls out a pocket watch out of their pocket on a chain and checks the time, people will start going, "Wah-dee-da, look at Lord Fauntleroy," you know. Like if one will get you noticed and nobody will notice, you know. So clearly there's a difference. Like, you can see that. Ebram, thank you very much for the resub. Lord Fauntleroy. Peaky Blinders style. Yeah, it looks good in the Peaky Blinders. I quite like that you get that when you get a really popular TV show or film. You get people that get really committed. You know, you still see a few Keanos now, right? You still see a few, my word. You still see a few wearing the Matrix boots with the long black Matrix jacket. Like really committed, like walking around like they're Keanu, like right now, you know. You still see a few, but you saw more 20 years ago, you know. And you do see a few Peaky Blinders knocking around, you know, the cap and the look.
It's time to start running.
6 turkeys for deep frying, blimey. 6 turkeys frying. I don't think that's in the song, is it? I can't stand a flat cap. You're just too young, Venge, you know. You just got to age a bit, like a fine wine. I've got a flat cap. I don't wear it too much, but when I wear it, I like it. I'm really struggling here. Really struggling because of all the shit that I'm carrying, and I just don't want to drop the shit. Okay, that'll do. We'll drop the safety net. We don't need no safety net. I know there's slugs in the cabinet. I've given up taking them because slugs are dog shit. One sec. Right. Just sweep the slugs each time to check for bugs. Yeah. No, I'm not taking them until I know they're fixed. It might only be based on one encounter, but that encounter was so bad I don't want any repeats. Is it normal to hear the rotor of an automatic watch moving? Yes. Some are louder than others. I've never owned one, but I've been in the presence of somebody that had a Patek, and that rotor was louder than any of my watches, and they're kind of crazy expensive. Yeah, they can't not really, you know. They're often on ceramic ball bearings and whatnot, but it's a little metal disc that spins on some ball bearings, and when it spins quickly, and it's very hard not to be noisy. Very nerdy reply, but no, yeah, you're gonna get it. Have you any issues with your Tesla? Nope. None. It's been great. I'm not saying everyone should buy one. Do what you like. But yeah, it's been great. Anderson, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Thank you for choosing to use your sub on my channel. I always look at the grandfather clock slip. I look every time I go into like an antique shop or something. Like if you're into watches, you can see that there's a lot. You can see like the movements that they have. Like often you'll see a regulator as well, like a grandfather clock that's a regulator, which is something that's kind of cool. Like a regulator clock is the most accurate clock in a clock shop, basically. And it's kind of I find them more interesting personally than pocket watches for some reason. I'll just never own a house that would suit that kind of thing. Do you have any counterfeit watch stories, like you trying to be sold on? Only the one I told the other week. I saw a fake Yachtmaster Rolex for sale in an antique store in Suffolk 2 weeks ago. That was for sale for £3,895 it was for sale for. And then in brackets it had written next to it, cannot guarantee authenticity. And I asked to look at it and I checked it and it was blatantly fake. It had no lume, so if you shine a light on it, the lume didn't glow. I was checking to see if it would glow blue because that would make it the right colour. But normally the fakes, especially bad fakes, glowed green. It didn't glow at all. It didn't have any lume, which means it's definitely fake. And the dude was asking £4,000 for it, near enough. And so the guy I was speaking to was the shop owner. So I pointed out it was fake, and that a fake watch like that would cost about £200 to £300. At which point he got rather angry and put it back in the cabin and said, "I don't care how much it should cost. I know what I paid for it." And then I got rather angry with him and then walked off. So that's the only story I have. Like, you know, something and nothing really. But it's illegal to sell fake watches in retail outlets. You know, like you can't just put in brackets "can't guarantee authenticity" unless if you know it's fake, you can't do it. And whether he paid somebody else £2,000 for it or whatever he did, or he didn't, that doesn't mean he gets to rob somebody else of £4,000 for a watch that's blatantly fake and not worth anything. You know, it's really wrong. Don't fake Rolexes look as good as real? They can look very close. There are clones, but they're not as good as real. You know, they don't keep to the same time. They don't do the job the same. I believe I've never seen a clone. I've seen lots of YouTubers on YouTube, strangely enough, make videos sort of like, you won't believe how close to the real thing this Rolex Daytona is, or something like, or they'll make a video, spot the fake and spot the real one. But they only make those for clicks, right? They're making them for clicks, really. It's like a guaranteed popular video on YouTube. It's a bit like when I make a video and it's got hours in the title, you know. I'm just trying to increase the clicks on the video, you know. But I've never seen a clone in the flesh. I wouldn't buy one. It's really dumb to buy clones. They're not the same thing. They're designed to look the same, but they aren't. They don't feel the same. They don't have the same quality. They don't tell the time the same. They're not the same. You're just kidding yourself. That much rather get a really good watch made by Seiko or Hamilton or something than buy a fake clone that's really good for £500 or £600. Like, the clones are good, but they are not the same thing. They don't have the same tech in them. They just look the same so they can fool people. You know, that doesn't mean they are the same. There's so many great watches you can buy for the cost of a super clone. I don't understand why you would buy a fake cloned watch rather than a really good real watch. Why not the dry sack? I don't really like it. Or maybe I should change my mind. Oh, fuck me. Maybe I should change my mind. I don't really like the dry bag on first person, but I am struggling a little bit for space. I just used that fire and now I can't remember which one it was in. In first person, I just ignore dry bags most of the time because you can't see behind you, and that matters a big deal when you're getting shot at or when you're playing the game in general. It's really useful to be able to look over your shoulder and see where the enemy is, see what's going on. So it's in the last one I checked. Of course it is. Anderson, thank you very much for the Prime. Once again, dude. Yeah, you can still press Alt and look behind you, Hyperpro. You can still do it while you're fishing, and I'm not sure they really intend for that to be the case, but you can. Where's my boat? There it is. Right, this might be a bit risky. I need to make a fire. I need a piss as well. So I'm going to light the fire, and then I'm going to go for a piss and hope nobody else turns up in a boat and kills me. I've got a scope FLDR. There was lots of pill ads there, but I got the hunting scope equivalent, so I don't need it. We're all good. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Going for a piss. Sorry, guys. I was a bit longer than intended. I did a bit more than having a piss. There was a Code Brown situation, and then I was talking to the missus for a minute as well. Oh, the fire's only just gone out, I think. Maybe. Ah, it's bugged, isn't it? Like all the others. Just to confirm there, just like always, when people always accuse me of having a poo and then I go, no, I haven't. There's the proof. When I have, I fucking say I have. I don't care. It's fine. Did I put the spark plug in? Yes. Oops. Fucking hell, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. How many tissues? About half a roll. Big Kev, thanks again, dude. How does gluten stuff interfere with your fibre intake? It doesn't really. Like most stuff with gluten isn't. And what's got gluten in it that's high in fibre? I don't think wheat is high in fibre really. In the form that you get it most often from like bread or like I don't think pasta or rice or sorry rice isn't gluten. Pasta or bread for example, which are the two biggest really I'd say. They don't like anything flour based isn't giving you fibre. You know you get fibre
When
from
wiping,
other shit. You know?
do you go knuckle deep? I use baby wipes to keep it nice and pink.
I guess you can get fibre from stuff like Weetabix and some breakfast cereals, but there's lots of fibre in other things, you know. There's plenty of fibre in a lot of vegetables. Jack Burton, thank you very much for the support. Do I go knuckle deep? No, I don't. Bidet all the way, eh? Blimey. I saw something interesting the other day. I saw a bidet in a public toilet. Now it was in a kind of a privatey area, so it wasn't like in a shopping centre or something, but it was like in a I took the missus for a hospital appointment yesterday, like I said, so it was there. So it was like a private-ish hospital. And they had a bidet in the public toilet. Who the fuck is using a bidet? I'm just going to clean my ass with the bidet in the public. It just doesn't seem right, that. Like, what? It was yesterday. I sat there, like, wondering if anybody used the bidet in the public toilet. Bidet, yeah, B-I-D-E-T, but bidet, but I say bidet because I have an accent. I don't think I'd fancy cleaning my ass in a bidet. In a public loo. No, thank you. What else are there for a drinking fountain? Wait, but it was the fact that it's a public toilet that threw me a bit. I've never seen it before ever, and I've seen bidets before. You're really getting me now because I'm being annoyed at myself because people are not understanding what bidet is, and that's not my fault. I've seen bidets before. I've seen bidets, but nonetheless, in fact, my first house where I lived at in Nelson in Lancashire, we had a bidet, which is somewhat ironic because it was a 2 up, 2 down terraced house, like in Coronation Street, with a backyard and then a path and then a backyard and then a 2 up, 2 down. You know, just like Coronation Street with the cat and whatnot. My bidet has heated water and a heated seat. A non-heated seat is for the pores. Oh, Thwip, everyone's a povo if they don't have a heated seat, do they? I haven't used a bidet since I was 4 years old. What does that make me? I only know about bidets because of Joey Diaz. You're showing your age there, Gustavo. If you were an older person, you'd be saying I only know about bidets because of Crocodile Dundee. It's for cleaning your ass, right? Heated seat and heated water, amazing. Blimey, how the other half live. What's a terraced house? It's like a house with a house either side of it attached. So you'd get like a row of 10 houses, usually smaller houses, and they're all attached to each other. What happens in the boat if the boat runs out of fuel in the middle of the water? Well, I'd imagine, Turkish, that if the boat runs out of water in the middle of the water, we'll be stuck out in the middle of the water with no boat. Or the big rabbit gets fucked. Mick Dundee was my introduction to him, yeah. Mine too. Not true. Not true. My reintroduction. Like, as I said, I'd used one when I was 4. How much fuel is left? 12t. Why is the engine flashing? Because I shot it. And that's really true as well. I did shoot the engine. But it wasn't my boat when I shot it. It was somebody else's boat. And I was going to ruin the engine. So I shot it with a shotgun. And then I thought, no, don't. What if you find a spark plug? You might want it. And then later I found a spark plug and then I wanted it. Really, for us in Switzerland, a terraced house is a house half on top of another house, up a mountain. Terraces, roof, next to the... Yeah, well, terrace also means like a terrace of... Like you might have a hotel terrace where you can sit and have a drink or whatever. But terraced house in the UK is like joined together. Why is the sky blue? Why is the ocean blue? Because blue's the best colour. What the fuck is Turkish? It's from the film Snatch. Tommy asks kind of silly questions, like what happens if the boat engine breaks and you're out in the water, you know? There's only one answer, you know? Well, Tommy. Or well, Turkish. But I think it's Tommy. He probably says, well, Tommy, the big rabbit gets fucked. You like Dags? Yeah. I saw that again recently. It's a Snatch has aged really well, I think. Snatch is still a good film. I don't think Lock, Stock has aged very well. But Snatch is really good. Guy Ritchie's best work, I think. Turkish says it. Yeah, you're right. Tutu. Where... There's meant to be 4 oil rigs. Where the fuck are all the other oil rigs? This has been too much boating and not enough looting. Is it me or have we been going around Electro for about 10 hours and we're still at Electro? I had a tutor in college that looked like Bricktop. Do you know what I saw the other day? If you can find it, go and find it. I can't remember the name of the actor that played Bricktop. But he was on an episode of Alan Partridge from years ago, way before Lock, Stock existed. Sorry, not Lock, Stock, before Snatch existed. Check him out. It's the same actor playing the same role. He's basically being Bricktop, but before Bricktop was a thing. Alan Ford, yeah. So Alan Ford on the show Alan Partridge, which is a... Alan Partridge, for those that don't know, it's a comedy show, and it's played by... fuck me, can't remember his name. Anyway, it's an actor, comedy actor, Steve Coogan. Steve Coogan plays, and I got that before anyone typed it, by the way. He plays a character, Alan Partridge, who does TV interviewing, and he's like a TV chat show host. And then later on, he kind of has a failed career as a TV chat show host and works on local radio. But he's like a very well-known character in the UK, and he interviews the character Bricktop. It's really good. Done a rally driving course, ain't you, Tyrone? Do Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels take place in the same world as Snatch? I'm not sure. I have a funny feeling there is some kind of indication that they do, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know. Vinnie Jones does play a nutcase in both. Yeah, I think he's a bit more of a nutcase in Lock, Stock. Mr. Vert, dude, you are insane, man. Thank you very, very, very much for the gifted subs once again. 50 gifted memberships for the 3rd time today. Dude, stop typing in anything on the internet. That's incredibly generous. I'll be here next year, right? Thank you so much for the support, dude. You're insanely kind. Thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Triceratops, thank you for the 8 months. Wow, that character, Bricktop's character is so good. He's one of the things that makes it, you know, like, he's such an arse as well, so I don't know why I'm worried about spoilers for a film that's like so old, 30 years old probably, I guess, maybe nearly, 25. But when he gets his comeuppance, you're like, really like, yeah, you fucking deserve it. But nonetheless, the character is amazing. His performance is amazing. Like, he's got a drink and he's like, he delivers this amazing, like story about eating pigs and like what you need, how many pigs you need to get through a human carcass. And then he just takes a swig of his tea and looks like a kind of sweetish old man. It's just brilliant. It's so good. Mr. Vert, thank you so much for the support, dude. You're incredibly kind. They will go through bone like butter. Yeah, there's so many, like hence the term as greedy as a pig. Yeah, there's so good. I don't think I like Snatch as much as Lock, Stock when it first came out, but maybe it's not like the best film ever or anything, but it's really, really good. I thought The Gentleman, the film, was good, Moist. It took me a little while to get used to Hugh Grant in that accent. Hugh Grant's gangster accent is a little bit annoying, but his performance was really good, you know. But I took a little while, half an hour maybe, to get. I just wanted to block my ears so I couldn't hear Hugh Grant speak. And I really like Hugh Grant. Like, he's in one of the best films of all time ever, you know. Like, Hugh Grant has been in possibly one of the top 20 films in the history of cinema. And before anyone thinks it's anything else, it's Paddington 2. Paddington 2 is fucking amazing, but nonetheless, yeah, I like Hugh Grant. He's been in a lot of good stuff, and he seems to be really good nowadays at taking the piss out of himself as well. Honestly, right, seriously, if you've not seen Paddington 2 and you've not got kids and you'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a really good film. It's great. Paul Phillips, thank you very much for the membership. Cheers for the support, dude. Is it me or have the...
Hi Dave, you are quite possibly the most versatile DayZ streamer.
Oh, thank you, Bone. I'm not the most supple, you know, I'm not very bendy. I'm only versatile. I don't think I am versatile. I think I'm quite one-dimensional. But anyway, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Do you, Rhubarb? Blimey. That's a long-term conspiracy theory, that one. Divine Brown. Lock, Stock, and That's It. Guy Ritchie is a one-trick pony. He might have a similar writing style, Greg, but I don't think he's a one-trick pony. Snatch is better than Lock, Stock. The Gentleman, which came out not so long ago, is really, really quite good. Rock and Roller was a really good film. It's better than people give it credit. He's done a few okay things. Even that Amazon film that came out with Jack Reacher in it, that was okay. Not the best thing ever, but it was okay. He's done some other stuff. I don't agree. The Gentleman is a really good film. Yeah, the Sherlock Holmes films as well. Are they brilliant? No, they were okay though. They were decent. Do I have to watch the first Paddington film? Not really, no. In the first Paddington film, Paddington meets a family and then he becomes part of the family. Just watch the second one. The first one's alright, but the second one's brilliant. I've seen the Gentleman series. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not as good as the film, but it's good. Guy Ritchie didn't do Jack Reacher. I just can't remember the name of the actor that plays Jack Reacher. June is better than Paddington 2.
Longest relationship I have ever had. Lol.
I don't know about that. Very different. It's really hard to stay with a straight face that Paddington 2 is a better film than Dune, but I think it might be. Alan Richardson, yeah, that's it, yeah. He's a big boy, isn't he? Did I see Alien Romulus? Yeah. Thought it was alright. Do I know why PC Specialist doesn't ship to America? Yeah, because they're the place where they build the PCs is England. It's just not something you can't ship worldwide on something that expensive, dude. It's not like if you send someone a £3,000 PC and it gets broken on the plane, they've got to send it back. You know, it's too far for stuff like that. They're not based in America. You know, so building PCs bespoke in the UK, Europe is about as far as you can realistically go. It'd be great if they started dominating and opened up a place in America. You know, that would be a massive expansion, but. They seem to be growing, you know, like I hear adverts for them on the radio all the time at the moment on like TalkSport and whatnot, so they are growing. I think they're doing well, which is great news, but I don't know of anybody that builds like to-order PCs that supplies worldwide, you know. You get companies that will supply worldwide that will sell just a graphics card, but building from scratch in a workshop and supply worldwide, I don't know there are any, you know. Like if you're living in America and you want to order a PC to be built for you, you need to order from an American PC builder. You'd be mad not to. PC Specialist could easily expand to the US. Not that hard. Well, you say it's not that hard, physics,
Do
but
you know what nemesis means?
it's about what I can't speak for them.
Manifested by an appropriate agent, personified in this case by a horrible person.
Horrible C word. Thank you very much for that, mostly. Thank you very much, dude. Expansion is not easy in some ways, in that you need to expand what's right for you. So forgetting about PC Specialist, I don't know enough about their company. I know what they do, and I like their company a lot, but you don't just go from Europe to the world. You don't just go from the UK to America. You expand gradually into your local markets, right? If you're selling PCs in just one state in America, you start expanding into other states and go America-wide. Then you might sell into Canada and Mexico. You're more likely to expand that way than you are to go, all right, we're in America, let's open up a shop in Korea, you know, or wherever, you know, like you expand as you go. You don't go from one country to the world, do you? You have to expand gradually. But they only fairly recently started supplying to the whole of Europe. So they used to be just a UK-based company and supply only to the UK, and now they do Europe. You know? I don't understand why there are no more oil rigs yet. Sorry, Temezki, I saw something about southeast corner, and then it got shut. It got taken away because it was all capitals, but I know I'm getting near an oil rig now, so I can hopefully use the radio to find out where the beacon is. It's not as simple as just to say that it's easy enough to expand into America. There's a lot of cost involved. If you're building PCs, if you're building anything bespoke, you've got to open up a building, you've got to start making them there, you've got to hire enough people, you've got to hire people to run it. You need to build the stuff there in America, and there's already a market there. You know, there's already people doing it. There's lots involved to do that. Imagine if you just stayed 6 minutes at the other oil rig. I did. My watch says it was 6 minutes. Penny, your check engine light is on. I've covered that up with duct tape. Don't worry, I can't even see it. There's more than one oil rig. We're going to see one in a minute. We should have seen the life buoy though, so I'm partly thinking we should just carry on past this oil rig. The problem is, because I was at Scilisi Island and I went AFK, the life buoy that I'm looking at could have respawned somewhere else by now. But there's an oil rig to my left, so we should see it in a second. Your watch is broken. Oh, and there's meant to be 4 oil rigs, I think, but there's definitely one coming up this way because you can see it from the prison island, so This is not Sakal, no. I always, in the title of the map, Imperial, every day, in the title of the stream, I always put the map. This is Chernarus, but if you always check the title on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you may be, it will always give you the map in the title of the stream. How do you tell how much fuel is left? If the fuel is getting lower, a little fuel gauge comes up that's yellow. If it's getting lower still, it goes orange. And then at some point thereafter, it just conks out. So we've got plenty of fuel, because it's not even yellow. Maybe they did change it to 1. I hope not, because otherwise we're... I hope it's not just 1, because I was there and there was no fucking sound. The title doesn't exist. I'm convinced of it. Imperial, I know you did, dude, but we don't have a map command because it's in the title of the stream every day. We just try to give people the information front loaded as best as we can. So yeah, there's definitely more than one oil rig, as you can see. Earlier Hyperpro said they changed it to 1 oil rig. Well, Hyperpro is wrong. I have missed it. What are your thoughts on Stalker 2? I think it's a fun game. I am actually torn about playing it again. I was thinking of playing it tomorrow. I'm doing DayZ tomorrow, I think. But I really liked it. I found it a lot of fun. But I've struggled this week PvP-wise because I keep pressing the wrong button to hold breath because of Stalker 2. So I'm honestly thinking I'm not going to play it tomorrow. I've got to do a split stream. I think I'm definitely doing DayZ tomorrow. I actually don't have any content on my hard drive to send to the editors for footage to make a video, and so I feel like I need to play DayZ to try and get an adventure or some kind of story to send to OnCuper, and I need to play more DayZ as well to get some highlights because we've got nothing for Finn to edit for a weekly highlights video either. I've been really bang off form PvP wise today. We've had 1 good kill today, but there isn't actually that much to tie in to make a video this week yet. I need to play more DayZ. Kelleher, Bradley, Canate, Van Dijk, Robertson, Jones, Gravenberch, McAllister, Salah, Nunes, Diaz. Yeah, it's pretty. Curtis Jones gets a run out today. John, this is a community server. These do not exist. These oil rigs don't exist on the regular game. There's a few little highlights, Alf. There's a couple from yesterday, like the firing squad. There's been a few moments, but I don't know. Like, there may not be a video on Saturday. It's hard to say. I don't want to do shit like that for videos, dude. I just like to play the game and find the fun in the game. I don't want to try and create a video by doing some kind of meta. It's not really my style. So we're going to have to wait here for 6 minutes. I'm actually wearing a chronograph today. It's made by Seiko or any other brand that exists. So I'm going to use it. I've typed it. I've hit go. I'll wait 6 minutes. Can't I rebind Stalker to be more like DayZ? I already did a little bit, Ragdoll, yeah, but I didn't do left control. I left that be because I didn't think it would be bad. So I did already do most of it. Like, I put crouch on the same button and other things too, lean left and right and such like, but I forgot about the whole breath thing. I didn't think it would be an issue. Jack, by all accounts, everyone that said anything about the oil rigs has said that the loot on them is terrible, so...
Why not do a lowlights video of PvP? Could just be a funny compilation of you whiffing in PvP. Could be a fun and different idea. Love you, bye.
It sounds fun, Levi, until you read the YouTube comments on it. It sounds fun, but what I would get people that would be like, oh, that's kind of different, thank you. But I'd get an awful lot of, you've been playing this 10 games, 10 years, you say you've got thousands of hours, and you've just served up that load of dross. Ah! I don't think I could be bothered to read the YouTube comments, dude. I just don't think I could do it. Like, I haven't read a lot of the comments for the video that ended the other time when I shot Joito, because I just don't want to read the YouTube comment. How did you shoot that? I can't do it, you know. I can't read those comments. I can't do it. I can't. I just know they're going to be typed, and even that is enough. To be honest, I don't. It sounds great, but watching somebody die in a funny way is cool. But just watching somebody die in a fairly inconsequential way because they were bad, it's not that fun if you watch it 10 times. It's probably not that great. You need a bit of a mixture. What's the waiting for? I just like the motion of the ocean, dude. I'm freezing to death, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe we could go up the rig. It's been precisely, fuck me, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. I need to get fucking varifocals, I think. I can't even read the fucker. Do I have something to note down the code? Yeah, a few thousand people. I have got a little pen and a little pencil and a bit of paper next to me. Chefmon, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. If anything, it's actually given me more things to do. But it's giving me more content for YouTube. So that's a positive, right? But having 2 editors, and I wasn't editing when I had 1 editor.
Hey Paul, just
So it's giving me more stuff to work on.
Loving your steams, man.
But giving me more footage to release, which is really, really good. I'm pleased to be having the 2 of them. I just need to try and get... I need to get on Cooper something really good story-wise. And I need to try and get a couple of highlights for Finn as well, really, too. This is so annoying. Right, it's been 4 minutes. I'm going to go and have a look. Why does it sound like I'm hearing a boat? There's a sound coming from this that sounds like a boat being fucking driven away. FRFC, no, I'm not. I don't catch every Liverpool game. Sometimes I miss them. So I'm actually waiting because when you're within 200 metres of these oil rigs, this is a modded feature, not a game feature.
How goes it? Are there any mods that you enjoy?
1 second, dude. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. So every 6 minutes thereabouts, and a message plays on the radio giving you coordinates for something I need to then go and find. So I'm waiting, listening for a radio message. But it might not happen. This might not be the oil rig where it happens. Chefmon, thank you. Levi Smith, Ragdoll, thank you very much, guys. You're really kind. Thank you very, very much. Nomads, thanks. And Shabazz. Any mods that you really enjoy? I really enjoy the winter mods very much. I like some of the quality of life mods, like simple things. Like some of the clothing, 1 or 2 of the very simple things like coloured gun changes and stuff I like as well. I like subtle stuff. The ability to fill up rainwater with a cooking pot is a cool one. But for the most part, I really like DayZ survival, so I prefer the game, like the sort of survival version of the game. Some of the mods make the game harder, but a lot of the mods make the game easier. You know, I quite like the game to be a challenge. Right, it has been 6 minutes and I haven't heard a message. Actually been 6 minutes and 17 seconds. The radio is on, you can just about hear it. I don't think I'm going to loot much of this because I think the loot's going to be shite, but... It has got a lot of military here. Oh, there's actually zombies as well. Someone's been here since the server restart. There's no way that this would spawn with all the doors closed. Somebody's been here since the restart for sure. Don't really need 2 knives. I've got it now. At least I pressed the right button to hold breath. You'd think there'd be a chance of finding some kind of gun here, like an SKS or something. If the loot is meant to be terrible, then I'm finding ACP, I'm finding ACOG scopes. That doesn't seem terrible. It's not great though, is it? I don't think I'm going to check the whole thing. I'm just going to check a couple more buildings and then I think I'm done. I was hoping we'd find a bit more than this. Kind of cool. We can make a fire. And warm up before we leave. They thought of everything. I have found this. I've swam to this before they added all of the keycard quest in, so I swam to this from the prison island and actually got really good loot. But that was then, this is now. Trains may have guns, they may have, but I'm not checking. I give up. I'm going to make my fire. There we go. Richard Macho and Stuart Messenger, cheers for the follows on YouTube. If you're new to the stream and you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, it's free. Just means you get to see the next video I make or whatever. Cheers for the support, guys. The card should be just out in the open sea by Skillisty behind the modded island. Temski, it moves to different places. It's not just in one place, dude. That's not true. I found it in the Lifeboy spawns dynamically on this server, just like it does on a helicopter crash site or a container on Sakal or something. So the reason you meant to come here and listen is that you're listening for the coordinates to where it can be, because it can move. So it's not always in one place. So when we were on earlier today, I saw the life buoy by Svetlo. It was level with Svetlo. We actually saw somebody take a boat to it, but I didn't have a boat or a radio at the time anyway. I couldn't do it. But so I saw it by Svetlo, and then when we went past Svetlo later, it wasn't there anymore. So it had moved somewhere else. I've actually come all the way from Baziki around Skalisti to here, and I've not seen it. The problem is it could have moved since then, and it might be back by Berezino or Skalisti, or it could be back by Svetlo again. Who knows? It's probably lucky we can't fly that helicopter, because me and helicopter... Like, Sour Sweet may be a terrible driver, but he's a wonderful helicopter pilot in DayZ. I am an average driver and an absolute terrible helicopter pilot. I get in helicopters and then forget what the button is to do anything and crash. You know, the best I was ever a helicopter pilot was the first time I got a helicopter. Beyond then, I've been terrible. Use my ACOG to check for players. Steve, I have a hunting scope on, or a equivalent to the hunting scope on a CR527.
Good day, Paul.
Okay. Wild Willie, thank you for the 22 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you very much, dude. Hey Paul, is the stream better for you, YouTube Premium, than Twitch Strub? So, been going back and forth and feel like YouTube is better. Thoughts? Bogey, watch wherever you like. I'm very grateful. If you mean, do I make more money from somebody watching on Premium or subbing on Twitch, then somebody subbing on Twitch costs $4.99. I get $3.50 of that. That's going to be substantially more than I would make from somebody using Premium, because advertising revenue is a big deal for creators, but it's because of the number of people watching. One single viewer is a small amount per month. I don't know how many, but you're talking about cents though. You're talking about cents per viewer, but it adds up because there's lots of viewers, right? Like if I on YouTube, I think for the last 28 days, I think I have something like 2.2 million views or something like that. So you're going to get a few cents, not a few. I wish it was a few cents per million view, per view, but you get my point, right? You might get, let's say, $8 per 10,000 views, or $6 per 10,000 views, depending on time of year or adverts. You might get more than that. It depends, but it depends on the time of year or the adverts that play or whatever, you know. Hi, Weldon Watches. Hope you're good. I actually don't talk about it on stream because it's like my thing. It's for me. It's not for flexing or showing off or whatever. You know, like I also don't want to make myself a target for being robbed. You know, what with my 15 Langes and whatnot. That's not true. But you get my point, right? It's for me. It's not for. So I don't talk about it on stream. If I had a watch channel, I would, but I don't. Ross, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for using your Prime here, dude. Thank you. Right, I'm just going to click play. Hopefully the server's back up. My mate from school said he defeated you on DayZ yesterday. His name was Zymer. I don't know if he did or if he's lying. Wow, he might have been stream sniping. Absolutely possibly was, dude. Yeah. GG to him. How would he know if he defeated me otherwise? Because I don't think anyone I got killed by yesterday spoke to me. I might be wrong, but anyway, yeah, congrats to him. Did you catch fish on your holiday? Supernova. I got on the boat. I went sea fishing. My missus caught a moray eel and another little fish. There was 12 people fishing on the boat. Only 4 fish were caught. She caught half of them. And after 2 tries, I got seasick, threw up over the side, and then went pale as a ghost. So I didn't catch any fish and barely did any fishing, which was kind of annoying. I don't know how we would know otherwise, lawyer. That's the point, you know. Well, that sucks. At least we got 2+ symbols. Better put the radio on. We could get the message now. I believe the oil rig that plays the message can change. Sorry, the oil rig that can play the message changes. So possibly we could get this oil rig be the one now. We took the other one. This is caught fish, I just fed them. Yeah, pretty much exactly that, yeah. Man, this sucks. So I think I'm going to carry on going this way, but I'd be absolutely staggered if the lifebuoy is still here. I think it'll have respawned somewhere we've already been. I'm sorry to say, guys, this really fucking sucks, but I'm probably going to have to go back along the coast the other way again on the boat. Casper, that's crazy. That's really shit. I think if you're somewhere in a bigger city, you're always wise to not wear something. It's the same anyway, you know. Like anywhere you go, if you're in a big city or if you're in somewhere where there's lots of eyes, wearing something that makes a target for you to get robbed is not a good idea. Whether it's a fancy handbag or some fancy clothes or a fancy coat or a fancy watch or crazy expensive jewellery or something, you're just making a target of yourself. But watches in particular are a real bad one. ACLM, thank you very much for the support, dude. X-Ross, thank you as well. Cross, Mia, Mifi, thank you too. Wild White Willie, thank you as well. Cheers for the support, dude. It works on just, as long as the radio's on as far as I know, Gene, but I've always left it on the basic channel. I've always left it on the one that it comes in by default, and I've heard the radio message a few times. So. My boat is fixed. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I hadn't noticed. That's cool. Invisible mending on the boat. I'm from Birmingham, so it's a bit like London. It definitely is. It's not just those places, though. Any major city, it's dangerous to wear something. There's only a couple of major cities that are not very dangerous for crime with relating to watches and jewellery and stuff, dude. Especially watches. And those cities are the sort of place where they'll cut your hands off or worse, you know, or where they really have steep punishments, so nobody's prepared to risk it, you know. So, like places like Singapore or Dubai or something. Other than that, if you're in a big city, there's plenty of ones not in the UK anyway. You know, you should be careful. Yeah, Monaco would be pretty safe, you'd think, but not completely infallible. But I've only been to Monaco once, and it was for very, very brief minutes. So, you reckon that's somebody else logged out? What if it was before the restart? They might not have been, but I feel like I should ruin that one as well. It's just so funny. I'm sorry, guys. I hopefully it wasn't before the restart, but it's so good. It's so good. There's no plug on that one. So good. So the only way a boat can get this far out is if someone rowed it out here and logged off, right? The only way someone can get a boat out this far is if they were sitting in it and logged off. So there's no spark plug. They don't spawn this far out. They spawn on the coast, right? So if you log out, this is a rule. This is a rule I've only just come up with, but I think it's a good rule. If you've got a boat and you log out in the middle of the ocean, you deserve to log back in with no boat. I think that's fair. Obviously, there's just been a server restart, so there is just the chance that dude was in a server restart. And if that's the case, bad luck. But if you're done for the day and you leave your boat out to sea where nobody else can come and find it, I say you have it coming. Others might think differently, but nonetheless, that's what I say. And the reason for that is simple. Like, what if everybody did that? Nobody else would ever see a boat ever. They're all out to sea where people are saving them for themselves. Fuck them. Fuck them. No boat hiding. Right, well, we might as well turn around and go back then. Oh, see that there's a boat actually on the coast there. Like, us ruining the boats might have made that one respawn for all we know, you know? Like, but anyway, there's a boat there for use. That's the thing, like, so because that boat's ruined, it's now sank to the bottom of the ocean. It will now spawn in somewhere else, and other people can try and get a boat. This sucks. So the boy that we're looking for has moved. Now we've got to carry on looking for it again round this way. In that situation, would the person die on rejoining? No, they wouldn't die. Not immediately, anyway. But if you had to swim from there to the shore, the swim would possibly kill you. And the whole time they would be doing it, they'll be like, I told you, Alan. I told you we shouldn't have logged out here. We should have logged out on the sea to guarantee our own safety. Logging out here was risky because other people have got boats, Alan. I did tell you, didn't I? What if somebody takes the boat or ruins the boat? What about that, Alan? What about that? And then Alan's going, yeah, fuck you. I just wanted you to die anyway. So they won't die immediately. They'll die painfully slowly as they swim back to shore. They might swim it. You'd be surprised how quick you lose health. This is because you go dark blue. There's no respite. And if you've been out on a boat for a while, you're probably dark blue already. So if you were dark blue and then you're in that water and you had to swim that far, I think it might kill you. You'd be surprised how little you can swim while you're dark blue, because the swimming is slow. You don't go very far very quick. You'd be surprised how little distance you can cover from dark blue full health to dark blue dead. I haven't been holding the shift before, and I've lost patience now. I'm shifting it all the way. ACLM, thank you very much for the 15 months, dude. Thank you again. So what's the score in the football? Did it start at 2:45 or 8 o'clock? Excuse me. Oh, okay. 10 minutes in, 68% possession. Blimey. Yeah, Alan's a bastard. Funnily enough, Alan's nickname is Alan the Bastard. Is it possible to get on the oil rig? Yes. I just undid it. Do I think they should add larger boats? No, I think these are okay. I quite like that they've got a bit of inventory. I feel like they should have a bit of inventory. The devs didn't want that, and that's fine, because we can, like, if you play on, say, Zero Deer Isle, there's a mod already that gives these inventory, so the community can give it inventory on servers that want it. So they don't have to have it, but maybe for Sakala it doesn't make sense. But I don't know. I think it would be kind of cool if it did. You could take, like, the islands are a bit dead
Oh,
at the
baby,
moment.
look at that
Somebody
nice
could go and
shiny
try and build a
badge.
base out there and use the inventory in this to take a barrel or take some gear and take some supplies to build bases with. I think that might be kind of cool, maybe. I don't know. I don't really like base building personally, but that doesn't mean that the game couldn't cater for it. So Carl had an update a few days ago. Yeah, it's added a few things that's kind of cool. Skylord Sam, thank you for the 48 months, dude. There is a patch notes on it. I don't know if the command exclamation patch works for that, but the devs did make some patch notes that are on Twitter if you want to find out. They are not grape green, no. I think this is such a cool feature. Like, something that would be really good in the game is some means to do this. And just how loud is that boat? It's deafeningly loud, right? So that's how it just was, is how the game has set it. So the only way you can do that in the game is to, like, turn your sound effects down when you drive a boat and then turn them back up again when you get off, which kind of blows, you know. It would be nice if it wasn't like that. Only a small thing, but it'd be cool if they did it. Earplugs is not an official feature, Honeybelly. That's what I'm using on this modded server. That's exactly what I'm saying. There are no earplugs on community servers. I definitely think there is a lot of balancing to audio needed, Rosham. I agree. I think it's one of my bugbears. I didn't put it in today's twit longer. But yeah, the audio of footsteps compared to the sound of stomach rumbling and opening food and putting bullets in a mag, and the differences in sounds of those. The difference in sound between the sound of your own footsteps while you run and your mate running right next door to you. There's too much difference in all of those, you know. Your own footsteps are too loud in DayZ, and your mate next door, who's like a metre away, his footsteps are too quiet, or her footsteps are too quiet, you know. A little bit of balance would go a long way. It's not game breaking though, but it would really be good. Earmuffs as a lootable item would be cool, blimey. We're going a bit like Tarkov there. We'll end up with stat tracks or whatever. Not stat track was a knife in CSGO, wasn't it? Whatever, there's about 60 pairs of earphones in Tarkov now, but you know what I mean. Stat track isn't that actually, was it? I forget, was it something that counts the amount of kills you had on the gun? I can't even remember. Hi-ho. If you could pay the devs to fix one thing in DayZ, what would it be? The zombies. To be fair, I think I might just say the AI in general, because that would include the zombies, right? But the zombies are so... Like, we're all used to it. But they're so frustrating at times in the way they work. Not just the balancing of them. What the fuck is that mountain? Oh, that's... Okay, that's... It looks so big from this angle, doesn't it, that mountain? Yeah, the zombies. By far. Thumbtacks, well done, Christian. That's what I was thinking of. One thing I will say about Chernarus is that it does look very, very cool. Like, seeing Cherno City from this angle is a cool thing, you know? Like, it's kind of badass. It does, Ziggs. You can run out. I ran out of petrol in one the other day. This one's got quite a lot in. I actually think whoever had this boat before me filled it with fuel. Do the rangefinders in the PSO scope work well enough to rely on? Yes, but only if the enemy you're shooting at has the decency to stand still on a fairly flat ground. Then it will work. Like, if you're standing on top of a really high mountain and they're way below you elevation or way above you elevation, whatever, then it's not going to work the same. It needs to be relatively flat and they need to be standing still so you can use it. So the PSO scope rangefinder is actually rarely useful. That's not entirely true, but it's more often that you're shooting at a crouched target and you're guessing, or they're behind some cover, or they're running, or you're in a spot where it's not going to give you a reliable reading or whatever. Or you're trying to gauge where they're going to be, so you can't aim at them. You're aiming at where they're going to be and then guessing anyway. Eating a blancmange is 98 decibels. What changes would you want to see in a possible DayZ 2? I'd like to see it be twice as good as DayZ. I don't know, dude. That is a huge thing. I don't know. That's a question that's got an answer that would go on till longer to the end of the stream, I think. But new map, new assets for everything, new setting, not in Russia, somewhere different, somewhere where it feels all different. Like maybe set it in rural America or somewhere in Europe, somewhere in the UK, wherever, but somewhere different. Just make it feel entirely different. Should there be Sakar Winterlight features in the higher regions of Chernarus? Not in the base game, Shiraz, no. We have Winter Chernarus on modded servers now that can be as cold as Sakar, but no, it wouldn't make sense if you just went up a bit of elevation and then it was as cold as like the North Pole or something, you know. Like Sakar is a really fun hardcore survival map where cold is a big factor, but Livonia shouldn't be like 30 degrees here Celsius and then minus 10 inland. It wouldn't really make sense. It's too close together, I think. Would I not want Chernarus to be added to DayZ 2? Yeah, I think so, James. That would be I've said that a lot in the past, but I would love a brand new map that's completely new, not just a map that's been sent over from Arma 4 as well. You know, a new map would be amazing, specifically for DayZ. That's like Chernarus level of detail, Chernarus level of interest, but new and not just borrowed from Arma 4. But a remastered version of Chernarus would be a really cool thing as well. If it's running on the new engine or the newer engine, that's like this is Infusion, but Arma 4 is going to run on Infusion 2.0, let's say. It would be really cool if a possible DayZ title had that too. Like Chernarus remastered. Wardy, apparently it's being review bombed. I don't know if it's all just... it's possible that the reviews on Steam are not all legitimate customers, but people that are trying to review mob it by doing some dodgy things. But I think Sakar's good. I do think Sakar's not as popular as it was, though. Like, if you check the... obviously it's going to have ups and downs, but if you check the official servers... Like, when I started this stream today, there wouldn't have been one full official server at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Whereas on the 25th of October, there would have been 8 full servers, you know. So it has hemorrhaged players quicker than sometimes you might think. So it might be that a lot of people really don't like it as well. Running boat seems a bit harsh. I disagree, Lost in Josh. You can only get a boat as a DayZ player if you're on the coast. If you find a boat and then go out somewhere safe and log out in your boat, you are not really playing in the spirit of the game, in my view. You can disagree, that's fine. It doesn't make you wrong, it doesn't make me wrong. But if you're done for the day, you should go and try to hide your boat somewhere on the coast. Because you're not then gaming it. Like, on this map, the sea is cold. No one can swim out to your boat. They might be able to see it from a kilometre away, but they would die trying to get to your boat. So nobody can have it. Nobody can get it. You're basically ring-fencing your own boat specifically for you, unless another boater comes along with a friend and his friend has a spark plug and they can steal your boat. I don't think that's great, you know. I think it's... If you're logging out, protecting your boat out to sea, and someone fucks that, then you deserved it. That's what I think. It's because the player's done all there is to do on the new map. It does take long. I don't agree with that, Craig, either. It might be true, but there's a lot more to do in DayZ than just see everything in the map. That's not the point of DayZ, you know? Like, I'd done everything you could do in Chernarus in 2015, but I still enjoy playing it, you know? Like, the only reason to carry on playing DayZ isn't to find something new that the devs have left for you. That's not the point of DayZ. That's the point of a single-player game with a linear story, you know? DayZ doesn't have that. Not watching Liverpool. Nah, I'm not. I started slightly late again, like every day at the moment, and I need to try and do like no less than 6 hours if I can. So, at the moment, I'm just scanning along, looking for the buoy. I'm not looking for the oil rig. I think I'm just going to look for the buoy. They're normally relatively close, certainly no further away from the beach than this. If we just scan around, we should see it. Danny, I don't know. I don't know. It might be that I want frost resistance on Sakal, but I might be wrong. You know, I might disagree with myself once it's out. But I know the devs are very hard working, and they're smart people. They know a lot more about game development than we do. You know, I know nothing about game development. I know a bit about DayZ though, as in playing it. But yeah, I think they will have plans to improve it. And they'll know where they want to improve it already. They know already that there are problems with Livonia. They know that Livonia is not perfect, and they know that they could improve it. They just don't have the time to focus on it, you know? Like, they really do know what they're doing, but they don't have the money to just go and... They don't have the money in the staff to just go, put 3 people on Livonia, focus on this, you know? They can't do that, because they're effectively like a skeleton dev team, keeping DayZ chugging along. What do you think about the Tundra being removed from Livonia official? I haven't actually studied the loot economy, Young, but I quite like the variation in loot. I think that's a reasonable idea. Someone brought it up earlier. I like the idea that you have to use the Savannah on there, or the Mosin on there, or the Blaze, or whatever. Or if you want a Tundra on official Livonia, you can go and find one on Chernarus, and then you can switch afterwards. I think that's all kind of part of the fun of the game. I think it's fine. The one you could see was way out. Oh, well. I can't just go out to sea miles in the hope that I see it, dude. I don't think that's wise. I think I've just got to look for an oil rig again and listen for a message. I don't think I can do much more than that. Mongrel, I think that's fair enough as well. I would definitely have bought Sakal, and obviously I did get given a key, but I would definitely have bought Sakal, and I definitely would have bought it if I wasn't a streamer as well. If I was still enjoying DayZ, I would have bought it, for sure. But that's not the same as saying that there are things that could be improved with it, you know? Does an oil rig in the ocean make noise if you can't see it? Don't think so. Will Rogers, Fluxy, Proxy and Nate D. Cheers for the follows. Wonder if I talked any of them in. This sucks. Like, it's so hard to get a boat and get the spark plug, get the boat and get it going with enough fuel to do this mission. And I really thought we'd do it pretty easily. Last time I did this really easy. This time it's a lot of fucking around and I'm not getting the oil rig message. I'm not getting the coordinates. I've not seen a buoy. It's been real slow going. Going to get a job with BP soon with all the oil rig visits. Hopefully no, I can't remember the name of the what's the name of the one with Mark Wahlberg in the film that was a real one? That one. Hopefully none of that's going on. Deepwater Horizon, yeah, that's the one. Hobnolisher. Hobnolisher. Don't change 2 letters around, for sure. Thank you very much for the membership, Pob. I appreciate it. Rhubarb, yeah, I know it was. Yeah, I know. Fresh Spawns have a modded Sakal server running this week. They do. Give me 1 sec. I just need to... Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell. That's so hard to do. 1 sec. My missus just needing some info from me for something, but... Where the fuck is that? I think I've got it on here. Oh, sorry, bear with me 1 second. She's filling in something and she needs some ID number, reference number for me. I don't know it off the top of my head, so I'm just going to email it. Attachment. Right, there we go. I actually do know my NI number. Although I haven't used it very much for the last 10 years, to be honest. I haven't used it hardly at all, but no, it wasn't that. It was my passport number. I definitely don't that.
Best deals in the zone. When I get Stalker 2, I'll think of you when I see the trader.
Cable, thank you very much. Oh, there it is.
Oi.
So she asked for my passport number, so I emailed her my passport. Turns out I emailed her my passport photo. Hang on a minute. You'll have to wait a sec. Sorry, I just shouted down the mic there, but so I've sent her the passport photo and not a picture of my passport, which is kind of annoying. I just looked on my PC for passport and sent her the first thing I found, not the actual right thing, typically. But I can't do it now. I've got to try and see if the thing is here. I've got to. I wish we were booking another holiday. Not yet, Danny. Shouldn't there be a boat at this if it's the right one? Does it still have a boat at it, or is it different now? I don't think this is the one we're looking for. This is not a submarine, no, it's a life buoy. They had these in World War II in the North Sea. So if your plane got shot down over the sea, you could try and get to one and then survive, because obviously you couldn't survive in the North Sea floating until you were rescued. So they're effectively like lifebuoys, rescue pods, and so that's what they're meant to be. Hence the green first aid thing on the side. Oh, fuck off! That has to be the most annoying thing in this game. You have to press left trigger to get out of the boat, but you can't look anywhere in the boat and press left trigger because it's so frustrating. It just played a message then, didn't it? Didn't play it over the radio. It's not press F. Press F is to... It's left trigger just the tip to get out of the boat. It says left trigger when it does. Maybe it changes to F. That's the point though. There's two different keys. I will have a look again in a minute, but... Alright, there we go. So he's moved now. He's in here. So we've got the key card. That's good. Is there any other loot in there? No. We have the key card. The first place we can use the key card is at Green Mountain.
It's time to start.
So, to get out of the boat, whilst looking that way, is F to get out. But, when you look this way... Where is it? It's not coming up now. Maybe because I've not got the spark plug in it. So there, it's F to get out. Why am I struggling with this then? While the engine is running, change seat. I'm not trying to get out, that's why. It's me being a fucking idiot describing. I'm trying to press... Oh, for fuck's sake! One sec, guys. She really got no patience. I'm trying to turn the engine off, and I have to look at the engine to do it. Whereas if I change seat left mouse, right? Right, hang on. Let me do this. I just need to get a tiny bit away from here. She really don't want to wait. Right, that'll do. I'm further away now. We should be alright. Give me one sec. Sorry. Where is it? Find the right fucking folder. Oh, are you kidding me? Fuck me. Right, let me find the right folder. Right, I found it. I found what it's called. Let me email it then. There we go. Sorted. Right, so the first keycard gets used at Green Mountain. The first keycard gets used at Green Mountain, so I'm actually going to go back. This is a lot of to-in and fro-in on the boat, and I know it's annoying, but I actually need better loot. I need to try and get around the island a little bit, try and find something that's better loot-wise. So I might go to the southeast military base past the prison island, which is really annoying, but done it. It's not. It won't auto renew. Hardin. No, it doesn't. But thanks for staying subbed as you are at the moment. Anyway, hi Red Hot. Hope you're good. Adam Skipper, Diesel Cable. Thank you as well. There's a boat there. Oh no, it's a parked boat. Why are the boats? Do you think they're not spawning correctly or something? Or do you think they're actually being left by players? They have to be being left by players. Interesting. That's the message. Do you think it's coming from the boat? I don't know if that was... Maybe I've been shooting the things that play the message. Maybe they play the message. That you have to be within 200 metres for you to hear the message. I feel like that boat was just playing the message for some reason. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. I don't need those coordinates anymore because we've got the keycard. Those coordinates tell you where the keycard is. My radio, I never turned it off. It's still on now, yeah. Ref book half the players, it's not even 40 minutes, so there's going to be a sending off then. Drunken, no dates or anything, dude. Too much going on. Is my temperature going up because I'm next to the running engine? You are slightly warmer when the boat is going than when the boat is stationary. I don't know if that relates to the engine. When Sakal first came out... When Sakal first came out... when Sakal first came out... Fuck me, Jet. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to do too many things at fucking once. I'm losing my mind. you could retain your plus symbol just from the boat. So there must have been some feature involved with the boat. So if you got on the boat with 3 plus symbols, you'd keep it all the way around the island. But very quickly that seemed to change. So I don't know if the boats were bugged or if they changed some setting in the game or whatever. I don't know. But clearly there must be some heat from it, just like there's some heat from a car. But if you drive a car and the doors are closed, you get the plus symbol and you get really warm. Whereas with this, you're in the open, you're in the sea, you don't.
In lieu of Thanksgiving, I'll wish you a happy November 28th tomorrow, Paul. Cheers, brother.
Hear it. Thank you very much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Obviously, we don't have Thanksgiving here, but I hope you have a great one. It wasn't impacted by the torch change. It was more before that. Happy Turkey Day tomorrow, America lands. Yeah, that. Last time I tuned in, you made a friend and killed him within the hour. I don't remember killing anyone ever. I don't kill people, no. Mostly we've been in a boat for about an hour and a half. Skirit, thank you. Daft, thank you as well. Lady, I don't mind those, but somebody literally just asked that same question, believe it or not, but I quite like there being a degree of uniqueness to each server loot-wise. I think that's okay. One thing with that, though, is that I get a lot of time to play the game, so the fact that I can't forget a Tundra on Livonia doesn't bother me, because I can get a Tundra on another map and go to Livonia if I want. I got loads of time, but if you're playing once a week and your favourite map is Livonia, I guess it's more frustrating.
Your dedication to work should be appreciated by your boss.
Brock, thank you very much. It won't be. Whackgatter will still have a good moan up, don't worry. A holiday just for turkeys, eh? Croc, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. In the USA, the Dortmund game is on the TV. What, they're not showing Liverpool-Madrid? Holy fuck. That's an interesting choice.
Why doesn't cooking meat, fish in a pot of water turn the water into soup or stew maybe? Keep running TRMZ.
We've been talking about wanting that for so long, dude. Recipes and stuff. Like, the idea that you could get a cooking pot or a pan and put different things in it and then make some kind of recipe, you know, like put boiled rice and a piece of fish and a potato in it and you get some kind of thing, you know, like, or you put a couple of vegetables in and some meat and you get some kind of soup, you know, and the value of the recipe has more than the value of the individual components, you know, like you make a soup and it gives you a little bit of an extra benefit or whatever because you've cooked it in a way, you know, made a recipe, you know. It would be really cool if DayZ had that, and I'm staggered it doesn't really, but I think the only reason it doesn't is time, the amount of coding it would take, the time it would take, you know. Yeah, being able to like boil powdered milk in water or whatever and make something that's more, or being able to cook rice, you know. Spillbath, cheers for the support, dude. Yeah, I remember having conversations along those lines in 2014, dude. You know, I really do. Like, everyone. It's something anyone that plays DayZ a bit, that we all think the same, I think. Hi, Hi Regale, sorry. I was just going to say that there'll be some servers with mods that have similar. I'd rather have functioning official servers. I'm pretty certain it's not an either-or though, Mikey. I'm also pretty certain that whoever would be making the artwork and doing the coding for cooking food in a cooking pot is not necessarily the person that can fix the exploits on, I don't know, hacking or whatever, you know. Those two are maybe different challenges for different devs. I don't know.
Watch out.
I'm not a dev.
Davy Jones Kraken 500 meters ahead.
Bambino, thank you for the bits. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Engine light gone. It went on a restart, Jack. I don't really know why. I didn't see your original question, Eric, but the mods are only following my rules, dude. Just arguing with mods is never going to work, dude. I don't know what the issue is. I don't know what you said, but just move on, dude. Running dude does boats. Yep. So if someone from the land shuts your engine ruined, you sink with the boat. Black. About if it's really hard to ruin the engine, it takes more than one shot. But if somebody shoots the boat and hits the boat, just the boat dinghy, I think there's a chance it can ruin the spark plug. So the boat would just stop dead. I'd like to do that to someone, actually. I think you've just given me a goal. I'd like to ruin someone's boat and then shoot the engine so that they sink with it. Ahadin, Redline's busy at the moment. He's got family stuff, positive family stuff as well, but he's not here at the moment, dude. Conor Bradley absolutely clattered Mbappe and Fode went mental. Very cool. Sorry guys, one sec. I did ruin their boat, Skirret. Yeah, I did, but I didn't have enough bullets, and I didn't even think of it. But I've got to be honest. Maybe I've seen it in a Wobo video, but I'd forgotten that when you shoot the engine, or had never seen it, whatever. But if you shoot the engine to ruin, the boat just sinks. How cool would it be? Like, even to shoot an engine that's going, like to shoot like there's a squad of 4 in a boat, and you ruin the engine, and then they just go down with the ship. That sounds amazing to me. I'd like to see that. I don't know, but knowing DayZ, if you're sitting in the boat like this, you only get out if you press F. There's no way you're going to get out any other way. Like, if the boat sinks, you're going down with it, and then you'll have to get out and try and get to the surface. I just think it would be a hilarious thing to do. I'd love to do it. Bob, dude, thank you very much for the gifted sub. You're very kind. Cheers for the gifted membership. Jason, thank you for the sub. For the membering on YouTube as well. Thank you, dude. Lepica? I don't know. I think I'm a bit tired. I can't make that. Can't make it. Melkapa Demoules. Sounds French to me. I don't know. But thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for the new sub. Why does your temp go up when you start driving? The engine's probably hot and I'm sitting right next to it, Tommy, as somebody else said. I would imagine that gives out some heat. I think the real reason, though, to be honest, is simply this. When the boat is static, it kind of sinks into the water a little bit, and so you're getting slightly wet. Whereas when the boat is moving, it's above the water more, and so you're not getting slightly wet. I think that's really the reason. I shot an engine last week while someone was in the boat and it just stopped, didn't sink. Stolly, you probably didn't ruin the engine, you probably ruined the spark plug. So if you'd shot it one more time. Yeah, like if you hit the engine or the dinghy, I think you can ruin the spark plug. But it takes more than one shotgun shot at close range to ruin it, so it probably takes more than one Tundra shot as well. I heard you leave your shopping trolleys in empty parking spaces. I went in retail far too long. No way, Jose. No way. I did retail far too long. Jason, yeah, cheers for the follow on YouTube, dude. I detest people who do not return their trolley to the trolley garage. Interesting. I think it sucks. It's not as bad as people that park over two spaces for no reason and they haven't even got a nice car, you know, like sometimes people with really fancy cars park over two spaces to stop their car getting damaged. And I think that's really shitty. But if you're just parking over two spaces because you're a lazy wanker who can't be bothered to park, that's really bad. What exactly am I trying to do? Get this boat over 88 miles an hour and travel back to the future. Official source, what server is this? It's Marty McFly's Pantyhose Paradise.
Hey man, been
Jason.
watching for years,
Not
just
Jason.
subscribe
Yeah,
today,
Jason.
though.
It was
Keep on
Jason.
running.
Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Cheers for the super chat. Thank you for the tip and the follow. You can fish off the boats for sure. You're going to have a hard time cooking with them. There's another boat there, look. I think I did that. Jamie, I'd love to see Liverpool win tonight. Go back to top of the Champions League. We've talked about it quite a lot, but I'm so much more interested in how Liverpool do on Sunday, if I'm honest. If Liverpool were playing Man City in the league right now, I wouldn't be streaming. That's not to say it's like a blue ribbon tie, Liverpool against Real Madrid, but it's a qualifying game for the Champions League, and they've already got 4 wins out of 4. Sunday is just such a big deal. I don't know, Bayo, it just sounded good. It does sound good, doesn't it? Marty McFly's Pantyhose Paradise. It sounds good. Yeah, Billy's. I think parking further away is no bad idea. If you've got a car, you don't want to get caught. Harry, I don't have any signs about junk mail. I probably should. How did the treasure hunt go? Well, I just got the first key card. It's taken me ages. Sharky, parking over 2 bays is never acceptable. I'm sorry, it's just not. If you've had your car dinged, I've had my car scratched. My car I've got now, somebody scratched it in Sainsbury's car park, but it's not okay to block 2 car spaces. It's just such a douchey thing to do. Most supermarkets, most car parks have a far side where nobody goes, except maybe some of the staff. It's not very hard to go and park over there where nobody else is going to park next to you anyway. But parking over 2 spaces is like, I don't know. It's grounds for I don't know, some kind of karma. Death penalty. I don't know if I'd go that far. Like, next time you want to leave the house, I'm thinking this kind of karma, not death penalty, dude. I'm thinking more like the next time you try to leave your drive, someone's blocked it so you can't get out, you know, like you've blocked 2 spaces, now someone's blocked your drive. That's your karma. That'll do. No death penalty, dude. That might be a little bit strong. Parking spaces are too small for some of the bigger cars now. That's not the reason why people park over 2 spaces though, really, is it? Alf, I agree with that as well. People that park in the disabled bay when they're not disabled, as in they get up and they walk out and they look perfectly able, and then you check their car and there's no disabled sticker. There's different disabilities, but people that get out and sprint back into the shop and then come back with a sandwich and then drive off in 10 seconds, those ones. And also people that park in the parent and child bays when they don't have kids. I agree, both of those are really annoying. Slight caveat, call me wrong, but if it's like 10 PM at night and the supermarket's open all night, I personally think the parent and child spaces are free to roam there, you know, free to park, because if you've got kids young enough that you should be parking in the parent and child bay, those kids should be asleep. Maybe 1 or 2 in the whole town have got sick and you need to get them some medicine, but not all of those spaces, no fucking way, so parking them, you know. But other than that, no. What is a parent and child bay? It's a bay with slightly wider space so you can get a car seat in and out of your speed. So they tend to have them in supermarkets and whatnot. So a lot of people have to go shopping when they're off. They've got a baby, they have to take the baby as well, you know. So it's like regular narrow spaces. You can't get a child seat out because the door won't open wide enough to let the child seat out. You know? It's really hard to get the kid out of the child seat as well. What's my view on aliens? Not the movie The Real Thing. I think there's probably life on other planets, but I'm not convinced there's life more advanced than us. That's not because I think we're so advanced, but I think if there was somebody significantly more than advanced, they'd have found us by now and we'd know. You know, like there's probably life, maybe even in our solar system, but it's probably like some kind of like amoeba in one of the moons of Uranus. You know, like there's an ice moon off of one, I think it's Saturn, I forget, but there's moons that are all water and then covered in ice. Europa maybe might be the name of one of them, but anyway, there's probably life on one of the moons of Saturn or Jupiter or something, but it'll be just like something a little bit like akin to bacteria or whatever, you know. I just don't know. It's really hard to say, but I do wonder if there was really intelligent life beyond the scope of us. I feel like we might know, or we might have heard something, or maybe they're so intelligent we're like trivial ants that are not worth the time of day, you know. Maybe there's a whole federation out there, but we haven't invented warp drive yet, so they've not come to talk to us. You just don't know, but I suspect it's probably that there's just like amoebas out there and not much more. Somebody else has already done the same thing by the look of it. So I've come here rather than going where I would normally go. Green Mountain is where we need to head. But I do need more loot. And maybe we'll find some. Yeah, well, I think there's a chance, Billy, that they're always finding new evidence that would suggest that there's been life. They believe there's been life on Mars in the past. They believe there's water on some of the moons of some of the bigger planets. There's absolutely chance there could be some kind of really very simplistic microbial life on one of the existing places in our solar system. But anything that's a bit more like that, like something that's a bit more like sci-fi orientated, I think is unlikely very close by. There has to be, though, right? There has to be something, just on the sheer scale of, like, it's impossible to fathom just how big everything is, you know? Like, we're a tiny speck in the grand scheme of all of everything, you know? There has to be other things, but whether it's advanced or not, who the fuck knows? They can't normally hit you like that. That sucks. Attack back. Yeah. All of them. I thought there was 4. That's good. We've got the scope and the rail. That gives us a chance to find a Mosin, sorry, not Mosin, a Tundra or a Blaze, or whatever, Savannah. We could end up with a decent sniper rifle fairly soon. I don't know if it's worth taking that really. Certainly the UMP mag, it's probably not, is it? I don't think we're finding anything good here by the look of it. No SKS or something like that. But an AK-101 on the other hand, fuck me. I'd like to take that. I don't think I can.
Good morning, legends. I hope the run's been good. Pull him off to watch England versus NZ in the cricket today. Good excuse for beers in the sun.
Dude, good luck. Hope you have a nice time. That sounds cool. The runs are never good in my experience, you know. I prefer to not have the runs. I prefer dry. Sorry. It's been alright, actually. We've not had loads of action, but we survived one kind of close scrape firefight. Eventually found the keycard out of the sea, which is good. So we've done some of the keycard quest today, in the long run. That's been great. I just hope we don't die and can maybe start doing the quest. That would be good. Here's for the support full send. Media, thank you. Jason, thank you. Venge, the dude said, I hope the runs have been good. There's another thing that can be the runs. People with gluten get those kind of runs far too often. People with gluten issues. Doesn't work if I have to explain it, does it? Am I going to give the trifecta another go? Yeah, at some point. Ah, fuck that. I'm not looting that. Let's go. Let's go. Get away from it before I die. We didn't get a great fucking deal from there, did we? But why not take the AK-101? I just can't. I don't want to triple gun. I don't want to carry 3 guns. I don't want a gun in my hands, and it's just a ball ache. I'm not going anywhere where I'm going to find an AK-101 mag for so long. I'm not going to carry it. I'd have to carry it for 3 hours unusable, and then I can't deal with the zombies. I can't do anything. I can't drop the shotgun. I need a close range weapon. I can't drop the CR527. I need something with a scope. An AK-1 with no mag just gives me problems at the moment. I just can't be bothered. I didn't know only diamonds can scratch sapphire. That's definitely not true. Sapphire is very, very hard, but it's not just a sapphire that can... Sorry, it's not just a diamond that can scratch it. Like, my missus has got a sapphire ring and she's got a scratch on it from the edge of a swimming pool. Like, you can scratch it. It's not as hard as a diamond, and it's not only a diamond that can scratch it. According to Hamilton, that's what it said. Well, that's horseshit. Maybe they've got some kind of special hardness, but if you mean sapphire crystals get scratched all the time on a watch. If somebody falls off a motorbike and they're practically degloving themselves, like sliding along, then you'll scratch the crystal of a watch for sure. Was the pool lined with diamonds, maybe? I think it's because of the way that sapphire is cut. Like, if you catch right on the edge, it's possible to do it. If you see somebody's old sapphire ring from 20 years ago and they've worn it for 20 years, it'll have a scratch on it, and they haven't scratched it with a diamond. Are they increasing inventory size? I don't think so. They've just reduced it. I don't know why they would increase it again. They might. Maybe Wobos knows something I don't. I know he had a new video today, but as far as I'm aware, if they're going to do anything, they're likely to change the size of some of the stuff in the inventory. Like, I don't know, just take like a jerry can. Maybe they might make it a little bit smaller because it's so big now when they've changed all the bag sizes. You have to be pretty reckless to scratch a sapphire crystal. You do, Vlad, but you do still get it. It certainly doesn't need a diamond. Like, for example, if you got drunk, and in fact, I've done it. I can tell you when I've scratched a sapphire crystal. I did exactly that. I got drunk. I was wearing my Tag Heuer years ago that I'd got with money that my granddad had left me. And I got drunk and fell over with my hands in my pockets and scratched it up, and I scratched the crystal, and that was a sapphire crystal on a Tag Heuer that scratched on tarmac, cement. Liverpool has scored. Oh, that is really good news. But sapphire crystal is not... It can be scratched, but it's hard to do. Like, I've never scratched a crystal of a watch I've owned other than that. I've bought a second-hand watch once that was sold as new, and when it arrived inside the box it had paperwork in it that said it had been refinished by the manufacturer. And when I checked it, obviously I was like, fucking hell, why would it be... It wasn't very old. Why on earth would it be polished by the manufacturer? They shouldn't have put that in the box. They should have took it out. But why would somebody polish a watch that's 6-8 months old? Something's happened to this. I better check it. And I checked it thoroughly, and there was a scratch on the crystal. So you can definitely do it. I've never seen one in the flesh, Alex. I've never seen one in the flesh, but they look quite nice. You know what? We need to... Main watches, that is. I don't polish my watches, Tyler, no. I bought a second-hand watch that had been polished by the manufacturer, so someone had, like, sold them this watch and they hadn't checked the box thoroughly by the look of it. And then they'd sold it to me, and then when I bought it, I could see that it had paperwork in to say they'd paid for a polish, which, if you're paying for a polish on a recent watch, that means you've like fallen off your bike with it, or you've damaged it somehow, or whatever, you know. But no, I wouldn't polish a watch. I wouldn't polish one ever. I think you just wear it. I'd keep it as it was. If you've got a watch that you've owned from you and it's got the scratches on it, then whoever buys it has the option to polish it. But it's your proof that it's not been polished. I think it's much better to have that. But irrespective of that, I'm not really worried about selling so much. This is good news. There's a convoy. I think it's yours. You know, you wear it. You do whatever you do with it while you're wearing it. Then it's more yours with the scratches that you caused on it. You know. I recently found out that Tudor watches are essentially Rolexes. That's not true, Benj. They're good watches. Tudor are really good watches, but that's what people that own Tudors like to say. Tudors are very, very good, but they are not Rolexes. They are not. They use kinesi movements. They are very, very good. Rolex own Tudor, but they are not the same in any way. We could find a 101 mag here. My God, that would be a fucking kicker, wouldn't it, if we do? Why is that not going in there? Come on.
Have a great run.
Benj, you might not be misremembering. The video may have said they're basically Tudor watches, but whatever video you were watching, they didn't know what they were talking about. Tudor are owned by Rolex, but the Swatch company own Omega, but that doesn't mean Omega are the same as Swatch, you know. Like they're different companies. They operate completely separately. Not entirely true. There's slight links here and there, but yeah, they're not the same. Old Tudor. So if you had like a Tudor Submariner from the 80s, that would have a Rolex case. So it would be a Rolex case, a proper Rolex case, a Rolex Submariner case. But it would have had an ETA cheaper movement in it. So they used to make the Rolex with the Rolex stuff in it, and then they would make a cheaper version labelled Tudor with the same case, but a cheaper movement inside. So they had those as well. And they were good. They're really popular now, if you could get one. Sorry guys, really geeky, but can't help it. Well, this has been shit, hasn't it? Considering this is a convoy that appears not to have been looted. The loot is dog shit. Let's just see something then. What was that? Oh, it was those same bullets. We did get MBGs. 5 cage for a Tudor, I'll get an Invicta. I don't quite follow that logic myself, but fair enough. I'd get something other than an Invicta. Seiko or something, you know. Right, let's go this way. I did check the... I looked visually, I think. I'll double check. I don't think the bed of this one spawns loot. I don't... Oh, it does. Oh, there's a fucking gun in it. Dude, you are a saviour. Do you know what I've done? You're not a saviour. Oh, it's an AKM. I'll have that one. Fair play. This truck, in the rest of the game, doesn't spawn loot in the back of it. So I've just gone and checked it like the rest of the game, and that's not wise because it's a convoy. It should have loot in it. But I've just checked it using like muscle memory based on that truck not having loot in the rest of the map. So yeah, good shout. Very, very good shout. Nice modest brandos prefer a very minimalist fashion. Hamilton? Longines? Longines would be a good choice, but depends on your budget, dude. And Seiko makes something for every design. They have very simplistic ones like the Pressage ones. They're really good, you know. Tissot do some really good dress watches. They do some really good, like they're really popular, the PRX ones, but even stuff like the Viso Date, they're really nice and they look like classic watches. They're not much money. Martin, I don't think the wait times are all entirely false. That's not true. Like really hard to get watches, like say a Daytona, they don't create false wait times. The ADs get 1 or 2 per year, and you can check that, by the way. Rolex recently released data on it that proves that they only get 1 or 2 per year. Like, they've just released a book that shows how many they've made of certain models since they were made. Like, the Daytona's only just come out, so basically Rolex ADs get roughly 1 or 2 per year of, say, the Panda Daytona. It's not false wait lists for that. They're not going to sell it to someone that just walked in off the street. They're going to sell it to someone that's bought shitloads of other stuff. You know? And they do sell 1 million a year. They do. But they don't sell 1 million a year of the watches that people want. They sell like 700,000 Datejusts a year and 700,000 OPs, and they make an awful lot of watches that people don't want and hardly any of the sports ones, which is creating artificial demand, but that's what luxury is, right? The ADs aren't sitting on them going, no, you can't have them. They don't have them to sell. And that's true. It's true. Anyone that says otherwise is just hyperbole. But that's the definition of luxury, Martin. Like, if everybody could buy a Hermes Birkin, nobody would buy a Hermes Birkin. They make it so you can't get one. That's the whole. That's what luxury is. It's faux. It's fake. It is true. Like, but if they made it so that they could supply demand, nobody would want one. You know, if you could buy one in the shop at the price they sold it at, it would decrease the demand. That's how it is for almost everything luxury. Very, very dull subject for people not into watches, though. I've never even been in a Hermes shop. It's just the best example I could think of. Skirit, no, I didn't. I was actually really interested in electronic stuff, like TVs and hi-fis. And I did that for a lot, and I enjoyed it loads because I was interested in it. I really liked watches, but it was a lot harder to get into watches when I had no money. So it was easier to be interested in TVs and hi-fis because you only buy them once, you know, like you only buy a watch once, to be fair, but I wasn't in a position to really be into watches so much because I was fucking skint the whole time, you know, so. Rolex watches definitely don't take 12 months to make. Penalty saved, was it? So Madrid had a penalty and then they missed it. Holy fuck. Oh, it's all good, Martin. It's all good. Right, let's have a quick look here. I don't need to Google it, Tyler. Rolex watches don't take 12 months to make. I don't need to Google it. There's next to no hand finishing in a Rolex watch. They are made on an assembly line. They make 1 million watches per year. They're brilliant, by the way. I'm not bashing them, but they do not take. They cannot make 1 million watches per year if they take 12 months to make. Unless you're talking about, I don't know, how long it takes for the miner to mine the steel that they then turn into the bracelet and so on. But they probably take minutes to make. They're making 1 million a year, dude. I watched a video the other day and the guy said they apparently take 1 year to make. They don't. They're very, very good. But just like, say, Omega watches that are also manufactured and made on an assembly line, they are a mass-produced product. They're not... This is not a belittling them. I really like them. They're one of my favourite brands. But they are not handmade, hand-assembled, handcrafted. The watches that might take a year to make are like Patek Philippe or Carry Voutilainen or Lange or something. Then the watches that take a year to make cost 50 grand plus, you know, like... They don't... if they're artisanal, they're going to cost way more. I'm not wrong on it, Tyler. By all means, if you wish, find the information you have and pop it to me on Twitter or in Discord or in email, and then I'll tell you why it's wrong. Sorry, but I'm not wrong. Rolex make every type of luxury watch, Paul. They have plenty of handmade, hand-finished watches. No, they don't. Sorry, I'm an absolute watch nerd. The only watches that have any degree of hand assembly on them, pretty much, are the ones with diamonds on, because the diamonds are hand-placed. Everything else is done by machines. There's no hand finishing. Every Rolex is handmade. Bullshit. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Tyler. Let's just do this. Let's have a little... How long does it take Rolex to make a Rolex watch? Let's see. Ah, okay. This is the definition. So we'll start by saying you're right, but then I'll say why it's not right. Rolex says it takes about a year to make a single watch. The process involves a lot of in-house research, hand making, assembling and testing. Rolex is known for taking it does not take a year. They're including R&D and they're including all sorts of other... The watch itself, the making of the watch is on an assembly line. That's marketing spiel coming from Rolex, and they are one of my favourite brands. It doesn't take a year to make a Rolex, and everybody knows it. The actual time to manufacture a watch is hours. It's going to be hours. It's not like they make them on an assembly line. They make 1 million a year. They're not taking a year. They didn't start making the watch that's on the store today a year ago. That's not how it works. They're on an assembly line. It's marketing to add value to the brand, but they're really good. I really like them. They're a lot of money, but they don't take a year to make, and they're not hand finished at all. There's a little bit of assembly in a few places, but they're all machined. The polishing is all machined, but very, very good. They are saying it takes a year to make a new model, not each watch. Exactly. It's estimated that Rolex watchmakers need at least 3 hours and 30 minutes to assemble and complete the build of a Rolex watch. That sounds about right. Do you reckon, Pops, what? They've got 1 million people all making one watch each a year, yeah. Anyway, that was quite geeky. Sorry, I can't help myself, but yeah. Yeah, well, I've never seen a Grubel Force in the flesh. Funnily enough, they're not a brand that you see. I've never seen one in the wild, obviously. There's amazing finish. I think Kari Voutilainen is probably the best that I can think of off the top of my head. Like finishing wise. There's some others too, but he would be my pick. Apparently it takes 5 years to make each fossil watch. You missed an opportunity there, Mucky Adam. It's a fossil. You should have said it takes thousands of years to make each fossil watch. Yeah, millions of years. Jurassic watches. How many kills today? 67. Only one. Penalty for Liverpool. Oh, come on, Salah. It's not been a day of many killings, I'm afraid to say, dude. It's been a fairly quiet day, which is a shame, but it happens. I think that's geeky. Try having a photographic memory.
My
Holy
4
shit.
year running. TRMZ Whiskey Manz.
Sorry guys, one sec. That pen. Did Salah miss it? Oh my god. He hasn't missed one in a while. I've killed 3 boats actually. 3 boats, Martin. Oh, that's fair, Trigger. Something like a ceramic bezel will take a while to make. But the actual assembly of the watch, you know, and it's not cumulative. There's not enough parts to add up to a year. But if you're talking about assembly, you know, you don't talk about how long it took to make. How long did it take someone to make the exhaust? When you talk about assembly of a car, you don't go, well, from the moment we found the steel for the exhaust till the moment that Joe in the exhaust thing did it was a month. You know, like that. Like that's not how long it takes to assemble a car on an assembly line. You know, think about a car, and at the start of an assembly line there's no car, and at the end there's a car. That journey is a handful of hours, I would imagine, for a lot of cars. Same with a watch, you know. But obviously the components might take, like to fire a ceramic bezel and make it right. That would take longer than 3 hours. Yeah.
Sorry, I meant to send this a year ago, but I've had
I'm
a
definitely
Rolex
not
to
smart,
build running on the
Deadfender. I'm
floor
just a bit
laughing.
passionate about watches. I think you might be being a little bit sarcastic there, almost. I don't think I can be bothered to loot this. I ought to stop and make a fire, but I'm running out of time to be bothered. That's true, actually. I guess if you buy a meteorite watch, then how long ago did that? Like, how many millions of years was the meteorite flying around in space before it landed? You know? James Firth, thank you very much. Cheers for that. Thank you. I've got this loaded. I could actually use this to kill a couple of Zeds if needs be. I say that, I've only got 4 bullets. I've got a couple of cleaning kits, but the AK doesn't need cleaning at the moment. really don't want to stop. I want to just keep going, but it's probably not smart. I'm going to need more food if I do. You do get gun cleaning kits on zombies, usually hunting zombies. I didn't really pay much attention to what I was doing because I didn't need it, but you get hunting kits on zombies, especially hunting. You get like a cleaning kit, weapon cleaning kit is hunting loot, and the zombies in hunting attire can have hunting backpacks on, they can have a hunting knife in their inventory and so on, you know, so yeah, you can get it occasionally. Good. I want to drink as much of this as I can. Akar, sorry, it's English in the chat because I'm too dumb to speak any other language, dude. Here's old control. Take it easy, dude. Got to sleep. Have a good one. You've been finding more weapon cleaning kits, have you? Blimey, that's kind of cool, I guess. That certainly makes it easier. I don't think Makar understood what I said. Shouldn't hold water and other stuff at the same time. It always has done. I understand why you think that. I kind of see it, but obviously it has water in it and then you can put stuff in it to cook. I can't be bothered. I was going to eat it, but well, let's just eat that. I'm just going to get to the summer camp and see if I can find a sniper rifle. But yeah, obviously you can fill the cooking pot with water and then you can put meat in it. So that's why you can put items in it with the water, because it needs to have that feature. However, there are other things in the game like ammo box, which can only take ammo, or other things. I think it takes one or two other things like grenades from memory. I haven't had one forever. I never bother taking one, but if you've got an ammo box, you can't put like apples in it or beans or something. So I guess there must be a way for them to make the cooking pot only take the food. But then they wouldn't have a way at the moment, I guess, to have it be... It can take anything, but when it's got watering in it, it can only take food, you know. But let's be honest, though, as much as it would be a quality of life change to some extent, it's such a small thing that the devs have probably never bothered because they've got 1,000,001 things more important to do first. Gakpo looked really good in the Euros, and he seems to be growing into himself a bit more at Liverpool. Maybe he's getting a few more chances. He's not a regular starter, but he's looked composed and looked more able. Last year he looked, in a Liverpool shirt, he didn't look great, but in the Euros he looked good again. I think he was Netherlands top scorer at the Euros, wasn't he? And he seems to look more composed for Liverpool this year. Maybe the change of manager has helped him a little, I don't know. But when he comes on now, I'm not thinking, oh God. Whereas last year I was, you know. So it's 2-0. So did Gakpo score the goal, did he? That's very cool. that's cool. I kind of wish I was watching it, you know. I'm missing a really good result, I guess, but... Is this a heavily modded server? No, I don't really play heavily modded servers. This server is a little bit harder than official DayZ would be. Mainly to do with the cold. The loot isn't really easy to get. It's still pretty hard. But the cold means that you have to make fires a little bit... Not quite as much as Sakal, but a bit more. So you're stopping, you're going to get caught by players while you've got a fire on, you might die. You have to eat more food if you don't make fires, and so on. So... It's a smidge harder than official, basically. I missed a mushroom, did I? I should have took it, because it's really good energy. I should have took it, but I ain't going back now. Will it defrost quicker if it's open? Well, it's not like Sakal in that regard, so it was only chilly. So you can eat it straight away. The food isn't all frozen on this map, because it's not as cold as Sakal. Food and drink last longer on this server? I don't think they do. Alkaline, I prefer the servers that offer a bit more of a challenge, but I think it's good that the player base has the choice, you know. I'll probably put those on. Just enabled me to see slightly better. We won't get any sun glare, potentially. I think some kind of heavy artillery could be good for the game. Artillery, no. And they have the artillery strikes, I suppose, but there'd be room for like an LMG of some sort in the game, but if there was one, I think most players wouldn't take it. Because as a rule, in most circumstances, the assault rifle variant is more controllable and gets you more kills than the spray and pray. Maybe doesn't have much of a scope, incredible recoil and 6 months to reload gun, you know. There was even the old AKM was a little bit more akin. In the old game, the AKM was a bit more spray and pray, and you needed a bipod, and you could go prone. That something like was a bit that was equivalent to the old AKM, but would be okay. Why there's VSS rounds in here? You'd think that'd been dropped by a player. Slight worry about players being around. Again, there's dropped military loot. Like, who's dropping this shit? It doesn't spawn here. It must be dropped, surely. Pistol scope. We don't need that shit. Possibly our best chance for a gun here is in this building. You do occasionally get guns in here. I only just realised I don't have a vest on. That's really bad news. Maybe there is something weird going on. I find it hard to believe somebody was leaving all this dump. Like, who the fuck is carrying all these AK handguards and buttstocks and dropping them here? Something weird's happened to the loot, I think. Likewise, that military backpack, that's a small military bag. That wouldn't spawn here. I doubt anyone's dropped it here. Maybe one or two of these you could say that makes sense, but so many, it's starting to feel like an issue with the loot table. Really have my gun out, I guess. And there's clearly evidence of people having been. Must be the same dude who's been leaving all the boats out to sea. I wonder if they were all the ones that leave messages. I don't know. See, that heat pack that I just got is actually working really well, so it's made the difference between being light blue and white temperature. That just means I don't need to make a fire for a little while. Hoping to find a little bit more food. Right, we've got 3 hunting spawns to loot this way, where I'm hoping to find a tundra. The fact that I'm this far into the map with no vest and no sniper rifle that I'm actually happy with, and a shotgun with a couple of shells. Did I just find a box? I did find another box, so at least I got more shells for the shotgun. That's kind of good, but we're not blessed with very good loadout right now, considering the time we've been on. Half of the time we've been on has been spent pissing around in a boat looking for a keycard, though, to be fair. Jamie, yeah, that's a hell of a result, isn't it? They are flying at the moment. It's early to say, and I'm talking about the league here, not necessarily Champions League, but it feels like they're just like it's written in the stars at the moment, and in no way am I counting chickens, but like they're playing badly, winning, they're playing well, winning, they play Real Madrid, they win, you know, they're 5 out of 5 in the Champions League, they've lost once in the Premier League, even when they're not playing well, they're controlling the game and winning anyway, you know, like it won't last, I'm sure, and there'll be a blip, but hopefully it's not long enough to cost them the title. It really looks good at the moment. If the score stays the same, Madrid will be 24th in the table. Holy shit. I've got a CR wizard. I did say happy with a sniper rifle I'm happy with. The CR is not great, and it's only chambered, and I've only got 4 or 5 bullets. But the CR is not a sniper. Even if I had a mag, it's not a sniper rifle I'd be happy with. You know, it's, and of the true hunting scope sniper rifles, aside from the Sporter, I guess, because it can take it, it's the worst. You know, I'd much rather have the Savannah, the Tundra, or the Blaze. It's definitely the worst. Connor Bradley's injured. Oh, fuck me, that's bad news. Like, Trent's out with a hamstring, right? And then the cover, Connor Bradley, who's a very good player, is out. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, I've no idea. Blaze or Tundra, which do you prefer? The Tundra is probably better, but I prefer the Blaze. It's my favourite gun in the game. I think so, Victorious. They could pay me in those as well. I'll take payment in luxury watches, yes. I think the Tundra is probably better. The Blaze has got the double shot and other benefits too. But the Tundra holds 5 in it. 5 bullets capacity. And more importantly, it takes the bottle suppressor, which is a big benefit. But I've always liked the Tundra myself. I'm just going to run to this base, guys. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm not. I can't, can I? I'm doing the keycard quest. I can't just run to this place. I'm going to go around and overwatch from the other side. I'm really close to the end now, and I'm getting bucket time-itis, right? I'm more than happy normally to get myself killed at the end of the stream, but I spent ages getting this keycard, and tomorrow we can try and finish the quest. That would be great, you know. Like, I might as well try and keep this dude alive. What do I want for Christmas? A manual wind Patek Philippe 5270, is it? I forget that. I don't know the numbers. I'll never need to know. I'll never buy one. But a manual wind perpetual calendar from Patek. Fuck it. Let's go back. I'll have the red dial with the ruby bezel, please. You send it to me, and I'll give you a free sub for life. It's about 300 grand. I've never seen one, by the way. I've never seen one. I just know it exists. I quite like the look of that. Or a pair of socks. That's also nice, yeah. The audio's glitching a bit there, isn't it? Not 100% sure where those shots are, but they're not here. They sound like they're on the train tracks. I don't think they're at the construction area to my right. I think they're a little bit further away than that. Ain't seeing nobody. Right, I'm going this way. Not as far as Tricresta as well. I don't know. It could be someone in a firefight. It could be maybe wolves or a bear or something like that. But it sounds close to the valley. Somewhere near the train track or the river. Towards the castle, but not that far. Now there's more shots. Cheers, Charlie. Take it easy, dude. That's an SKS, I think. I don't know what the fuck that's shooting at. That's really laboured shots. I don't know. Maybe zombies. There are a couple of houses up near the... Like, the train tracks are just down there to the right, or they will be when we keep running along here. There could be shots at a few Zeds at one of the houses, maybe, but... It could be bait, but I sincerely doubt it. There'd be no reason to bait. I don't think it's bait from watching the stream. Prologue, that is cool, dude. Wear it well. Do you know what? I ain't gonna go and chase those shots. I don't even know where they are. I think it's time. It's time to do this. I'm on to tomorrow for a bit of a split shift. Appreciate you guys coming in. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you very much for choosing to watch me. GMR, thank you for the bits. James Firth, Dane Cricket, Lanny, thank you for the support. No Quarter and Mezza as well. Thank you very much. Hilly Bear, Two Balls, thank you for the gifted subs. Brockles, thank you as well. Full Send, thank you very much. And Media Blur, thank you very much too. Sorry, I missed a few alerts there. We're getting too serious talking about it taking a year to make up something or other. Thanks for coming in, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I will be back again tomorrow. Two different streams tomorrow, probably. About 11 AM, and then I've got to take my mum to something, and then back on after, probably. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one tomorrow. If you're in America and you're doing the Thanksgiving stuff, enjoy that, and I will be back again soon. Love you, bye.